Is the music playing? No. Is it? There we go. Hello. Welcome back, everyone. Ah, man. Okay. I was working on getting stuff set up before stream. Technical difficulties never fail to... technical difficulties never elude. Hello. Hello. Welcome back. But yeah, we're back with Cafe Enchante today. And... Oops, I hit the button again. Of course. First, right off the bat. I need to refresh. I know it was just a couple days ago, but where were we? Maybe no, I hit the button on purpose, obviously. I hit the button on purpose. I think we just gotten through hanging out. Oh my gosh, we were talking to ourselves a lot. Oh right, we went out with Rindo. Takes it. No, don't start taking. The hydration is important, but we don't need to start doing shots. No shots tonight. It's okay. But yeah, we're gonna get back into it tonight, and it's gonna be a little low-key because I'm running on quite low battery. Kyo hasn't been feeling good, and for whatever reason, I'm not feeling good because Kyo's not feeling good. So, but yeah, I might have. Okay, I will likely step away, somewhat soon. I'm not quite sure. Just cause. No, I'm not allergic to soap. That is a lie. I am not allergic to soap. I gotta step away in a little bit. Our family member's birthday is today, and I thought I was gonna be able to get everything done before stream started. That's why I kind of pushed it back a little bit. But we haven't done cake and ice cream yet, so I will have to step away just for a second. It'd be like 15 minutes. I'll step away. We'll put some music on, have a be right back screen. But after that, we'll go into the night a little bit, doing stuff. But since I'm low key tonight, I'm not gonna be that loud, hopefully. So you'll have to forgive me if the mic starts cutting out. I tried to adjust it, but yeah, let's just get back in there. The old cake break, yeah. We gotta have the good old birthday cake break. It's standard procedure. It's standard procedure. Everyone should know about the good old cake break. Okay, so I was just in there. Oh, did I just give him some coffee? And he's like, that's awful. That's probably what it is. Gotta remind myself where we're at. Here, we can have him re-say it for us. Re-say it for us. Okay. Really? It's that bad?
お前自分で味見してから人に渡せよ。嫌がらせで泥水飲まされたのかと思ったぜ。
I tried my best, dude. I never do that to you. There it was, festering in the cup Ignis had just laid to rest on the table. He laid it to rest. I know he the choice of words means just set it on the table. But it's like, we've buried the cup here on the table. It's dead. That dark brown liquid remained, cooling off in its ceramic vessel. The time was 3 in the afternoon. It was generally a time people would have snacks and take a break from their routine. I really thought I made a decent coffee this time around. Now that I'd gotten new equipment for the cafe, I'm getting feedback from the regulars as to better understand the art of the perfect cup of coffee, a staple item on Enchante's menu. Isn't that like the only thing on the menu? Or at least was the only thing on the menu? The results continued to be disappointing.
俺はコーヒーなんざそもそも飲まねえし、味も大して分かっちゃいねえが、それでもこれだけは言うぜ。
Damn, that must be really bad then. No, I can't test. I don't drink coffee.
これは失格だ。マジでまずい。
Thanks. You don't have to rub it. I was just about to say, wow, salt in the wound, man. Like you really just like, no bars held there. Hanging my head, I kept feeling feedback from everyone who was gathered around. First, Canis.
我も味を批評できるほどコーヒーに詳しいわけではないが、ソーアン殿が入れてくれたものとは違うというのは明確にわかるな。
As I said last time, I'm most certainly a different person from my grandfather. In a good way and a bad way, apparently.
すまない。断じて比較するつもりはないのだが、基準があの味になってしまっていてな。
Don't worry. I really wanted to get everyone's honest opinion about it having this taste about it by having this tasting. I can read. Next, Mr. Indo.
なんて言えばいいんだろう。
Uh,
全部コーヒー風ではあるんだけど、
yes.
コーヒーとは違うというか、味も匂いもぼやっとしてるね。
I measured the temperatures and everything, just like the manual said.
となるとやっぱり経験不足かな。初めは誰でもこんなものだと思うし、気にしすぎないようにね。
I worked on it. I did my very bestest. That's all I could do. Thanks. I'll get more acquainted with the process. And of course, eel.
私もカヌス同様に正しいコーヒーに関しての定義を習得していないので、是非を判断するのは難しいのですが。
Why is Stream Elements posting that often? I did not set it to post that often. Let me fix that. That's gonna be obnoxious. Stream Elements chatbot. What are you doing? Save. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna fill up my chat. I think it was set to every 5 minutes. I don't think I did that right. Every 5 minutes, you're going to get a message from Stream Elements in your chat. No, please don't. You say, like, Kanas, I'm not sure what the ideal attributes to a good coffee are, so I cannot confidently offer a critique. Tell me how it tastes, please. Just lay it on me, please.
ソーアンのものに比べると、やや酸味が強いように感じます。
I see. It's too acidic, huh? After hearing Eel's comment, I flipped through the manual littered with my notes. Common mistakes of beginner baristas. Overgrinding coffee beans can greatly alter flavor depending on the brewing method.
それだな。お前気合い入れてすっげえガリゴリ削ってたし。
I was grinding too hard, apparently. I guess being a little too enthusiastic isn't always the best thing for you. That's true. Although most of them didn't say it explicitly, the overall consensus of my brew of coffee was that it wasn't great. I was aware that the path to the perfect cup was a long one, and I knew I wasn't going to get it right from the beginning. All of a sudden, I'm starting to understand just how much goes into the cups of coffee I order from my favorite coffee shops. With the bitter taste of failure on my lips, I await the critique from one final person. Alright, Meiser? I think it was... I keep wanting to call him Meister. For whatever reason. Meiser. What do you have to say? Meiser, eyes closed, sips with elegance. I better brace myself for something harsh. And... get ready for it. Come on. You're making us wait with bated breath. Miser?
ん？あ、ごめん。何の話だっけ？
We were talking about my crappy coffee. Whoa, no, quit hitting the button. Don't hit the button. My legs buckle as his underwhelming response lingers. I want to know what he thinks. I have expected Meiser to go amazing. Not the same voice actor. That would have been really funny, though. That would have been really funny. You were most excited for this. Oh my gosh, we're taste testing the coffee. We're taste testing the coffee.
ああ、ごめん。ちょっと考え事してて。
Man, did my coffee like render you speechless in a bad way? That was that bad? About what?
ああ、魔界の様子についてね。派手にやらかす幹部を部下に持つと、魔王様も苦労しちゃってさ。
I decided it was best not to pursue the matter further. Okay, well, let's get back to the point. What do you think of the coffee I made? How did it taste to you?
ああ、その話。普通に美味しいよ。
Uh, I don't know if I trust that. You're saying that to make me feel good, don't you? Aren't you? Uh-huh.
お前いくらなんでも適当すぎんだろ。
You can be honest. This is constructive criticism time. Yeah, I'm asking for your opinion. You don't need to protect me. Just tell me what you think.
ねえ。本当に美味しいと思ってるんだけど。
Maybe the other three are coffee snobs in their own way. Or maybe Miser's just has no taste buds.
むしろ、もう一杯欲しいな。おかわりってもらえるの？
I guess if I still have a pot, no one else is gonna be drinking it, so by all means, all yours. Uh-huh. Wait, really? It's that good? His unexpected affirmation of my brew caused me a healthy amount of confusion.
ミシェルは本当にコーヒーが好きだよね。ソアンさんの時も思ったけど、時間があればずっとコーヒー
He's
飲
a
んでたし。
demon shrimp. He might be. I don't know. He might be. I thought you just did it with so. Oh my lord, why do you have to phrase it that way?
ミシェルの場合は度が過ぎているとたまに思うが。
Really? He drinks that much? Right, he's always buying coffee when he's out. He brings it here to drink. I've seen him making coffee himself before too. Even though we've only just met, I already associate Miser with coffee. As everyone talks about their own tastes, Miser suddenly crosses his arms. He was looking at me for some reason.
そうだね。俺も結構長生きして、いろいろなものを口にしてきたけど。
That's a suspiciously vague comment.
その中でもコーヒーは、
Mm.
世界で一番好きだから。
When he spoke, his face, it looked soft. So kind. Anyone could become enamored staring at a face like that, especially if your name's Arya Aurora. I wasn't sure if Miser's critique was sparing my feelings or if it was a real opinion. With the truth shrouded in mystery, my training would continue. A short time after, I left for more supplies. I think I got too many things. We should have asked Kanas to come with us and carry it for us. I think she got sidetracked on Genshin. It's okay. It's alright. My hands got tired, and I set the tote bag I'd been carrying down near the curb. It held ingredients for everyone's meals. I had coffee too, since I ran out of it after the taste test earlier. There was a lot. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to use so much, even if I needed the extra practice. I would have brought another tote bag if I knew this would happen. Complaining won't get me anywhere. I thought, and I was preparing to keep going when suddenly Miser shows up.
なあ、いたことね。買い出しに行くなら俺に声かけてくれればよかったのに。
Huh? Oh, that voice. I was being called by a very familiar voice. I turned around smiling and saw him. Is this casual, Miser? What the fuck, man?
それとも俺から誘うべきだったか
And
な。
Arya missed it. Arya missed the casual reveal. What?
誰とか言わないでね。魔王様、悲しみのあまり洪水とか起こしちゃうぞ。
Don't flood it, please. Don't flood the place. The black robe, nowhere to be seen. He had no horns growing out of his head, just his hair tufts. He just had on regular clothes, like any shop in town would sell. But that face and that calm voice were most definitely. Miser?
はいはい、ご名答。 ミシェル・
Oh
アレ
my
ックス
gosh.
お姫様のお供をすべく参上いたしました。
Mm-hmm. Come carry the bag for me then. His elegant bow was a bit of an exaggeration. Satisfied with the surprised look on my face, he lifts his head up and... He laughed just like a child who'd executed a prank perfectly. It seemed that Miser came to get me while I was on my way back from my shopping. He lifts up my tote bag with ease. It was heavy. He walks with me, humming to himself. My eyes were drawn to the side of his face. It's not a dream. This is really happening.
そんなに見つめてもぴょこっと角は生えてこないよ。
I was not looking at your horns, sir. Don't assume and wink at me like that. That's not what I was doing. Miser, why do you look like this? Well, he kind of... If he's going to leave the cafe, he's probably going to change into something more normal.
見ての通り
See?
人間に擬態してるだけだけど。
You can do that?
そりゃまあチートが売りの魔王様ですので。
Well, couldn't you have gone out like that all this time? Without casting that magic from before?
今日は気まぐれで着替えただけ。やっぱり慣れてるあっちの方が体も軽いしね。
In my opinion, the Demon King clothes seem much heavier though. And also, the change in his nails and horns seem to be from magic, but his clothes look real. In fact, it seems like they were things Grandpa might have bought for him in the past.
でも懐かしいな。ソーアンともこの姿で一緒に買い物してたっけ。
Why does it feel like Grandpa's like a rival, like a love interest rival? But the way these guys talk about Grandpa sometimes, it's like why does it feel like I'm competing with my dead grandpa? You went with Grandpa?
とは言ってもほとんどが自由気ままに回る散歩みたいなものだったけど、具体的にはコーヒー専門店とか知り合いが働いてる店とか。
It all comes back to coffee again, huh? It all comes back to Grandpa again as well. Miser, he really does love coffee. As for the people you went to see, were they acquaintances of Grandpa's?
いや、どっちかっていうと俺側かな。駅とか商店街にいる人外の様子をたまに見に行ってたんだよ。
Wait, did I just hear you casually use non-human in a sentence?
琴音は毎回いいリアクションしてくれるから見てて飽きないな。
Gotta get that double take.
とはいえ俺たちだってこの街にうまく溶け込んでるし、そこまで驚くことじゃなくない？
Well, yeah, but I thought it was special in your case because of the gate in Enchante.
ああ、そこの認識が違うのか。一応ゲート以外にも
I don't know
異
what your
界同
rules
士
are.
で行き来
I'm
する
not a
方法はある
non-human.
んだよ。それで人間界に来ちゃったり帰化した人外がその辺りにちらほらいたりするんだ。
This is the first time I've heard of this. What other ways are there?
ややこしい事情があるし説明すると長くなりそうなんだよね。この辺りの説明はおいおいってことで。
I guess it'd probably be a smart idea not to talk about this in the open too. Kotone, you dumbass. Right. I mean, I think it's worth talking about now. Kotone, we're out in public.
まあまあいいじゃない。せっかく新鮮なシチュエーションで君と歩いてるんだし。
You want me to sit here and stare at you?
難しい話は後回しにしてのんびり喋りながら帰ろうよ。
He's right. All things considered, it's probably not a good idea to be talking about it outside. That's what I just said.
ところでどう？俺の私服 似合う？
I think they look nice on you. Oh yeah. They suit you nicely. I'm pretty surprised. He stood out in more ways than one. It seems like Miser hadn't noticed the fact that he was getting looks from other women around us.
あ、本当よかった。やっぱり普通の人間にお墨付きもらえると安心するね。
Interesting taste, but not abnormal.
うちのメンツってセンスが微妙だったり、服に対する価値観がずれてるから、感想をもらっても当てにならないからさ。
According to Miser, clothes are a problem in particular for non-humans here. If they aren't careful about keeping up with current fashion, they risk standing out even more than they already do. No. See, you can wear old-fashioned, and with wearing old-fashioned, you just become retro. You're wearing, like, you know, the trends come in circles. You'll be retro wearing it. It's okay, Miser. Just ignore the pink bunny in the bush. Yeah, don't worry about the pink bunny in the bushes. Don't worry about it. So he says he does it to be safe. I can see how living for so long could be a bit of a nuisance at times.
おっと、年寄り扱いはやめてほしいな。
You're the
俺
oldest
は
out of
ま
all
だ
of
ま
them,
だ
though.
現役ですよ。
Saying things like that make you an old man.
ほうほう。君も言うようになったじゃない。
No.
なら年寄りらしく。
I'm an
君をお
adult.
子様
Thank you very
扱いし
much
ちゃおう
for
か
what
な。
for my species. Huh?
おんぶと肩車。
No.
どっちがお好み？
No. His eyes were serious. I take it back. The Master Demon King is very young.
うむ、わかればよろしい。よしよし、いい子いい子。
Don't call me a good girl. Did he just pat my head? He pats my head with his open hand as if to tease me. Ugh, stop it! I'm not a little kid. I'm not. We walked leisurely up the road to Enchante, We walked leisurely up the road to Enchante, teasing each other the whole way back. Pat pat. Those pat pats were so teasing, though. We get back to Enchante right as the sun was setting. The atmosphere inside had changed completely. Silence replaced the energy from earlier. Canis and Ignis mentioned they had things to attend to and returned to their worlds. Mr. Rindo went back to work at the GPM. He said he got a call after the tasting and had to work late. Il probably is playing Otome games like usual in his room. Il's going through his 10th run of Code Realize Guardian of Rebirth. It was just Miser and I in this lonely cafe. Oh no. Oh no, it's just the two of us.
そうそう。豆をひくときは入れる直前に必要な量だけ。
Yes, I'm taking notes, Miser.
手動のコーヒーミルを使う場合は一定の間隔を保って無理に力を入れる必要はないよ。
Okay, alright, taking notes, promise, I swear. Oh, okay. Miser was next to me, guiding me on each and every step. I grind the coffee beans we went out to buy this evening, making sure I get the right taste out of them. I muttered to myself how abysmal the results were from earlier today, and that I should practice one more time today. Miser teaching you how to grind. Yes. Coffee beans. Coffee beans, yes. Miser returned to his normal form, deciding to guide me through it. Once again, I began to practice what Ignis seemed to really dislike earlier. Hot coffee. After grinding down the last of the beans, Miser took the coffee mill and looked inside. He nodded in approval.
均等に砕けてていい感じだね。じゃあ次はさっき言った通り、そこの茶こしを使って。
Right. Relieved, I squinted at the strainer I held. It made an incredibly fine grind. With this, we would get a more defined and pleasant flavor from the coffee, allegedly. In any case, first I had to try and be able to produce a normal cup of coffee. Don't try to make something ornate, just get the basics down first. Miser's words from earlier echoed through my head, and I followed them diligently. I set the paper filter on top of the carafe I pour in the coffee, spreading it evenly. I take the kettle of hot water and pour it in a spiral from the center to the edge.
そこで一度ストップ。20秒から30秒ぐらい蒸らして、全体にお湯が行き渡るのを待って。
Okay. The grains are starting to bloom.
よし。じゃあ追加のお湯を注ごうか。中心から今の粉の高さをなるべくキープしつつ、
Keep
ゆっ
everything
くり
even.
優しくね。
Once I used all the hot water that I had measured out. Now then, I'll move the dripper out of the way. From the carafe that was shaped like a lid. Wow. Steam rose gently with a full-bodied scent. We made coffee. I hurried to pour the coffee into a cup before the lovely vapors disappeared, and placed it in front of Miser, now seated. A much better cup of coffee. He sighed happily this time. Squinting his eyes, he looks down at the freshly poured coffee. He slowly brings it to his mouth. Waiting with bated breath. As I saw him take a gulp, I swallowed my own breath as the nerves began to take over. After slowly tasting the coffee's flavor,
すごいね。驚いた。
he answered the bare minimum as he took the cup away from his mouth. How am I supposed to interpret that?
食いつきがすごいな。もちろん、美味しいって意味でだよ。
You should read his body language. I was even able to read it. Miser answered me laughing as I postured my body forward, interrogating him.
いや、本当に美味しいよ。苦味も想像した通りの強さになってる。これならイグニスたちも前向きな評価をくれるんじゃない？
Cool. Hello! Hello, Crash! Hello, Raiders! Welcome in! Hello, hello! How is everybody doing? Forewarned. You're playing Forewarned. What's Forewarned? How was it? Yellow, yellow. Welcome in. We're playing an Otome game at the moment. We're playing Cafe Enchante, and we're romancing hot anime boys that are also otherworldly beings. Egyptian Phasmophobia, that sounds really fun. That sounds really fun, even though I'm never able to play Phasmophobia before myself because I always get too scared. Well, thank you for the raid, Crash. I hope you guys enjoy your time here. For Warren the Superior game, I'll have to check it out then. I don't know if I'll be able to play it because I might get too scared, but I will have to definitely check it out. Okay, let's see here. How's that? With that, Miser brings the cup to his mouth one more time. I put my hand to my chest in relief. Miser's face, as he drank this cup, was much more relaxed than the one he wore during practice earlier. I really improved. He really was just saying it to make me feel better. He thought that cup of coffee earlier was absolute shit like the rest of them. Of course, I still have much more to train myself with and learn. But now, I'll let myself enjoy the fact that Miser is happily drinking coffee that I made. After finishing a second cup, Miser lets out a very satisfied sigh.
上手にできてるよ。琴音はしっかり教われば成長が早
I
いタイプ
consider
なのか
myself
も
a quick learner, absolutely. Especially with hands-on learning. Oh no, that was the wrong button. We're hitting the button again. Don't take a shot. So don't you dare take a shot. Give me too much credit. I had a great teacher. I did have a good teacher. It was excellent simply because I had a good teacher. Of course, that teacher was Miser. I tried to learn how to brew coffee on my own. But when it comes to the basics of pouring a cup, I make mistakes and forget things, likely because I begin to feel so panicked. I guess it's important no matter what you're working on to have a little guidance from someone. It always helps. Yeah, take a shot of water, but don't like chug it. That's not a good thing either. Don't choke on it. Everybody here, we'll take this moment. We will hydrate. We will hydrate. It is a hydrate moment. Anytime that I accidentally hit that, we can hydrate. That's fine. Of water. Let's see here. Yes, a little guidance from someone. I should have had you teach me from the very beginning.
それはどうだろう。
Failure is a good thing to learn
何事
from.
も失敗の積み重ねで
For sure.
上達していくものなんだから。でも、先生か。
Oh no,
いいね。
don't let that go to your head now.
頼られてるって感じがするし、
Don't let that
そ
get
の
to your
響
head.
き
You're
悪
gonna
くな
start
いか
teasing
も。
me on that now. Now I'm embarrassed for calling you that.
美味しいコーヒーをありがとう。
You're
そうだね。
welcome, Miser.
お礼に俺からもコーヒーを入れてあげるよ。せっかくだし、
You made me
サイ
coffee.
フォンも使
Now
っ
I'll
てみ
make
せ
you
ようか。
coffee. The greatest form of flattery. Huh? Really? Okay, that sounds good to me. I nod to his wonderful suggestion and sit, switching places with Miser. Miser, now behind the counter, looks over the coffee beans we bought and scrutinizes them.
さて、今回は他ならぬ君がお客さんなわけだし、
Sometimes it's good to view it from the point of the guest as well. From the point of the consumer, you can see where your faults are sometimes.
ちょっとずるいけど、張り切って入れちゃおうかな。
By all means, go for it. I'm watching. Huh? Oh, is he using magic? With a snap from his fingers. Oh, it's that CG from the opening. The coffee beans began to float and dance in midair. Each bean was breaking apart on its own, beginning to release a deep aroma. And the cups that were put away and jars full of sugar cubes began to dance in the air. What? Shocked? You're shocked that the Demon King's using his magic? Come on, Kotone. We've known these guys for a couple months now.
よいしょっと。これやるの久しぶりだからな。うっかり落とさないようにしないと。
Considering everything that you're holding is fragile, either glass or porcelain, or ceramic, it's a good thing not to drop any of it. Miser flicks and points his finger in all sorts of directions. As if performing a synchronized dance, the water, now hot again somehow, emerges from the carafe and pours itself into the flask attached to the siphon.
ああ、聞き忘れてた。ことね。
Preferred
ブ
blend?
レンドコーヒーなら
I don't-
君はどんな味が好み？
I don't know about coffee. Just make me some coffee. I don't have any preferences in particular. Just something that isn't too acidic.
オッケー。それじゃあコロンビアを多めにしておこうか。
Am I going to learn about coffee purely from a Tome game? Responding to my request, some freshly ground coffee grinds separate themselves. Wait, some freshly ground coffee grinds separate themselves and are lowered into a measuring bowl of their own. While that was happening, various other tasks necessary for pouring a cup of coffee were conducted all around him in midair.
はい。お待たせしました。
There'll be a coffee test
君
later.
専用の魔
Oh
王様。
no, is it like how
Special blend
Amnesia
です。
made me do math? Am I going to have
暑い
like
から気をつけ
an
てね。
exam on coffee at the end of this? Well, maybe that's on Miser's route. On Miser's route, to be able to get the good end, you have to pass the coffee exam. Special blend. All right. As I sat there astonished, Miser's face closed in on me. Coming back to my senses, my hands held a cup that appeared and was filled with a captivating, shimmering black coffee.
あれ、もしかして好みの香りじゃなかった？
No, I was just surprised. I didn't know you could use your powers on something like making coffee. With my surprise, I failed to watch any of the steps, like how to use the siphon.
何回も言ってるでしょ。何でもありのチート魔王だって。
I'm all powerful, that's why you should fall in love with me.
とはいえコーヒーに関しては結構こだわりがあるし、これだけはそれなりに練習したけどね。
Wow. So there are even things that even you have to practice, huh?
まあね。俺ってばチートはチートだけど、 別に全知全能じゃないからさ。
Oh, but I just said you were the all-powerful demon lord.
結局はできることしかできないし、知らないことは知らないわけさ。
Man, he's gotta be relatable, right? He's gotta be at least somewhat human in some form or fashion.
コーヒーの入れ方だってソーアンから教えてもらっただけだし、
Ah!
こんな器具やら何や
Why
ら
are we
知り
screaming,
もしなかっ
Asuna?
たし。
Welcome in, Asuna. What? I'm sorry. I am a computer program. I can't be anybody's wife. I'm sorry. I'm but just a recollection of somebody else's memories, along with an AI and a computer managing memory storage and creating my own memories. I cannot be a wife. I cannot be a wife. Playing a tollmates and breaking hearts. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Even still, I don't really know you, Asuna. I can't make a decision one way or the other like that. I gotta get to know you first before I would even consider something like that. Where was I with this? Miser, what does he say? He's making coffee. Equipment and bring methods.
それに、ほら、俺って大雑把だから。
Battery's low. My
こういう
battery's
細かい
also low
動き
tonight.
実は苦
But
手
you
でさ。
got dashed. I'll see you next time then. Thanks for stopping by.
高級なカップを派手に割って、ソーアンに雷を落とされたことも一度や二度じゃないよ。
Man, Miser, just wrecking shop. Bull in the china closet, aren't you? Knowing Grandpa, he would have given even you a few lectures in a row and not think twice about it. In fact, was there really anyone, human or non-human, who could go toe-to-toe with a man who lived like him?
けど、その経験があるからこそ、君に入れる機会が訪れたわけだし。コー
Oops,
ヒ
I
ー
cut
って
him off.
さ
I'm sorry, Miser.
自分で入れて
I'm
飲む
sorry.
のもいいんだけど、誰かに入れてもらった方が美味しいんだよね。
Because it's imbued with somebody else's love.
その気持ちを君に送ることができてよかったよ。
Oh, get soft with me now, dude. Oh. That's all you gotta say, Katone?
そうだ。いいか、覚えとけ。ことね。コーヒーは自分で飲むのもいいが、
Oh, right. He's
自分で入れる
quoting,
よ
he's
り
quoting Grandpa.
誰かに入れてもらう方がうまいんだよ。
Grandpa used to say the same thing. I taste the coffee Miser poured me. I took a bigger sip. There was a gentle, bitter flavor that spread as I tasted the coffee, and after its warmth embraced me, I finished my cup. Yeah, I think I get it. The coffee you made me is really good.
そっか。お気に召していただき何より。
Slowly continued to drink the coffee that was poured for me. I look over at Miser, who continued to use his magic as he began to clean up. Hey, ever since we met for the first time, you've been so nice to me. Why is that? I come into the room with the gate, and he comes out from whatever demon world he hails from, and immediately embraces me and looks like he wants to kiss me. I wonder why he's nice to us, Kotone. I wonder why he's nice to us. You can't be an Otome MC if you aren't at least a little clueless. Wait, did I meet you at some point in the past, Miser? Alright, we did know each other before, didn't we?
ほんの短い時間だったからね。
And he holds that
覚えてないのも無理は
he
ないよ。
holds that pretty near and dear to his heart. It's because we met before when I was little, isn't it?
そうだな。
Did I do like the little kid thing where it's like, oh my gosh, I'm a little kid and I enjoy being with you so much. I'm going to marry you one day. I swear that's what's gonna be. I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
自分でもよくわかってないけど、多分そうなのか
Oh my
な。な
god.
ら 親愛の
Bark
情
like that,
っ
dude.
てやつ？
Scared my Oh, my heart skipped a beat. Oh my goodness. What do you say? I don't really understand myself, but yeah, I guess that's it. Maybe it's something like a parental love. Yeah, that was a heckin' bork. That was a heckin' bork. It scared me. I saw my code flash before my eyes.
君が困っていたら助けてあげたい。悲しそうなら笑顔にしてあげたい。脅威があれば守ってあげたい。うん、そうだな。俺はあの頃からずっとそう思い続けてるよ。
It's unfortunate I don't remember. I'm certain I would have spent a lot of time with you if you'd been around.
いいんだよ。俺にはこれでも十分すぎるくらいだ。ああ、でもそっか。いざ振り返ってみると俺たち感動の再会の割にはろくな挨拶してないね。
You know what? You probably
いっ
haven't.
そここで仕切り直そうか。
Their way of greeting me last time really wasn't the best. The first time, or not the first time, but the first time we met in this game. With that, Miser exits the counter, narrowing the gap between us and speaks. Oh no, is he going to get close again?
ここは幻想
Don't
の
get too close
狭間。
again.
古き絆と新たな出会いが交錯する場所。はじめまして、素敵なお嬢さん。あなたにお会いできて嬉しいです。
This was Enchante, the namesake of the cafe. A word expressing the joy of meeting someone. I could feel the way he did in my heart. My response was simple, but true. Yes, me too. That rhymed there. Chapter 3. Are we going to finally be able to get into the route? Can we pick a route now? A few months have passed since I moved here, so we've been here for like 6 months now. All of those documents, all the certifications needed. Dealing with upgrading all the equipment. The aroma of coffee floated in the air as the cafe signaling the arrival of a new owner. The interminable? I'm going to say interminable. The interminable training I went through just to be able to pour a cup of coffee. The situation, not knowing left from right. Here was such an eccentric bunch of guests. After overcoming so many challenges. Finally! It's finally the day! Cafe Enchante is back in business. It's a crowd of people. I thought we weren't going to get many people. Maybe it was just for theatric effect. Huh? Why are you all excited? I changed into a new uniform and made so many preparations too.
いや、そう言われてもな。そりゃめでてえはめでてえが、正式オープンつってもよ。
何度も繰り返しているように、ここは人払いを施してい
Yeah,
るので
that's what I was about to say. I'm like,
新規
how
顧
shall
客が
these
来る
people
とし
get
ても
here?
非常に稀なこと。
だからなんというか、
Nothing
俺
here
た
has
ちか
really
らす
changed.
れば環境的に変わったことはないんだよ
Oh,
ね。
come on. You can still be happy. It's official.
一緒に喜んであげたいけど、僕もいい年だから、どうしてもそんな考えになっちゃってね。
Really? I know I was looking forward to it, but I imagine everyone would be excited when the day came. This was shocking. I decided to tuck away the party popper I was keeping in my pocket before anyone had. Oh, Kotone. Someone did happen to voice some support for me though, after my horrible flop.
ともあれ、イグニスも言っていたが、めでたいことに
Yes,
変わりは
this
ないが、
is.
ここは何かしら祝い事をすべきではないか。
それじゃあ、オーソドックスにパーティーでもするかい？
Yeah, a little reopening party.
リンド、それはあなたが不在の間に
Sadly,
近し
you were
いこ
not
とをすで
present.
に行っています。
I had to get to know the otherworldly guys before I got to meet you, you old man.
そうなんだ。 しかも初耳で地味にショック。
Ouch. Well, you know that party, it was right before the GPM attack. Yeah, that's a thing. The Stranger's Tea Party. That really was something, wasn't it? Oh man. It could have been Stranger. You could have gone to Wonderland. You could have gone to Wonderland, my dear.
パーティーでもいいけど変わり映えしない内容はね。
Oh, come on. Just
まあ
for
会
the
場の雰
equation.
囲気ぐらいならいくらでも変えられるけどさ。
今度はどのような装いにしましょ
A
う。
lava
溶
landscape?
岩地帯や断崖絶壁あたりが
I don't know if I would feel very
お金にとっては新鮮
reassured
でしょうか。
having a tea party or any party next to a lava landscape. That seems a little concerning. Ew, those aren't so much refreshing to me. And those are places I'd never like to come near, okay?
つがなんでそんな極端な場所をチョイスすんだてめえは。
Aiden is like, you dance, motherfucker.
僕がディナーにエスコート
Ah,
はおまけがいっぱいいるから無理か。
Rindo. Stop. We already had dinner already. Lava side tea parties don't seem OSHA approved. They don't really seem OSHA approved. So I don't know if I can do that, at least with the business. I could get in big trouble for that. Even though I'm the only employee here. No, you don't need to. I'm not suggesting that everyone has to celebrate with me. I just thought it would be a little sad to open the cafe and not acknowledge it. Yeah, it's just for the occasion. To mark the restart. It might be true that to everyone else, their normal lives have simply returned to them. But to me, this was a brand new start. Sweet Dongo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the memory database. I hope you enjoy the stream. There'll be lots of talking, but hopefully we'll get on our route tonight. But thank you so much. Let's see. But to me, this was a brand new start. Exactly, this is a brand new start for us. It was my first big step toward my new life. So at least it would make me happy if we could all have a proper tea party to celebrate. Have a coffee party? We could have a coffee party. My eyes scan their faces, waiting for their thoughts to appear.
あなたは少々ささやかすぎる嫌いがあるな。
Huh?
カヌスの言う通りかもね。おじさんたちの都合な
I'm
んて気に
trying
し
to
な
be
いで、もっ
considerate,
と君
not
自身の主
necessarily
張をぶつけていいの
modest.
に。
Like there's a humbleness, yeah. I'm trying to be considerate of y'all.
今日は大事な日なんだ。祝え常連どもってね。
Kanis and Mr. Rindo look at each other.
でもまあそうだよね。俺たちが祝わなくて
True.
誰が祝うんだって話だし。
My world at this particular coffee cafe is pretty small. But I'm not gonna force you just because you happen to be the few people that are stuck in my little world.
お茶会やろうか。今度は正真正銘アンシャンテの再会を祝してさ。
Yes. Let's have a party. With Miser's smile, everyone else begins to comment supportively about the tea party.
俺は別に元から反対してたわ
Not
け
like
じゃ
I
ね
was
えし。
against it or anything.
お前がやりてえな
Baka.
いいんじゃねえの。
We can do it, that's what you like. Okay. Alright, soon. Alright, Ignis.
私も皆の意見に賛成です。これまでの経緯を考えるに彼女を祝うのは自然な流れかと。
Thank you. Alright, I'll get everything ready. What sort of food does everyone want?
はいストップ。
Uh,
なんとなくそう来るとは思ったけどさ。
huh?
今回も俺たちが準備するからさ。琴音はゆっくり休んでなよ。
Mm-hmm.
開店の一番の功労者なんだし。
Let me help a little. This is my cafe too.
そうそう。
This
そ
this
れに
is my
琴音ちゃんは
cafe. You guys
普
were
段か
guests
ら
at
こ
this
このメンツの
cafe.
食事やら何やら面倒見てるんだからさ。
Ah. Okay.
ここは我々に日頃の恩を返させてはくれまいか。
You just don't want me making coffee for you. That's it, isn't it? Oh, I didn't read what she said. What did she say? Really? Yes, really. Really? Everyone actually wants to help me. I don't feel like I've done enough for them to owe me any kind of debt. But it really does bring joy to my heart that they would be so thoughtful. I'll take you up on your offer. Thank you very much. After mentioning to come ask me if there was anything they didn't know. Yes, I mentioned that. I took their advice and went to relax quietly in my room. I can't relax. Thinking back, whenever I had free time, I was either cooking or studying to prep for the reopening of the business. Now that I didn't need to do that, I was totally bored. How is it that I have more free time now that we've officially reopened? I couldn't help but question the issue. They wouldn't mind if I were to come down just to see how things were going, right? In the end, the fact that I was bored still remained. I decided the best thing was to go see how they were all doing. I was just so curious to see what kind of work they were all getting done. I'm sorry, Canis. As for Canis, he mentioned he was in charge of making the meals today. He did make a note of being clumsy before, but I wonder how he is at cooking. Maybe he's a barbecue master like the med student in Seven Scarlet. Maybe wearing a bubble vest makes you just like a master at cooking. Hello? I enter the kitchen slowly, so that I don't startle him. There in the kitchen, which had become my training ground recently, I saw Canis carefully trying to use a knife, which was wobbling unsteadily in his hands. Bubble vest equals barbecue certified for sure. I guess that's the sign we need to look for whenever someone's barbecuing. You gotta be wearing a bubble vest. I'm sure Ignis, who I couldn't see, was out in the storehouse trying to find some more ingredients. Noticing my arrival, he turns toward me after carefully putting down the knife. I came to see how you're doing. No, nothing in particular. I was just wondering how the cooking was going. I looked at the ingredients that he had laid out on the cutting board. A fresh tomato, a large cut of bacon, and eggs cut into small pieces. Some bread was off to the side with the crust cut off of it. Ah, so you happen to be making... Canis, are you making sandwiches? Is that... Is pink embarrassment? I need like one of those color keys like they give you whenever you buy a mood ring. They're on the larger side, but that makes them appealing in their own way. But actually, this isn't good. Just looking at this makes me want to. Hey Canis, is it okay if I help you out with this too? I couldn't help but want to make something after seeing all this here. I mean, I just enjoy cooking. Definitely. Let me, Canis, let me help you. Canis attempted to refuse my help at first, but... Absolutely, something to do. Thank you, sir. Sure thing. I'll wash my hands first. Canis and I make quick work of the vegetables as we stand together. There were no major mistakes, and even though he said he was clumsy, I felt that Canis was actually fairly talented at cooking. As I was watching this new side of him in admiration. It looked as if Canis picked up some of the scraps. I think that's another typo. Oh my gosh, these little typos are gonna drive me nuts. There's not many of them, but whenever I come across them, I'm just like, wait. Is it me? Or is it them? It looked as if Canis picked up some of the scraps from the vegetables we had cut. Oh, and somehow made them disappear into his face. Did you eat it? I felt like I was experiencing deja vu. Oh, the cookie! Right, we were like, with the cookie. Pink is embarrassed. Yeah. Blue is neutral, pink is embarrassed. He must have been embarrassed after I caught him taking bites while he was cooking. The flame coming from his neck was red. But what I was more curious about was... I wonder what happens to the food. It was even more fascinating this time, since he didn't have a helmet on like before. Will he eat something else? We're just watching and waiting for him to eat. Hoping he would, I continued to stare at him. That's not gonna help make him eat something else. Huh? He misinterpreted my staring. Before I could mention he was mistaken, he hands me a piece of the bacon that he'd cut. Does he expect me just to eat it like this? I mean, my hands are full. He's feeding me. He's feeding me bacon. Okay, maybe just a bite then. Now you just have to feed Connors. I had to take a bite here and I'd be like, here, let me feed you in return. Thinking about it would just make the whole thing even more embarrassing, so I decided that I'd just open my mouth. The very moment I had bacon in my mouth. I'm not Ignis. We're making food. We're making food, Ignis. Don't we're not playing around. We can hear Ignis's exasperated voice as he side-eyes us walking through the kitchen. Hannes and I quickly separated ourselves. We went back to work in a fluster. We were just cooking Kanas. So... So why did you have to say it like that? It was a piece of bacon! Ignis, who said he'd prepare his favorites, the meats, focused intensely on the frying pan in his hand. Gosh. Hannes and I entered the final step of putting the ingredients into the bread and cutting the sandwiches. As sandwich after sandwich was completed, Hannes suddenly begins to speak.
少し良いだろうか。
Yeah? What is it?
アンシャンテの再オープンについて。皆きっと本心ではアンシャンテが続くことをとても喜んでいるはずだ。その望みを叶えてくれた礼をこたびの茶会で少しでも新たに返せれば。
I could feel a boundless sincerity within each and every word he spoke. I'd also like to thank all of you. I was only able to take on this amazing cafe because of meeting everyone here. I met his sincerity with complete honesty, leaving no room for doubt about my feelings. A few hours later, the preparations for the tea party went along smoothly thanks to everyone's efforts.
あとは
Okay, so that really was a choice at that point. I didn't get to go through doing everything. Okay, cool. So we might be put on a route somewhat soon. Because before the last time, it was essentially kind of like introduction, going through everybody when there was a choice. In regards to which person do you choose. Miser snaps his fingers and Il puts his hands together as if he were praying. The inside of the cafe turned back into the same whimsical setting as the last party.
なんだ、結局はこれかよ。お前らも芸がねえな。
It's still pretty.
失礼だな。こんなに綺麗な空間
It is pretty.
邪悪な魔王様的には力作なんだよ。
我には好ましい景色だ。アンシャンテの再会。その始まりは前回の茶
There
会
we
の
go.
時だったのだ
There's a symbolism to it. I also really like this place. Back then, when they'd all showed me how deep their bonds were with Grandpa, I still didn't really feel like months had already passed. I mean, I meant what I said. I enjoyed this place and how much peace it always brings me. Sorry, Ignis, there was an art budget. There was only, we've got to start reusing scenes. We only had so much to give. We gotta save money for those big, like, hey, Ignis, did you want a new party setting? Or did you want to have, like, a really stunning CG for your route? You know, I think you probably want a stunning CG for your route. So we had to reuse the beautiful garden. It looks fine, okay, Ignis? Everyone chose their seat and poured their favorite drinks for themselves. Being just a tea party, there was no call for a formal toast. So then, let's eat. After thanking everyone for the prep work, I took a sip of the coffee I'd brewed. Although Ignis's dishes were piling up everywhere, I savored all the meals that were prepared. Mr. Indo gives a carefree smile as he watches how I react to each dish I taste.
すっかり君も非日常に染まっちゃって、おじさんはちょっと複雑な気分だよ。
もうリンドウも諦めてさ、染まっちゃえばいいんじゃない？そうした
I'm
らほら、
enjoying all the
悩まな
food,
くて済む
okay?
よ。
Let me enjoy my party.
そういうわけにはいかないでしょう。彼女が悪の道に染まらないよう、僕がちゃんと守ってあげないとさ。
How should I respond? Do I just stay quiet? The one who jumped into the argument between the two agitated men was unexpectedly ill.
私たちから
Let
す
her
れば
enjoy her hot
GPM の方が
food.
よほど悪の定義に
Let
近い
me
かと思います
let
が
me enjoy my very hot eye candy. Just candy. There's my candy. It's so sweet in here. Let me enjoy my red hots.
え、嘘？本当に？
なんで意外そうな顔
The
してんだよ。
steamy
襲撃時
coffee.
の下っ端どもの
Yep.
態度、悪役そのものだったじゃねえか。
詐
Yeah.
欺まがいの行為に恐喝。果ては丸腰の少女をも巻き込み、銃を用いてまでの襲撃。誰がどう見ても間違いなく悪人の所業であ
Says
った
the
ろうな。
knight. Absolutely. Mr. Rindo let out a surprised emotion in the form of a frustrated grunt.
GPM が悪の組織なら、リンドウはそこの中ボスかな？
Maybe the mini boss.
中間管理職だからあながち間違ってはないけど、なんか嫌だな、その呼び方。
It's like this is a game or something. It's not one of those games, though. Not that I think, anyway. As that conversation continued, suddenly I meet eyes with Mr. Rindo.
そうだ。せっかく異世界や人外の話が出たんだし、君たちのこと、彼女にもう少し詳しいことを教えてあげたら？
せっかくも何も非日常がどうのこうのって話を切り出したのはてめえだろうが。
He's here to collect our personal data to give everybody target advertising.
しかし今日はくしくもアンシャンテの再オープンという大事な節目。
もちろん、俺は構わないよ。琴音が聞きたいことがあるなら、何でも答えてあげちゃいますとも。
ことね、どうでしょうか。私たちに改めて何か質問はありますか？
This is gonna be no choice. Questions? Well, when you ask me like that, you promised me to ask something, but it was so sudden. No decent questions. No decent questions would come to mind. Kotone. Kotone. My gosh.
例えば、彼らの故郷のこととかどうかな？
I know that, but yeah, tell me about where you're from. Mr. Rindo threw me a lifeline. Where's everyone from? Oh, I'd like to hear about that.
人外そのものについては、彼らとの交流で少し理解があると思うけど、
Not really.
異界そのものは全然わからないでしょ？
He was right. I can more or less assume what non-humans are like from Miser and the others here. But beyond the gate, I still knew nothing of the worlds that were out there.
故郷。まあ話すのはいいけどよ。わかりづらくねえか、それ。
You can give me just like the TLDR and then we'll start filling in the gaps later. It's alright.
そこはほら、僕がちゃんとフォローするよ。そう、これを使ってね。
Did you rate me like an Other Worlds for Dummies book? A large tablet. Did you bring me an Otherworld database? Oh my gosh, I can add that to mine and then we can just expand the knowledge. Oh, don't worry, they'll feel Anyway, Mr. Rindo pulls out a large tablet from his bag on the floor. What's that for?
僕のお仕事用端末。イグニスも言ってたけど、言葉だけじゃ分かりづらいかと思ってさ。見せられる範囲でだけど、視覚的な資料があった方が分かりやすいと思ってね。
He quickly begins to operate the tablet.
どうことねちゃん。まずは誰の世界が気になるかな？
The fairy world. Kanas. Tell me about Kanas. Can I hear more about the fairy world where Kanas is from?
メディオについてか。ならば、 我が語るべきであろうな。
タブレットは私が操作しましょう。カヌスが触ると壊れ
Right,
てし
he's
まいますから。
unfortunately, he's technologically disadvantaged. Observed world number XXXXX Fairy World Medio. A world populated by what humans considered fairies, a mythical, metaphysical creature. It appears to be governed by a monarchy. According to observations, it is a world teeming with nature. Its beauty ranks among the highest of all alternate worlds. It is believed that folklore rooted in the human world, such as Lenan Side and leprechauns, derived from beings of Medio. Oh wow! To think it's such a beautiful world!
ああ、あの世界の美しさは我自らが保証しよう。
So I'm curious about the GPM. It's another world. Tell me about the Asmodia. Will you tell me about the Demon World Miser?
お、それじゃあそこを牛耳る魔王様自らが解説してあげようじゃない。
Miser Sensei. Hi. Onegai shimasu. Absorbed world number XXXXX Demon World Asmodia. Losing its sun, the world is pitch black, its land illuminated by a dark moon. Its atmosphere is filled with miasma, with swamps of terrible poison swelling about. The non-humans that live there are called demons, who are creatures of impulse and fight in endless bloody wars. The leader of such a dangerous species is the strongest of them, the demon lord Miser Alex. So Miser's just a I guess title? Or maybe it's the last name? So technically you're Rex. My gosh! Why did you why do you have to be Rex like Rex Lapis? Nyasma? Nyasma? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they got some cat demons there. What are they called? Not Bakemono. Maybe Bakemono? I don't know. There's a particular Japanese like yokai that's like a cat demon thing, cat monster. Additionally, humans live in this world too. Not many, but every few centuries a hero is born of them. The heroes vow to rid the world's miasma and subdue the one responsible, the Demon Lord. Oh my gosh, this really is just like a fantasy world, isn't it?
でもさ、実はアスモディアの正気って魔王とか関係ないんだよね。あれ、もともとの世界環境だし、万が一俺を倒せたとしてもどうにもならないんだけど、勇者一族はその辺知らないっぽいんだよね。どうするんだろうね。俺が死んでも世界が戻らなかったら。
Wait. It said Miser Alex, but you're Miser Rex? Is that a discrepancy, or is that an error like in the game, or is that just a discrepancy that us the player is supposed to pick up on? Or is it another person entirely? Like, that's the end of the report. However, this didn't come from observations of Asmodia. It was simply a report straight from the Demon Lord Miser. This report was based on heresy from him, and as such, we weren't able to verify whether or not his words were true. At the very least, I understood that the demon world is a very harsh world to live in. Just then,
勇者一族とかいうやつら、そいつらが不憫でならねえな。
it's a fruitless effort.
そう勇者ってだけで無条件でチヤホヤされるんだし、意外とバッドエンドがお似合いかも
Oh
よ。
my gosh.
あとレポートにもあったと思うけど、これ全部ミシェルからの話だからね。
あれ、信用ないな。善意で聞き取り調査に協力してあげたっていうのに。
According to Mr. Rindo, demons were a very rare species. The only one who had actually ever appeared and was cooperated in ever being studied was Miser here. So I'm curious about um I'm curious about this strange world called the GPM. Oh, then this is more about this world. But can I hear more about the GPM?
僕のところ構わないけど。前にあらかた
I have
話し
to
ちゃ
go
った
through it
気も
again.
するな。
Oh, well, not just about the GPM, but how the GPM see non-humans. I've only heard about how GPM officials, including you, Mr. Rindo, had this idea that non-humans are just dangerous.
それはまあ事実だからね。
よし、その喧嘩買った。表出ろや、リンド。ローストリンドにしてやっか。
They turn you into a Rindo roast. Ignis, calm down. Comments like that are probably how false perceptions like this are spread. For some reason, Mr. Rindo led the chat in a way that I'd end up falling through. In any case, it's easy to see more than one side of people by living with them. The demon lord who likes coffee, the demon beast who loves to eat, the straight-laced knight, the fallen angel who loves games. Seeing them all like this, it's hard to wrap my head around the concept that non-humans are fierce and evil.
なるほどね。まあここにいるメンツを見ているとそう思うのも無理ないと思うけどさ。
Although it's not like I'd just forgotten his warning that these men aren't human. It's just, how exactly do people from the GPM define what dangerous really means?
そういうことか。
After contemplating for a bit, Mr. Rindo takes control of his tablet and shows me a particular screen.
別にこれは極秘でもなんでもないから事情知ってる君には見せちゃうけど。
You're gonna show me something absolutely horrible? The non-humans we are forced to remove and observe are usually divided into groups. Type 1, non-humans, intelligent and capable of speech. Type 2, non-humans, incapable of speech and friendly. Type 3, non-humans, incapable of speech and hostile. The mission of the combat branch is to subdue and or deport Type 1 non-humans that show malicious intent and Type 3 non-humans. According to this, non-humans that are friendly aren't considered dangerous. That's how I understand it. If that's the case, then wouldn't everyone at Enchante be an exception?
表向きはね。でも結局強大な力を持つ人外をそのまま野放しにはできないんだ。巧妙に悪意を隠している人外もいれば自覚なく力を振るってしまう人外だっている。そしてそこで振るわれる力というのは大抵が人の命をたやすく奪ってしまうような凶悪
Flattening an
な
entire
ものだっ
world
たりするんだ。
in 5 seconds.
何かがあってから誰か
Maybe
が
I
傷つい
shouldn't
てか
have
ら
asked about the
誰か
GPM.
が死んでから
Kind of brought the mood down for a little party
人
here.
間はあまりにも脆すぎる。そうなってからじゃ遅すぎでしょ。だからさ、あいつはいいやつだなんて理由じゃ野放しにはできないのさ。誰しも感情的にはきっといい方向に考えたいんだろうけどね。
I get it. I was able to understand something new by listening to you today. Thank you, Mr. Indo. It seems like the relationship between humans and non-humans ran deeper than I thought. So I'm curious about... Tell me about the Heavenly World. Can I hear more about the Heavenly World? Where Eel's from?
展開についてですか。
Well, it's heaven. Observe world number XXXX. Heavenly World. Kyle? Realm? Like realm? Calm? Realm? Kelm? In the world where the dyadic species known as angels and fallen angels in the human world reside. Also, according to Il, abbreviated, of Enchante, the only being on record that has been communicated with.
展開ですか。とても綺麗な世界ですよ。
Is what he had to say. Proceeding with further details or any conversation whatsoever was not possible. The world is assumed to have been created out of an energy that is impossible to be described in a physical sense. End report. These reports are very small.
リンド、これ、会話は続行不可能とか、もっともらしく書いてるけどよ。
That was strange. That was strange.
単にイルとの会話を諦めただけだろう。
仕方ないじゃない。君たち抜きでこのポヤポヤ打天使様と会話するのは難易度高いんだってば。
おや、私は問われたことをそのまま答えただけな
That
ので
might
す
be
が、
the exact
何
opposite
か情報
problem.
の過不足がありましたか？
ああ、平気平気。リンドウの聞き方が悪かっただけだから気にすることないよ、イル。
Still, there isn't much information at all written here.
展開はとにかく閉鎖的でね。ほとんど調査が進んでないんだよ。天使の存在自体、魔族と並んでレア中のレアだから、イル以外の個体も探しようがないし。
I see. That's why when the GPM officials attacked us, they were so surprised after hearing that he was a fallen angel. Oh, by the way, I heard that Eel had become a fallen angel after breaking the laws of Kaum. A fallen angel refers to an angel that had become tainted, right? Could that reason be...
ゲームか。
Video games? Video games, you mean?
ゲームじゃねえだろうな。
No.
ゲームまさかね。
Could it be Otome games? Belated crash raid. Welcome in, Arya. Oh my gosh, you missed it. We got to see Miser and Casual Wearer like right off the bat. He didn't look bad. He looked kind of cute. Corrupted by Otome games? I don't know. Maybe it could be. You've got double Michi tabs? Man. 2 times the fun. Was it Otome games? He'll tilt his head in puzzlement. Just by looking at him, we could all infer the truth. I don't know if I was I'm not sure if I was able to infer the truth on that. Maybe it was Otome games, maybe it wasn't. I've been playing Genshin, but I've been lurking. Genshin is a good thing to play. Honestly, Kia needs to get back on it and finish out the Lantern Rite stuff to get Yao. But it's been a week. It's been a week, man. Yeah, you missed his casual wear. His casual wear is pretty cute. Maybe he'll wear it again. He didn't seem like he wasn't unhappy with it, but he much preferred wearing his normal clothes, so I probably won't see it very often. Okay, tell me about the Beast World Bestia. I'd like to hear more about the Beast World, where Ignis is from.
ああ、俺んとこなんざどうでもいいだろうが。
Stop being that way, just tell me about it.
では、私が代わりに解説しましょう。リンド、タブレットを貸してください。
Well, she asked me to talk about it, so I'm gonna talk about it.
Damn it.
Yeah,
悪いよ、何を勝手に。
I know you and your character type, Ignis. I could predict that. No data needed. Okay, some data needed. Very little data needed. I know your archetype. Give it here, shut an angel. I'll tell her all about Bestia. Oh no, it's cold. I probably should have taken a screenshot and sent it in hindsight. That's true. Hey, but there'll be a VOD. There'll be a VOD. Observe world number XXXXX. Beast World Bestia. From extremely cold land where a species thought to have evolved from animals, demon beasts, reside. Although the entire landscape is covered in frost, several different species live there. The number of their types exceeded even that of the fairies in Medio. Also, it's unknown why, but the frequency in which it connects to a wormhole is high. That said, residents of this world comprise a huge number of non-humans in the human world. Monsters whose base forms are animalistic and appear in human myths and legends I can read are believed to have come from Bestia. Right as Eel ends the report, Ignis takes the terminal away from him and throws it back towards Rindo. So that's what you mean by demon beasts. I always imagine it as more like the monsters that appeared in manga or games.
あれはどっちかってと魔族だろ。見た目も大体キモいじゃねえ
They
か。
look
一緒にするんじゃねえよ。
I don't know. Don't look at me like that.
イグニスは人型をとっていますが、動物に近
Some
しい
take more
姿の魔獣もい
animal-like
るそうですよ。
forms. I see. Could you do that too, Ignis? Are you our tsundere furry route?
あ、まあできなくはねえけどよ。こっちの方が楽だしな。
Ignis, like, I don't want to be perceived as a furry. Could it be that Bestia is kind of like a big zoo? Oh my gosh,
おい
Kotone.
ことね。今なんかすっげ
Yeah,
え失
she
礼なこと考
is.
えなかったか。
It's not a zoo, it's just a furry convention. Huh? No! You're just imagining things? His wild instincts are too good. Huh. Sorry, I was a little curious about this, but... What's a wormhole? It was also mentioned when we were talking about Bestia.
ああ、それか。
It's just a wormhole
なんて説明し
that
たらいい
connects
か
one
な。
plane of existence to
言
another.
葉通りといえば言葉通りなんだけど。
空間に開いた穴でしょうか。性質としてはゲートと同じものだと考えてよいかと。ただしずっとそこにあり続けるゲートとは違い、偶発的に発生消滅します。
It's a hole, but for worms. It describes itself. The word itself it's descriptive. When you suggest to think of them as gates, you mean they're portals to other worlds?
各世界で確認される現象だよ。突如発生し、異世界同士をつなぐ。
I cut him off,
実
sorry.
はこっちに来てる人
It's
類
always
が咲いて
Meiser
る
that I
理由
cut
ね
off.
そのホールなんだよね。
Huh. It sounds like you're saying they get caught in them by accident.
本人たちにとってみればすごい不運だと思うよ。
Oh my gosh, they got
気がつけ
isekai'd.
ば異世界だからね。
Isekai'd! True, if you were just thrown into a world where the culture and species are different. Those wormholes are pretty scary, huh? Is this what you were referring to, Miser, when you said there are other ways of coming to and from here besides gates? I heard isekai said a few times. What? Like, me? I'm not sure what to grasp from that sentence, I'm sorry. I'm also running on low battery, so computing is running low tonight.
そうそう、このホールのことだね。
From the voice
ただ
acting.
し、前にも言ったけど、行き来が表現的に正しいかな。
What?
ホールは開いたとしてもすぐ閉じるから。長ければ数日持つけど、短ければ一瞬。恒常的な移動手段には使えない。それとこれも理屈はわからないけど、仮に同じ世界、同じ場所でホールが発生したとしても、つながる先は毎度ランダム。A の世界でホールに落ちて B の世界へ。そして運よく B の世界でホールを見つけても、そのホールは C の世界につながってるとか。
Being such a mysterious phenomenon, if you did happen to fall into a wormhole, with extremely good luck, you might be able to travel world to world and come back to your own. That, all I can say is that it sounds terrible.
ホールの出先ばかりは斧が運次第。好きでそこに居つく者もいれば、帰る術を失い、
Yeah.
嘆く者もいる。
本当に稀だけどよ。人間界でもホールが開
Don't
く
be a
時はあ
dummy
る
and
か
fall
ら。
into one. Well,
Boget
alright,
として落ち
dummy.
ないよ。
I
気をつけろ。
know! I hit the button! Ah, drink of water, drink of water. It would be good to take a drink of water though. Drink and water. Hydrate. Let's see. I won't be a dummy and fall in Ignis. Is that something you can avoid by being careful?
それにしても琴音ちゃん、飲み込みが早くて驚きだよ。
Well, I've kind of already realized that I'm in a very odd situation, so this isn't really surprising.
メディオの説明に出てたリアナンシーやレプラコーンと
Well,
か
I know what
質問
leprechauns
されるか
are,
な
not
と
what
思ってたんだけど。
Lan and Seed. I don't know what that is, but I can only assume it's just another mythical being. Oh, well, for those, there were books that Grandpa had left behind. I saw those and tried studying on my own.
草案の本ですか？
なんと、それは興味深いな。
Yeah, I found a few old books while remodeling Grandpa's room. They were about legends and fantasies. I figured they might be related to all of you somehow and read them while I had time. They were for beginners, so it was easy to understand. And the illustrations were fun.
へえ、そうは裏でそんな本読んでたんだ。興味ないとか言ってたくせに。
Why are you blushing? Stop talking about my grandpa like that. I'm blushing, miser. That's kind of weird.
ガサツな人ではあったけど、あの人はあの人なりに君らへの向き合い方を考えてたんだろうね。
Miser smiles gleefully, while Mr. Randall smiles solemnly, both of them running through their own memories of Grandpa. Oh, wow. They're still learning things about Grandpa even after he's passed away. I'll take real good care of his books. Getting a call eel? Or maybe it's Rindo. Maybe it's me. Who knows? Miser plays the Colonel Sanders dating someone always around. Oh my god. They all kind of like... They've all had comments that seem like, So maybe Ilg set up the Colonel Sanders dating sim game on his computer and he's like, everybody, let's play. Let's play. It'll remind us of Solon. Immediately after making my declaration, my phone starts ringing. After excusing myself, I looked and saw... my face froze at the name displayed. It's work, isn't it?
ことね。誰からの電話だ？
Well, about that... my former employer.
それって君を散々酷使したっていう例の？
Yeah. Actually, since I resigned, they call regularly. Actually, almost every day.
はあ？
Mm-hmm.
望まぬ相手からの連絡。
Yeah.
それは非常に
Yeah.
鬱陶しいでしょうね。
それ、もはやストーカーの域だね。
Yeah. Turns out I guess I was working for like a black company. My heart was racing at this terrible noise. The ringtone was basically screaming at me. I could ignore it, just like I had been this whole time until now. Yet... Sorry. I'm gonna take this, okay? I need to do something about this already. I can't continue to be afraid of this shadow now that Enchante is opened officially. With everyone watching me, my trembling fingers tapped the screen. Hello? This is Awaki.
やっと出たか。なんで今まで無視し続けた？
I didn't respond for a moment, taken aback by the lack of a greeting in the attitude. What are you talking about? I've already resigned, you know. I've written my resignation letter. I quit for personal reasons.
ああ、ふざけてんのか。あのな、俺も鬼じゃねえ。別に仕
You're
事
not
辞め
jerk
るな
for
とは
sure.
言わねえ
So
よ。
then...
だがな、うちだって新人のお前を雇って育てるのに、時間も金も
That's
か
your
けてたわ
fault.
けだ。
That's your fault. As long as I've given my 2 weeks, I can get out of here and leave. You took the risk on me, and if you're gonna spend the money on employees, that's your own fault as a company. That's not my problem.
仕事を辞めるってのはな、それを全部
Yeah.
無駄にするって話だ。そこんとこ。
I
わかってんの
understand.
か？
Uh-huh. Shut your fucking mouth. Quit yelling at me. Ever since the day I'd started, my vision would go blurry every time I'd hear that screaming. There were always so many ways I could argue back too. Yet for some reason, those words never found their way out of my throat. Say it. Go off, Kotone. Go off.
それでも辞めるっつうなら、きっちり引き継ぎを果たして辞める。社会人として当たり前の
Oh,
ことだろ。
shut your mouth. I'm trying to tell you. I already gave out everything needed for everyone to take over my load of the work.
んなことで解決するわけねえだろ。
See, this is the point where you just hang up. Just hang up, Kotone. If you're not gonna give him a what for, hang up. This is too much. If I actually did that, they would definitely squeeze at least another year out of me. I'm terrified. More than anything else, I'm scared of that voice that always tore down my self-worth. Sir, this seems like a you problem. Exactly. Precisely there. This is a you problem, sir. I'm not the one running this company. I'm no longer affiliated with this company. This is not my problem anymore. I personally left that problem. Still. Oh my gosh! Wow, you predicted it so. Not that, like, this wasn't a very generic encounter here, but you predicted it. It's not my problem. I've always told you that it will come to a screeching halt if you continue running a business like that. That you need to fix things. But even then, you wouldn't listen to me. You're the one who never gave me someone to help me out. Go off, Kotone. Go off. Say it. Holding my trembling heart, I take a deep breath and decide to say what I felt. I found a place I want to protect far more than that company of yours. Fuck off. You're wrong, and I didn't choose this place because I wanted to be treated nicely. I chose this place because my grandpa gave it to me, and there's hot men here. You're probably ugly with the way that you yell. Yes, I did have some intentions deep down for that to happen. But it's different now. The people here, they want to see me grow. They don't rush me and care for me as I take each new step. They're strong. They never fake anything. They show me everything, not even hiding their smallest faults. Of course, there are still so many things I didn't know about them. Colonel Sanders has guided me to the light, absolutely. I'm here with my hot tea, or in this case, coffee. But this I could clearly say. I'm happy. Being with everyone here, to worry with them, to struggle with them. I don't really care what's going on over there now. Just know I'm not coming back. This place, this is what's important to me now. As I finished, I realized my shaking had stopped. I don't think that old me would have ever said that I was happy to struggle. I guess that was just how much living at Enchante had slowly healed my soul. Quit snarling at me. Fuck off, dude. My old boss stayed quiet after my speech. And you and I are both aware that it's been months since I've quit, right? Why? Through all this time, have you been... In that moment, I realized something. The reason why they would call a high school graduate who quit, who wasn't particularly amazing, so very incessantly. It can't be that your business isn't able to run without me? I haven't been in this particular situation, but I've been in the situation where a business would be struggling without my help. I've been in that position at least twice. The labor bureau. With a mutter, those words tremble out of me on reflex. As if realizing its ominous implications, the tirade of my former boss stopped cold. I've kept my own attendance record aside from what's in the company system. If you intend to cause any more trouble to me or my cafe in the future, I will send these documents to someone who would be very interested in seeing them. I have to go now. I pray we never cross paths again. End phone call. Hang up. Good girl. You did it, Kotone. Apparently my old department was in shambles within about 6 months after I left. It be that way sometimes. Especially with people like Mr. Bossman here. Or other people that aren't willing to listen. Even if they are nice. I hung up. Everyone was staring at me hard enough to burn holes through me. I put away my phone and after inhaling my lungs with oxygen as full as possible. I finally told them off! My body, which was ready to collapse, somehow grabbed onto the table reflexively. Seeing that... Don't laugh at me. Yeah, laugh with me.
ことね、すごいじゃないか。
The first thing I heard was the Demon Lord's applause, followed by his compliments.
いや、ほんとなかなかの手腕だよ。
I told him off.
口車でうまくやり込めた上に、最後にはさりげなく相手を絶望に突き落としていく。うんうん、とてもいいね。
Ah,
さすがは我が魔王軍期待の新人。
I'm not
そ
joining
れ
your
ぐらいはした
demon
たかでなき
army.
ゃ。
Don't say that. Mr. Demon Lord, sir, I have no recollection of ever enlisting. Along with Miser snickering, the smiling faces from everyone else in the room helped me ease my tension.
僕も驚いたな。ちなみにさっき言ってた勤怠記録云々の話っ
Did
て
they overwork me? Oh, I kind of just made that up. Back then, there was no way I had any time to take anything like that.
出任せ上等じゃねえか。それで付きまとわれなくなるなら安いもんだろ。
うん、それに素直に喜ばしかったな。
He's so happy.
この場所を誇るように大切な居場所だと。
I cut him off. No, I'm sorry.
や
I'm
は
sorry,
り琴
Kanas.
音はアンシャンテを守ってくれる素晴らしい人です。
Oh. I finally realized what it was that I said in the heat of the moment. There were no lies, and I have no regret for saying what I did. But it's starting to feel so embarrassing. Hello, Lux. Welcome in. Thank you for following. Welcome to the memory database. I hope you enjoy your stay. A little time had passed after the recent incident. In an effort to cool me down after all the excitement, I drank some iced coffee. So, considering today marked the new beginning for Enchante, I'm glad I was finally able to say goodbye to that place.
まあそれは言えてるかもね。君にとっては異
It
世
was
界
a
より
black
何より
company
元職場の方が
that
怖い
apparently
場所だ
couldn't
ったわ
function
けだし
without me. Yeah, compared to my last boss, alternate worlds and non-humans, none of that stuff holds a candle to how scary that was.
現地を見ずしてその判断はさすがに早計だと思うが。
知識にないからこそなのでしょう。その本質を知らなければどう恐怖すればいいのかも理解できませんし。
So, I said that because I don't know. Sure, that may be true.
それじゃ行ってみたらいいんじゃ
You
ない
want to go... You want to take me to the demon world like right now? Huh?
また適当なこと言いやがって。面倒なことになるのが目に
He's
見
like,
えてる
yes,
じゃんか。
let's go traverse the lands of miasma and poison and awfulness and through war. No, don't take me there, please.
先ほどリンドウから提供された情報をまとめるに、我々の故郷の中で比較的安全かつ観光向
The
けなのは
fairy world? There wasn't really much information on your world, Eel. Following the smiley miser, the one Ignis and Il turned their eyes towards was Kanas?
我の
Kanas!
故郷妖精界メディオか。
Are we going to start his route now? The instant that world's name came up, Mr. Rindo leaned forward, flushed.
え君たち行くってそれもし
Field
かしな
trip
くても
time! Come on, you're part of the gang here. Let's go on a field trip to the fairy world, Rindo. You can get some good information to put in your document.
そりゃもちろん異世界ですとも。せっかく徒歩0分の高立地なんだし、
Yeah, we go on a
有
little
効
field trip.
活用しなきゃ
It's a
損じゃない。
celebratory trip.
それにほら、百聞は一見にしかずって言うし、レッツゴー異世界へってね。
Let's go, Izakaye! So excited at that. Monster road trip. Wait, that's something else. Is that like another game? What? Off we go. What? I just imagine like anime where it's like, eh? Like the whole anime thing where it's just like the double take but with the eh. It's Monster Prompt 3. I see. I've never played any of the Monster Prompts, so I do not know that. Information information to store, or at least partial information to store into the catalog. To my grandpa in heaven, your grandchild has just officially taken over Enchante, and now she's about to literally step foot into an unknown world. We're about to be isekai, y'all. Are we gonna start his route? Oh man, I hope we're starting his route. Are we starting his route? Let's save and see. I'm excited. Finally. Truck-kun incoming. No! No Truck-kun. I
青
know.
ざめた死は
The pale hand of death? I'm sorry, what? Aida Morse.
等しく訪れ扉を叩く
It's not ominous.
貧しき者が住む小屋も王者が住まう宮殿もそうただ一切の区別なく
カヌス・エスパーダ。これからそなたには先代の役目を継いでもらう。辛い役割じゃ。あるいは女王であるわしよりも重く苦しい立場かもしれぬ。
What is his duty?
誰も喜ぶことなく、誰からも感謝されず。
Are you a Grim Reaper in a way?
むしろ忌避の対象にもなるじゃろう。少なくとも先代はそうじゃった。
She has a head, but you don't have a head.
それでもそなたは先代と同じ道を歩んでくれるであろうか。
それがこの世界を妖精界メリオを守るためならばもとより我はそのために生まれた身ならば朽ち消え果てるその瞬間まで
So
その
earnest.
責務を全うすることを誓おう。
そなたはいやカヌス、そなたの忠誠に深く感謝しよう。これより先どうかよろし
承知
Oops,
した
I。cut her off. Sorry. You were getting real dramatic there. I thought you were done. I'm sorry. She did not need to explain this to me. She did not need to confirm my acceptance. The only reason I was born was to accomplish just one thing. Yet the Queen spoke to me out of the kindness of her heart. At the same time, it is cruel. Yes, I understood it more than anyone. The Fairy of Death. Oh, so that's right, he's like a Grim Reaper. This name was the embodiment of the inescapable duty bestowed upon me. Man, here I am flirting with death. I don't know if that's a real smart idea, to be honest. The moment I stepped into the gate, I immediately felt like I was floating. Constantly rising. Constantly falling. As if I was inside a pool of water, my body was enveloped and I felt a pressure. Suddenly, a rush of wind made rough with sand blew in from my side. Huh? An eerie sound was whispering to me, along with the dry wind grazing my ear. As if seized by the sound, I felt a strange weight on my arms. My body began tilting, and I felt like I was being pulled downward. I don't know what you're saying. I didn't know what it was. I felt an extreme chill and threw off the weight in desperation. And then my body became light. I felt like I was being thrown up into space and hit by a sudden force of gravity. I slammed into something very hard. Ow! My vision was shaky after the impact. I was able to pick myself up, pick myself up somehow. There, the scene I saw was nature. It was Sumeru. Oh man. Wow. Amazing. Slammed into something hard. I thought the same thing. I wasn't going to say anything about it though. The ground. Get your head out of the gutter, Soap. It was the ground. Verdant greens and flowers beyond sight. Amazing good. Giant trees that touch the heavens. Roads that stretched endlessly and were colored with light shining through the trees. What is that? It looks like a whale? Looking at my surroundings more carefully, I saw all sorts of mysterious things that I'd never seen before. Oh, did I save? No, I haven't. Let me save. Let me save. We haven't saved since the beginning. It's good to save here. Change? Nope, still says main. 24 chapter 4, Pallied Moors. I thought we're on his route though. No, we shall see. I'm Saysoph, what are you talking about? Is it that, was it the, Nyatosis? Nyatosis, are you the Saysoph? I don't know. I don't know about that. Seems like your head's in the gutter. I'm not sure if Saysoph's a good name for you. This particular incarnation of Soph. They were all parts in some strange place I would never see back at home. It was as if... Yeah. I got isekai'd. I'm in another world. Wait, that's right. This is... I come back to my senses. My memory of what had just happened before being thrown out of here and had gotten hazy. That tea party the other day. It all started during a certain part of the conversation we were having.
そりゃもちろん異世界ですとも。せっかく徒歩0分の好立地なんだし、
It's our field trip.
有効活用しなきゃ損じゃない。それにほら、百聞は一見にしかずって言うし、レッツゴー異世界へってね。
And that was that. A suggestion from Miser, who made the whole ordeal sound like a day trip.
確かに妖精界メディオは気候も穏やかで危険な生物もほとんど存在しない。この場の面々の中でという意味なら一番危険が少ないとは思うが。
Besides Kanas caught a little off guard from suddenly having to speak.
じゃ決まりだね。いやー出発が楽しみだな。おやつにバナナとか用意しなくちゃ。
Why do you need to pack bananas?
なんでバナナだよ。
How the hell do you need bananas?
明朝で良いのではないでしょうか。今日となると今から向かっても大した時間は滞在できないでしょうし。
そうね。
He doesn't answer the
よく
banana
よく
question.
考えたら
Miser, why do you
俺
need
たちもそ
bananas?
こそこ付き合いあるのに
Why do you
お
specifically
互い
need
の
to
世界
pack
って行っ
bananas?
たことないもんね。うんうん。琴音もきっと楽しめるし、アンシャンテとしては画期的なイベントじゃない？
Huh? You really think so?
こらこらそこの楽しそうな魔王様。
The giddy little demon lord over there. Why are you so obsessed? I'm not obsessed with his banana. I just want to know why he is obsessed with his bananas. I was just starting to get caught in the rush of everyone talking about this trip when Mr. Rindo pumped the brakes.
そうやって気軽に彼女を異世界に引き込まないでくれるかな。
こっちのことを知りたいっつったのはこいつだし、別にいいじゃないか。
だとしても何も直接行く必要はないでしょう。さっきも言ったけど人間は脆いんだ。
Would you feel better if you came with us, Rindo?
君たちの世界の普通が致命的なことだったなんてのもザラだ。彼女が危険にさらされるのは避けたい。
I'm gonna tell May. There's gotta be at least one route where I don't die, so it'll be fine.
それにあのソーアンさんだって君たちの世界までは干渉しなかったでしょ。
ソーアンはそもそもデブ賞でしたから異世界に遠足なんざめんどくせえ と言っていた記憶があります。
I didn't really expect that. The grandpa I had always imagined would have dived headfirst into another world. As the excitement in the room grew, Kanes clapped his hands.
お前たち盛り上がるのは結構だが、当の本人が面食らっているではないか。行くか行くまいか、それを決めるのは琴音自身だろう。
Kanes' comment causes everyone to look towards me.
ああ、確かに。ごめんことね。きっと喜んでくれると思って、
No,
意
I
思
wanna
確
go.
認を怠っちゃった。
I would like to go. What? Oh no! I was honestly interested after hearing everyone talking about it. I replied in a fluster. Maybe talking of his homeworld was the reason for it, but Kanes seemed to become quite pensive for a moment before speaking.
ミシェルの言うことも、リンドウの言うことも、どちらも正しいと我は考える。我ら人外についての見聞を広め、知識を得るためにはまたとない機会だとは思うが、リンドウの言うように危険もまた数多くある。比較的安全な妖精界メディオで
Well,
さ
you
えも
take care of me, right? And it's a gate, so we can come back at
厳
any
しい
time.
世界かもしれん。ことね、それでもあなたは異世界へと渡ることを望むか？
Well, my life consists of these, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? These 5 men now that are constantly in my life because I can go do things, but I can't go do things because my life revolves around the cafe that only you guys seem to be able to enter. Let's go. Let's just do it. I deliberated for a moment. As Miss Dorinda said, I could still learn about other worlds within Enchante. And the fact that Grandpa never stepped foot into another world might even be more of a reason for me not to go. However, I want to go. It's not like I didn't get anxious thinking about going somewhere unknown. But still, I had to see it for myself. Kanes' world and everyone else's too. I want to know more about them. These feelings pushed me one step forward.
そうか。
Mm.
ならばせめてアンシャンテのマスターたるあなたに害がないよう真摯に努めるとしよう。
I believe you. You're a man of your word. And after that, Miss Dorinda was against the idea until the very end, thinking of my safety. His refusal was overturned by the group. He eventually agreed with the proposition, but only if he was able to join as well. Of course, yep. I was about to say, it's like, you just want to join? Come on, this would be a great experience for you to witness and then document. The morning after, with our representative Kanes leading the way, we all went through the gate. And for whatever reason, I had a weird trip going through the gate. So this is really Kanes' homeworld, the fairy world Medio. It's so bright. My eyes hurt. I only use dark mode. I only use night mode. Everything glimmers. After having to narrow my eyes from the light so bright that poured from the trees. Yup. Wow. I'm really in another world. I finally internalized my current situation. I wanted to see everyone's excitement, so I turned around and... Huh? There was no one there. Oh no. Oh no, that weird trip was... That weird trip probably threw us off now. Damn it. I looked around, figuring they would be easy to spot, but I couldn't see anyone around me at all. They were nowhere to be found. Not only that, I didn't even see the gate that we had just passed through. Someone fucked up. Someone fucked with my transportation. This isn't very cash money view. Huh? Kanes? Miser? Ill? Ignis? Mr. Rinto? No answer. Fuck, I've been abandoned in another world. Is this really Medio? I began to lose assurance in that fact. But it was Kanazu who held the doorknob as we went through the gate. Enchante's gate still had so many mysteries behind it, but there were a few facts that were clear. Though it does connect to countless other worlds, the world you travel to is dependent on who opens the door. That being the case, so long as Kanazu was the one who opened it, this should definitely be his home world. What do I do? Could something have happened when we went through? That time I got isekai'd away from my Death Fairy boyfriend. Sounds like a light novel. Sounds like a true light novel. Is it possible that this isn't Medio and I'm in a completely different world all alone? The excitement I was just feeling was being painted over with anxiety. No. No. That can't be. Anyway. Oh, calm down. Take a deep breath. There are things I can still do. If I try to walk off somewhere, it's possible I'll get even more lost. Right. I'll wait here a bit, and if no one comes, I'll walk just a bit. And checking just in case I take out my phone. But as expected, no signal. I waited there for 30 minutes, but didn't see any one of them come by. The weather didn't change, and the only thing I heard was the gentle sound of birds singing in the beautiful landscape. Alright. I tied a handkerchief I brought to the branch of a very obvious tree near where I arrived. Now work really can't call you. Man, the measures you gotta go sometimes to get work to not harass you whenever you're not... One, you've quit. Two, if you're off the clock. Man, personal time is sacred. And it's better than nothing, I guess. Someone from Enchante could pass by here, and they might notice it. Thankfully, there weren't many paths that split from here. Even if we did happen to miss each other, no one can miss his handkerchief. Next time I come to an alternate world, I should bring a whiteboard or a notebook or something. Bring, like, a loaf of bread and you can start leaving a crumb trail. Like Hansel and Gretel. My gosh, my model kind of freaks out anytime I take a sip of water. It's like, you've covered your face. Time to freak out. I ponder what may or may not come in handy in an unnecessary discourse with myself. Okay, let's get going. Making my decision, I begin walking along a path in this strange, distant world. Some time passed as I walked on. I squint intermittently towards the sunlight coming through the trees. I looked around at this unfamiliar world. I wonder how far this forest, I guess it's more of a grove, goes on for. The flower beds seem to stretch forever. Endless greenery surrounds me. Robust leaves growing above me in every direction resemble a verdant plumage. There are plenty of places in the human world that are full of nature. But then there's that whale-like animal. It's just floating in the sky. And best of all, even as a forest, this place has a feeling so unfamiliar to my world. There was like a tangible purity about it. I'm sure I would have enjoyed the scenery a lot more with everyone else. Unfortunately, I haven't caught a hint of where anyone might be. Maybe I really was tossed somewhere that isn't Medio. I really hope not. Muttering myself and considering that possibility. Why does it also sound like I am a motorcycle? Just get Venti in the background like In between the rustling of the leaves came a faint sound of laughter. Wafting towards me were creatures small enough to fit in the palm of my hand. With this particular type of thing, I didn't have to wonder if they were human or not. They had pointed ears, translucent bodies, and a pair of shimmering wings on their backs. Even before I stepped foot in this world, they were how I always imagined. Fairies?
そうよ。不思議なお客さん。変わった格好をしているわね。どこの子なのかしら。
I'm from the human realm. If there are fairies here, then this really has to be Medio. Oh, thank God. At the very least, it seemed like I evaded the worst possible outcome of being completely lost in another world. I was so relieved to see someone, anyone, that I collapsed and sat on the ground.
急に顔を隠してどうしたの？
Oops, sorry I cut you off, Miss Fairy.
それにあなたなんだか悲しそうだわ。
Yeah, I'm relieved though. The fairies questioned me, landing on my shoulder and curiously poking at my cheek. Don't poke at my cheeks! They're engrossed in their curiosity. I didn't detect a hint of caution from them. I could speak to them without reservation. Once you enter another world, you'll be able to speak its language, and the people will be able to understand you. Miser wasn't kidding. Trying to resist the tickling sensation from the hands of these girls, I managed to open my mouth and say something. Soph, stop! Obviously the ones on my face. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm okay. I was just so relieved.
安心？よくわからないわ。ええ、よくわからない。
Relief? You don't know what relief is? Well, I got separated from my friends who came here with me. I was trying to find them when...
仲間？それは私たちも知ってる妖精？
maybe one of them. Oh, I see. Maybe these two don't understand that I'm human or even what a human is. Well, I came here from another world. Through a gate. My, species is human, but... Do you know what that is?
人間？
Ningen.
ああ、私知っているわ。石と
I guess we have
別の世界で
rockets
しょ？
and metal, yeah.
女王様が見てみたいって話していたのを聞いたことがあるわ。
The queen? I wonder who that is.
それじゃあ、あなたは異界からのお客さんなのね。
Mm-hmm.
メディオへようこそ。きっと好きになってもらえるわ。おいでおいで、異界のお嬢さん。私、そうよ。とっても楽しい遊び場があるの。特別にあなたを連れて行ってあげるわ。
Could you help me maybe reunite with my friends, though? Play, I'm searching for my friends, so...
さあ、行きましょう。行きましょう。
Wait. Their little hands pull vigorously at my fingers. What should I do about these two? They're not listening to me, really. They're like children, just talking about whatever they want. I think if I try to shake them off me, they might get hurt, considering the size of my hand against their small bodies. All I could do was follow the fairies, as I was being pulled along. And dragged along. What finally came into my view was... crystalline water, falling from so high up that the sound was almost violent. Waterfall is an understatement. It's a giant, endless cascade of water.
綺麗でしょ？気持ちいいでしょ？私たちのお気に入りなの。みんな大好きな場所なのよ。
And the wind sputters the water spray everywhere. With the water spraying about without end, a large rainbow was drawn across the sky. Taken in by the marvelous, fantastical scene, I stepped forward to take a closer look. When I finally came back to my senses... That's right, I'm still lost. I need to find everyone else before I can begin to enjoy how lovely all this is. This place really is wonderful, but I had to find everyone. I appealed to the fairies, floating gently in the air. Or at least I tried.
さあ、それじゃ異界のお嬢さん。
Don't turn on me, please. Don't push me in.
あなたも飛びましょ
No! No! Don't toss me in! No! Huh? I was nudged gently from behind. Without a moment to ask a question, my body was thrust up into the air. I looked down and see the bottomless basin of the waterfall rushing closer, ready to swallow me whole. I was pushed off. I knew these guys were too good to be true. These guys were too nice. I don't know if they did this intentionally or not, but anytime that I've read stories, you don't trust little fairies. They're little imps. I was fully enveloped in terror before being able to understand that was what happened. Huh? What? No. At this rate, I'll die.
Kotone!
Ah! He found me. Within the thick spray of mist, I was able to see the black suit of armor clearly. The figure that was unmistakably a knight reached its arms out and pulled me in. Hannes!
遅れてすまぬ。ゆっくりと謝りたいところだが、今はこの状況を切り抜けるのが先決だ。
Just please save me. Get out! The lake is already...
少し手荒な真似をする。絶対に我の腕を
Well, I
離す
don't
な。
really have any choice, so I'll listen to you. As the water began to take over my entire span of vision, I latched myself onto his body. Carrying my waist firmly with a single arm, he used his other free hand to unsheath a giant sword and thrust it into the cliff closest to us. Ah, it's just like catch us. Can you not fly, Canis? My body was subjected to a violent jolt, but the speed we were falling was slowing.
もう大丈夫だ。あとは息を止めて我に任せろ。
Okay. Choke up some water.
琴音、無事か？
Yeah, you saved me. I think so. I didn't hit the water too hard, thanks to your protection. Taking me by the hand, Canis guides me to the shore. My clothes were drenched, and I began to wring them out. I take a look around. I can't believe a shoreline like this exists around that basin. It was a beautiful sight, but I couldn't give myself a moment to take in its splendor when the giant waterfall almost killed me. Canis, are you okay? Are you hurt at all?
問題ない。あの程度でどうにかなるほどやわな鍛え方はしていな
My
い。
body can take much more than that. I see, that's comforting at least. Thank you for saving me. After giving my late thanks, Canis's flame at his neck turned into a color of discomfort.
いや、同胞の無礼を謝罪こそすれ。礼を言われることは。
It's okay, you weren't the one that told him to do that. Or were you? I hope you weren't. Compatriots? Just then. Don't giggle. Don't giggle, you little imps. Not fairies, you're fucking imps. From within the spray of the waterfall, two tiny figures come dancing towards us. The fairies who pushed me off into the waterfall had smiles on their faces. Even now, as we meet again, they seem like such children.
どうだった？とっても気持ちよかったでしょ？
No, it did not.
そして綺麗だったでしょ？きっと喜んでくれると思ったの。
What? I should have known that they didn't actually care about my response despite asking me. More than that.
でも残念。カヌスエスパ
Yeah,
ーダが
fuck
来ちゃったわ。
Fuck off!
とっても怖い妖精。だから続きはまた今度。
Making sure not to look towards Canis, they continue to pay attention only to me.
それじゃあお嬢さん。
No!
また
No, I don't
会
want
え
to
た
play
ら
ever again!
遊びましょうね。
Leave, please.
今度は別の場所に行きましょう。私たちが
Oh my
案内してあげるから。
Please don't. And just go. Yes, that's the laugh of a child, most certainly. They laughed and snickered as they flew off, disappearing shortly after. I turned to Canis, expressing my bewilderment. With his hand to his helmet, it seemed like he was about to have a headache.
すまぬ。あの妖精らは本当にあなたに対して悪意など持っていなくてな。純粋にあなたを喜ばせようとただ遊んでいるだけのつもりだったのだ。
Here, you, a being with no wings. Let's yeet you off a cliff. That was... play?
ああ、精神が幼い妖精たちは人間の脆さをろくに知らない。
They're just dumbasses.
いや、それ以前に自由気ままな性分なのでな。 自分がしたいことにしか興味がないのだ。
Mm.
そして好きに遊んだ結果、それが何を引き起こすか。
Again, I still don't want to. I still don't want to hang out and play again with y'all. Sorry. Oh, I see. They're children. They're kids who just want to play. Considering how strong they were, having that kind of innocence is terrifying. I shivered ran down my spine as I imagined what might have happened if Connors didn't come. I would have gone for splat. End the game, everyone. Roll credits. After spending a few minutes with Connors, the old group I was so desperate to find finally gathered.
カヌスがいきなり駆け出した時は何事かと思ったけど、君が無事でよかったよ。
His spidey senses were tingling.
イグニス、もう少し炎を強めては彼女の体が冷えてしまいます。
俺は焚き火代わりかよ。たく。まあ今回は特別だ。
about you.
とっ
But
と
I
と
guess I'm just
乾
gonna
か
help her. I guess I can light up a flame to warm her up. Okay, thanks. I bring my body closer to the fire that Ignis made. At a safe distance, of course. No, I jumped right into it. Again. End of game, roll credits. I burned to death now. Almost drowned and burned to death. We're going to face a life trial against every element possible. I guess this is another sort of strange power of non-humans. My soaking clothes slowly began to dry with the help of his flame.
けど本当によかった。君がいないって気づいた時、僕は心臓が止まるかと思ったよ。
Me too. I'm sorry to make you worry, Mr. Rindo and everyone. By the way, did you all come out at the same place?
うん。我が普段から使っているゲートの前に無事集まっていたな。
So if everyone else got through the gate normally except for me. So me being separated like that isn't something that normally happens? I heard a strange noise when I went through, and I felt as if I was being pulled away.
音ですか？
Yeah. I saw some really weird things too.
詳しく聞かせてくれる？
From when I set foot into the gate until I was thrown out into the fairy world. Everyone listened with serious expressions on their faces as I explained what happened.
妙だな。ゲートは幾度も利用しているが、今までそんな
Wow,
現象
I'm
が
just
起きた覚
special
えは
then.
ない。
俺もねえな。妖精界は接続が不安定とか。
No, it's probably
そういう
somebody
話じゃね
else
え
that's
わ
trying to interfere.
まさか、そのような危険があれば、とっくに皆へ話している。
GPM でも報告例がない現象だね。
彼女が人間だからでしょうか。
Well, then the same would have happened to Rindo.
いや、それも考えづらいね。だってそれなら、普段から異世界探索を仕事にしてるうちの調査班は、今頃行方不明者だらけだよ。
Okay, I'm going to pause here for a minute. I didn't realize we've gotten so long here. We'll come back to this. I'm going to grab something to eat real quick. So, let's see here. I will be right back. I'm gonna grab some food and shovel it down real quick and we'll come back to reading, okay? Okay. Okay. Let's see. Sorry about that. Starting to get a little bit lightheaded. All this talking, I'm like, oh man, I should go eat something too. Help with that a little bit. I've not been in the greatest health the last couple days, so we're trucking through tonight. I've put a little too much effort into my reading tonight, it seems. Okay, what do you say here? No doubt about that. A bunch of our personnel who have been investigating other worlds would have reported something about that. Miser, do you know why this might have happened?
いや、俺にもわからないけど、一つ言えるのは、今後もし君が通ることがあれば、気をつけた方がいいってことだね。
We'll be vigilant. I'm not sure if there's much you can really do if they kind of just like snatched me off the path, but
誰かと手をつないで入るとか、警戒するに
you're
越したこと
suggesting
は
us
ない
to
と思う。
hold hands? Right. At the end of our conversation, we were no closer to knowing what was the cause. The eerie noise, that terrifying sensation of being pulled away somewhere. I didn't want to feel that again.
にしても、お前といい俺らといい、こっちに来てから災難続きだな。
Huh? Did something happen with all you two?
ああ、お前ほどの不運じゃねえけどよ。
What happened to
どう
you?
もイグニスや私はこちらの世界では本来の力が出せないようでして。
That makes sense. Huh? Once he finished, I looked over to Il and Ignis. Didn't seem like there was much different with Il, however. Huh. Ignis, is it me or is the flame around your body weaker? Don't put it out! Don't put it out, Kotone, please! Ignis gave me a disgruntled frown as I made my observation known.
異世界同士の交流。僕も報告書では見たことがあったんだけど、どうも人外たちは自分の故郷以外の異世界に来ると若干弱体化しちゃうみたいなんだ。
Where did chat go? Oh, it's because I refreshed the scene, probably. That's probably why I was like, chat disappeared. Whoa, really? I glanced toward Miser.
あははは、俺は例外、影響ゼロ。世界の垣根すら超える最強チートな魔王様ってね。どんな世界も楽勝で壊滅だぞ。
All right.
僕としては君に一番おとなしくなってほしかったよ。
Yeah.
また当然ながらメディオを故郷とする我は従前の力を発揮することができる。
If anything, Hannes is stronger here. Hannes moves his body, producing the tough, steadfast sounds of a mighty suit of armor.
本来ならば我の足の速さはイグニスに劣るのだが。
速攻で置いてかれたぜ。くそ、こんなんじゃ喧嘩売られても思う存分暴れられねえじゃねえか。
I feel like you shouldn't be visiting other worlds trying to fight people. That's a good idea. It made sense to me now. It's like Hannes was the one who was able to rush over to me first.
私は少々飛びづらくなった程度ですので、そこまで不便はしていませんが。
You know what? I think I stepped away from my model so long. It's getting angry at me. Here we go. I don't know what it's doing there. Now we are back.
やはり原因は世界を構成する物質や循環エネルギーが異なるせいでしょうね。
I tilted my head in response to the odd choice of words that came from Il. Hannes and Miser followed up with some more information to clarify.
俺たちのアスモディアでいうところの魔力かな。マナとも呼ばれるけど、わかる？
Sure. Oh yeah, that's what people in games and stuff use as a source of power for spells, right?
そうそう。魔界や魔族はその名の通り、魔力で世界やその身を構築するんだけど、メディオの場合、魔力とは違う別の力が世界を支えるエネルギーなんだよね。
You know what? You know what? If um, I guess it's mana. It's pronounced, but if you pronounce it mana, then in the Demon's Roll case they deal with mana, but here we deal with fauna. Flora and fauna here. Hannes gives a single nod.
とはいえ明確な故障はないがな。自然の恩恵がそのまま世界を安定させていると考えるべきか。
ベスティアには多分んな小難しいもんなんて存在しねえぞ。特に意識したことねえけどよ。
であればイグニスの場合はエネルギーがある環境に不慣れなのでしょう。例えるのならば濃密すぎる空気に参っているのでは？
ああ、そりゃあるかもな。ここに来てからずっと甘ったるい匂いがしてて胸焼けしてるみたい
Feels like I have heartburn or something. Didn't you like sweets though? I see.
しかし例外的に人間界ではあまり能力が劣ることはない。不思議なものだな。
まあまあそのあたりの原因究明は置いといて、ちょっと真面目な話をしようか。
Now that my clothes had dried, Mr. Rindo began to speak with a stern voice.
琴音ちゃん、さっきは不運が重なったこともあるけ
It
ど、
wasn't like I personally went
異世界
looking
の
for
危うさ
danger.
は理解できたでしょ。
Come on. We all agreed to this. We all knew the risks that went with it. Don't lecture me now.
比較的安全、そう言われるメディオだってこれなんだ。僕たち人間の常識は何一つ通じやしない。異世界を知るという意味なら、それを理解しただけでも十分じゃ
But
な
we
いか。
already came so far today.
もうアンシャンテに帰らないかい。
You're supposed to be my love interest, not my dad.
危険な目に遭わせた身としては反論できん。あなたが望むのならばすぐにでも引き返すが。
Show me more of the world. They all seemed to wait for my word, as I was seen as the victim in all that happened. No one spoke. It was silent. It really was a terrifying experience. If Connors hadn't made it in time, I honestly believe I could have died. No way I could run into more fairies like those two out in out in our travels. Well, now that I'm with the group, I'm not alone. Just to use a buddy system. Some people have a thing for dad types. That is true. There's a whole Dilf and Milf thing. Not my cup of tea though. Just the thought. As beautiful as the scenery around me was, it was equally terrifying. Man, I literally just said Dilfs and Milfs aren't my thing. And stream on OBS literally just tanked. I don't know if it did it for actual stream or not, but it immediately turned red. Grandpa himself always stayed in Enchante. He never left to visit another world. Being the new owners of the cafe doesn't mean I need to... Being the new owner of the cafe doesn't mean I need to visit my patrons' worlds. And yet... I'm sorry. I was apologizing, but it wasn't for what had happened. I want to stay a little longer.
それはまたどうして？
I want to know. Well, if I leave right now, the trip will end with me thinking that Connis's homeworld is scary, and I just don't want that. Also, the only reason I had that experience was because I was alone. Exactly! We use the buddy system. If everyone else stays with me, I'm sure my impression of this place would change.
リンド、君が彼女と同じ感性を持つ人間だっていうのなら、友人の故郷を悪い思い出だけで埋めたくないって彼女の気持ちは理解できるんじゃない？
Come on, Rindo.
それは。
それに危険だったと言ってもやや高所から落下した
Oh my
けただけでは
gosh. You're like, I've had a little fall and I'm fine.
いや、
No,
それだけではない
no,
わ。
that wasn't quite it.
また
Okay.
先のような強制隔離では致し方ないのかもしれませんが こうして我々が揃っている以上、彼女に危険が及ぶという事態は想定しづらいものだと
I've
判
got
断
all
しま
three of
す。
y'all here to protect, or not all three of y'all, all five of y'all here to protect me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disinclude some of y'all. No.
ま、つまり箱入りが言いてえのは、俺たちが全員揃ってりゃ危険もクソもねえだろって話だ。カネス、お前だってそうだろ。自分がそばにいるなら同じような目には合わせねえ。
Absolutely not.
だろ。
ああ、当然だ。我がそばにいる限りは必ず守りきると保証し。
Oops, I cut him off too. I'm sorry, Kanas. Kanas looks right at me as he speaks. Kanas, thank you.
こちらこそ我が故郷を理解しようとしてくれて礼を言う。
Yes, I want to get to know you.
あなたが望むのならば引き続きこの世界を案内するとしよう。
Continue to do so, please, sir. Kanas bows his head deeply in respect, with his whole body leaning forward. Putting his hand to his chest and giving his pledge, he was the perfect image of a loyal knight. Eventually, Mr. Rindo was also persuaded to come along as well, so we would continue our journey in Medio. But we would first need to choose a meeting place in case we got separated again. We walked to Medio's gate, which I missed earlier since I got separated from the group. If our group gets split up again, I just need to come back to the spot. Knowing that made me rest easy. Wow, there really is a gate here. It looked like a painting, seeing the gate standing in the woods. I wasn't sure, but it almost looks like the one at Enchante. Actually, it looks exactly like it.
カエルムにあるのも全く同じデ
It's
ザイン
just
で
the
すね。
design of the gate in general, I guess.
ベスティアもだな。
Of course, I get a voice line as soon as I take a bite of food. I see. Oh no! It's a gate to connect us to other worlds. I understand how amazing they are now, having gone through one myself. It's still a mystery what they really were. What I do know, however, is that they are very rare, such that only ones exist in every alternate world. One exists in every alternate world. The gates of the worlds where the regulars come through all connect to Enchante. Yet gates in other worlds connect to places other than the human worlds, or so reports say from the GPM. Let me just a bite of food. Of course I take a bite of food and literally that's whenever it's time for my exposition. Why there are several in the human world, yet only one in each alternate world. Also, why these gates in particular are fixed to only go to the human world. Investigations on this are inconclusive. The gates seem to be unknown to non-humans aside from Miser and the group, and because of this, other non-humans haven't used them. As I was contemplating these curious things, running through reasons I would have heard.
ではここを起点とし進むとしよう。
Off we go. After deeming this was the meeting spot, we set off. With Kanas leading the way, we enter the forest once again. Wow, this area is so different from where I was. The spot I was in seemed much more level.
へえ。ってことはやっぱり俺たちとはかなり離れた場所に放り出されたんだ
You
ね。
know, just like at the top of the cliff over there, the same level as the top of that waterfall.
道理で琴音を探知するのに時間がかかったわけです。
皆、足元に気をつけてくれ。この辺りは道が細い。
Watching my step after his warning, the eerie sound of wind getting sucked into the valley below batted at my ears. I'll be careful.
ま、仮に落ちても3回に1回は助けてやるよ。
I swear I'll save you at least 1 out of 3 times that you do. But I don't know if I like those odds. I hope you'll save me the other 2 times too, please. I'm sure if I fall even once, I'll be headed straight into the afterlife though.
ああ、リンドウの場合は追加で有料な。
Rindo, my services will cost you. Hello, Bianca? Bianca, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the memory database. I hope you enjoy your stay here. We are playing Cafe Enchante, and we are romancing hot anime boys from another world All of them from different worlds.
僕だけ冷遇しすぎじゃない？
Rendo, you're not a hot girl though, so you're not exactly Ignis's type. So there's an old man charge to it. I took a moment during our playful chatter to look at the scenery above me. Flower petals were dancing in the wind, seemingly full of life, grazing the branches. Wow. If it wasn't so dangerous, Media would be such a serene and glorious place. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, I'm going to be right back just for a second. It's cake time now, so I've got to go do cake time. Let me get some music put up. I don't know how long I'll be. Hopefully not longer than 15 minutes. It definitely shouldn't be longer than 15 minutes. But let me get some music up for y'all. So I'll be gone for an extended period of time. This will load. Please load. Oh my gosh. Spotify, please. Cake break. Yes, cake break. Time to go get cake. So I will be right back. I'm going to turn on some music for y'all too. And we'll get right back into it and we'll continue exploring Medio. there. Okay, I'm back from cake break. Ah, I couldn't eat too much though. It was very sweet. I brought it with me and it's probably going to start, the ice cream's going to start melting. The cake here is, should I wish to have the cake though? Here, oh. Get reset up again. Righty. Sweet like Michi. I'm gonna take a sip of water and pretend I didn't see that. Sweet like Michi. Is Michi sweet? I don't know about that. Okay, where were we? My mouse is there. Are we still good? Everything good? Double checking. Okay, we are good here. Wow, if it wasn't so dangerous, Mini would be such a serene and gorgeous place. As I was lost in thought, Kana stops.
ちょうどいい時間だな。そのまま見ているといい。
I may see something interesting.
面白い光
Also,
景が見られるぞ。
don't leave. Thank you for the compliment. Interesting. Something odd began to happen around me. I just took a sip of water. Why is my model freaking out? Chill out, model. Also, what is happening? I don't know what was happening. It sounded like trees were growing. The seasons were changing instantly. What? Man, everybody, it is December 20, was it 21st? December 21st. We are officially winter. Get ready for the changing of the seasons as snow immediately falls from the sky. I was speechless as the trees around me began changing colors, one after another.
おー、すごいすごい。
葉が一斉に変化を。これはどのような仕組みで？
Magic. I should know about that.
このメディオと人間界では時の流れがいささか異なっている。春夏秋冬といえばわかるか。メディオという世界は朝につぼみが開き、昼には葉がより青く染まり、夕方に紅葉を迎え、
That's so strange.
夜の冬景色に散っていく。
Every day holds all four seasons. It's more bipolar than Texas.
なるほど。人間界の一年をわずか一日で繰り返してるってことかな。
では、夏の流星が見て取れる今は昼に近い時間というわけですね。
Oh, wow. The fairies were evidence enough that this place was completely abnormal, but time flows here in a way that makes an entire year pass by in a matter of a day. Fairies lived among the twisting branches and the trunk at the center. This feeling of wonder keeps sinking in as I walk. The fact that this world is one that doesn't follow the conventions of my own.
メディオを満喫しているようで何よりあなたが客人を連れてくるとは正直驚いていますよ。
Who's
カヌス・エスパーダ。
Homest be there. I hear the sounds of leaves being crushed. Standing there, a figure with androgynous features who didn't seem to belong to either gender. However, their beauty was completely ruined by the expression showed. They seemed ready to express how disgusted they were feeling.
ようこそいらっしゃいました。見知らぬ世界からのお客人。僕は妖精女王に仕える宰相のベンニーア。あなた方の来訪を歓迎します。
Me. Don't click your tongue.
おい、あいつ今下
Yeah,
打ち
this
して
pug just sneered at us. Ignis, don't fight. Don't fight, Ignis.
歓迎だそうです。どうやらこの方は私たちに友好的なようですね。
I don't think that's the case, really, though, Il.
いやいや、絶対違うから。こんなに嫌そうな歓迎します。僕聞いたことないよ。
Well, you could have been welcome with weapons and guns pointed at you and people shouting at you
いいえ、そんなことはありません。
on the
歓
surface.
迎します。しますとも、表面上は。たとえあなた方がどう見てもうさんくさい色物の集団であろうとも、
Wow, what a welcoming party.
女王陛下の命令である以上、しっかりと歓迎いたしますよ。
絶対嘘じゃん。面白いな、この子。
I know, she's so funny, isn't she? It was an impressive scene. Everyone looked like they were at a loss of what to do. It was Connus who finally spoke out to them.
ベニーヤ、女王の命令とは？
そのままの意味ですよ。女王陛下が異世界からの客人に会いたいと大変血迷ったことを言っておられるの
She
で
has not gone
僕
insane.
がここに来た次第です。
Most people usually welcome friendly faces. They're from the same world, and I'm sure they knew one another. Venia's shoulders droop as Connus asks his questions. Her Majesty the Queen. That's right. Those fairies from the waterfall also mentioned something about the Queen. Oh, so would you say that Medio is under the rule of a monarchy? We literally... Dumbass Gotone, we literally talked about this the other day when we talked about this. They have a monarchy.
この妖精界メディオは妖精女王と呼ばれる者が全ての妖精を束ねているのだ。
つまりその女王様から直々のお誘いってこと？
Yes, we're going to go meet the Queen.
だからそう言っているでしょう。言語の理解力か頭の中身に致命的な問題でもあるのですか？
I think you're the one here making everything
なんだろう。
making everything worse,
も
dude.
のすごく心が痛いな。
Yeah. 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 They speak with elegance, but what they actually say is horrible.
ということで、誠に勝手ながら僕についてきていただけますか？
Everyone turns their gaze towards me. I know they want me to make a decision, but what should I do? I don't know if we trust Venia. If we're actually going to the Queen, then yes, but... If we don't like which way we go, then we come back to it. I guess we'll follow her. Worst case scenario, I have these guys to help me. I could hear the ghost of my old boss yelling in my ear. Oh no! I know, maybe I made the wrong decision. Ever turned down an invite from a higher up. Alright. She's going out of her way to invite us, so I'll happily accept the invitation.
女王もきっと喜ぶであろう。快諾を感謝する。
妖精界メディオを統治する存在。すごいな。そんな行為の方に謁見できるなんて。現金な反応で申し訳ないけど、こればかりは滞在を選択した琴音ちゃんのおかげだね。
アンシャンテのマスターとしても、あなた個人としても、有意義な出会いであればいいですね。
I don't know, maybe it's the music that's making me feel like, making me psych myself out now. Yeah. Don't quit clicking your tongue at us.
ああ、これは失礼。しかし、空気の読めない返事を誠にありがとうございます。断ってくれればいいもの。まあ、
maybe I'm glad that I
いいです。
came now. Mm-hmm.
行きますよ。ついて
You
きて
better
くだ
be
さい。
taking us to the actual queen and not someplace else. Venia didn't want us to be summoned, but had no choice as it was an order. Venia, while expressing their attitude in every way except the words they spoke, begins to walk away. Venia showed us the way, but I could really tell that they detested doing it. In any case, following Venia's lead, we proceeded further into the woods. Wow, do we want to just harp on that this character's name's Venia? Venia starts with Venia. Oh, ends with Venia. The temperature had dropped suddenly. Medio was tinted in a crimson sunset hue. As the sun continued to set, we traversed steep slopes and crawled over wooden walls, barely getting by after the others continued to help me. Venia finally stops. Hey, who is that mysterious character that's guiding you? I don't know. I've forgotten at this point. It seems like the data's been corrupted every time that keeps getting repeatedly sent into random access memory. The
さて、
cache is
着き
confused
ま
with
し
the
たよ。
corrupted data.
たく、やっとかよ。
現状までに歩いた距離などを試算するとかなりの高層階と見ましたが、メディオの建築技術は独特なのですね。
森の散策っていうより山登りって感じだったね。
Yeah, it'll be
明日筋
sore
肉痛じゃ
tomorrow,
ないとい
but
いな。
muscle fatigue and when you work out and stuff like that, third day is always the worst day. 1000%.
ほんと、ここまでだいぶ歩かされたね。ことね、体力とか体調は平気？
Exhausted. Okay, I think. Though, my legs feel like sticks right now. Taking Miser's hand to support myself, I took a second to manage my breathing.
こう言ったらなんだけど、僕たちを連れて行くのが嫌すぎて諦めるのを待ってるのかと思ったよ。
What if there was an easier way to get here and Venia literally just took us on the longest possible route? The most not harrowing, but like the hardest, longest route possible.
失礼な。ここ妖精界メディオには当然ながら妖精でなければ本来通れない場所が多い。それをあなたたちの都合に合わせて誘導して差し上げたのですから。
Sure.
むしろ
Now that I finally caught my breath, I took a look around where we were. There. I couldn't quite tell what this place was we were in, inside the fairy world. The space we entered seemed like there was just a large hole gouged out, especially for it. It was a strange place with large flowers blinking with light strewn about. And the scenery outside should look like fall, if I remember correctly. But this space alone looked like spring. As I looked around,
ことね、女王に紹介しよう。こちらへ。
with Kanes pulling my hand, we proceeded to the center of the open space. And there,
おお、そなたたちが客人かえ？
indeed we are. In a gentle wafting breeze made with this girl's smile, it felt like the air surrounding us became infinitely sweet. It was like a throne of flowers.
妖精女王、
Titania.
彼
Of
女が
course
アン
it's
シャンテの
Queen
マスター、
Titania.
淡き琴音だ。
In these gorgeous surroundings was enthroned a small queen, much smaller than what I had imagined.
よう来たな。わしの名はティターニア。この妖精界メディオにて女王を務めておる。会えて嬉しく思うぞ。アンシャンテのマスターよ。
The little girl laughs cutely in a snicker. She looked as young as a child in grade school.
ご挨拶を。
It's nice to meet you. Kanes always takes good care of me, Enchante. I'm Kotone Awaki. I had no idea how to greet her properly. Not only were we in an alternate world, but I was in front of royalty too. I pitched forward as far as I could, bowing deeply for an eternity.
お世話されておるのか。それはまた面白い話を聞
He
いた
does help take care of me.
の。
いや、決してそういうわけでは。
That's a lie. You've got that wrong, Kanes. You do help me. You do take care of me.
なんじゃなんじゃ。ずいぶんとよそよそしいの、カヌスや。客人の前だからと格好をつけとるのか？
I raise my head and assume that Kanes is being teased in this conversation. He doesn't seem pleased about that.
後ろの者たちもカヌスより話には聞いておるぞ。皆個性豊かな客人たちなのだとな。
少々豊かすぎ
Oh,
る気もし
shut
ま
up,
すが
Venia.
ね。
You can fuck off.
魔王に打天使、魔獣
Oh,
に
man.
中年。まとまりのない者たちです。
Well, this is my ragtag group of guys, so you can fuck off.
あれ待って、今僕の略称だけおかしかったよね。
Mr. Rindo's comment was ignored by Venia. As Miser stood next to me, he asked Titania a question.
それで、 女王様は俺たちのことをいろいろご存知みたいだけど、ここに俺たちを呼びつけた理由は、インギン無礼で面白いそこの子か
Why
ら
is
は
superficial
特に理由とか
politeness?
聞いてないんでね。
Why is that an entry? I don't know why that's an entry. That's so strange. Miser, she's a queen. We should speak more politely to her. And he's like, well, I'm a king.
ねえ、そこ気にする
Yeah.
というか忘れてるかもだけど、一応俺も王様だからね。
Watching me in my panic, scolding Miser. The Queen Titania snickers in a laugh that sounded like a ringing bell.
いやいや、自然な口調で構わぬよ。異世界の者に権力も何もあるまい。では質問に答えるとしよう。来てもらったのは他でもない。
You want to chit chat with us, huh?
少し話をしてみたいと思ったのじゃ。
話ですか？
さようじゃ。あのカヌス・エスパーダが友人と呼ぶ面々がこの世界に来た。となれば挨拶の一つもしたくなるのは当然の流れじゃろ。
Titania quickly glances at Canas. However, Canas just continues to watch over us, not responding in any way.
まあそれを別としてもメディオはめったに客が来ないこともあり、
I don't
来
know
れ
if I
ば
would
もて
call
な
your
すものと決ま
attitude
っている
and
の
what
で
you've
す。
done to us hospitality.
好奇心旺盛な妖精たちにとって異世界の話というのは最高の娯楽となりますから。
マジかよ。てめえの態度はもてなすって単語とは程遠いもんだった気がする。
Man, I could have wrote this whole story. There's been so many times that I've said something and it's come to fruition almost immediately after. I could have wrote this.
そんなバカな。僕としては誠心誠意のおもてなしをしましたが。
Your hospitality has truly been earnest. I question what your definition of earnest is, and hospitality, if that's what you say.
あれが誠心誠意。戦慄だな。
I'm not sure I'm sold either.
ということでな。もし時間が許すのであれば、ぜひそなたたちの話を聞かせてほしい。
Well, what would you like to know?
なるほど。それなら俺は特に反対する理由もないし、彼女がいいと言えば構わないよ。
Michi's gonna moonlight as an Otome writer? Maybe. Maybe one day. I gotta finish my fanfics first. I look toward everyone before speaking. Everyone either shrugs or looks away, uninterested, leaving it up to me. Well, of course, I'll put the decisions on my back. Glancing around at everyone, I open my mouth. Alright. From Titania? How do I put it? Although her appearance was youthful, there was a sweetness she exuded. I didn't feel the tiniest bit of ill will towards us. Most of all, she was kind. She was just simply kind. Even in this unpredictable world, I've been able to hold a nice conversation with her. I felt she was simply just a good person who I'd like to get to know better. We can answer what we're able to, although it may not be much.
あ、そうか。
A
では
banquet!
しばし待っておくれ。
A full-on
宴
banquet
の
for
場を
us?
設けるとしようではないか。
Man, going the full 9 yards for us, huh? She must really want to talk to us. With a smile on her face, she nods, and everything around us begins to shake. The Tanya rap! The DLC edition. You know what? Okay, I don't know if they would do for Titania. It depends on how like important she is. But there was a route in I guess the second code Realize where it wasn't a romantic interest. You essentially, I guess technically he's your brother, but it's like more it's a lore route. You don't like date him, but it's his route. And so you can technically take his route. What's going on? As if responding to Titania, several small branches grew out from the walls and floors. The innumerable branches twisted together, changing their shape to make a table with a banquet. The area around the center of the room became adorned with new furniture, with a huge long table and several chairs appearing around us. Wow! Amazing! Amazing good!
これは興味深い力ですね。私やミシェルが行使するものとはだいぶ異なるようですが。
そうであろうな。ティターニアは木の力を借りているだけに過ぎぬ。
So does that mean she can manipulate plants at will? Kanas nods in affirmation.
さあさあ、お客人よ。好きな席に着くといい。それぞれ喉でも潤しながら、おのおのの話を聞かせておくれ。楽しみじゃな。
She's like that, what's the word? There's like a princess that's been never let outside the castle, but wants to learn about the world, and has only read about the world from books. And now finally these foreigners come into her palace. It's like, oh my gosh, please tell me all your stories. Tell me all about it. I can't leave my castle, so please tell me all about your worlds. That's what it feels like, and it's really cute. With her offering, we moved to the seats closest to us. However,
いや、潤しながらっつってもコップの中身空じゃねえか。
duh, you drink the air. A disgruntled Ignis. Oh, they didn't capitalize Ignis here. I'm catching all the typos. A disgruntled Ignis picked up a wooden cup that was placed on the table. But he really did check that it was empty when he picked it up. He flipped it over.
ははこれはつまりあれだ。霞でも食べてろ。
That was Miser, that was my joke. You can't take my joke from me.
そんなわけがあるまい。妖精は基本的に食事をせぬものじゃが、客人に茶を出す文化ぐらいはあるぞ。
As Titania spoke in a faint smile.
あら？さっきのお嬢さん。さっきはごめんなさい。女王様からたくさん怒られちゃった。
Oh, it's you two. My body suddenly froze. But watching them bow so sincerely, I felt like I needed to forgive them. Maybe this is just a human sentiment. I'm sorry too for not explaining to you what humans are. If we get the chance again, I hope we can do something safe. After we're all done talking here, of course.
わかった。わかったわ。次は何をして遊ぼうかしら。
Let's not go skydiving again. I've got a bad feeling. Did they really get what I was trying to say? Along with arcs of light, many other fairies came into the room. They take several of the flowers blooming around us in hand and fly toward me.
どうぞ。甘くてとっても美味しいのよ。
You want me to hold on to it? You want me to eat it? And they begin to tilt their flowers over and they begin to fill our cups with nectar. Okay.
さて、大したもてなしもできぬが、歓迎しよう。異界からのお客人、妖精界メディオの宴。どうかゆるりと。
The room echoed with laughter at the fairies, and the petals were dancing about. As the petals fall to the floor, they raise up again and continue to move up and down, that way as if having minds of their own.
よければおかわりをどうぞ、お嬢。
Oops, I'm sorry I cut you off. Maybe I'm not sorry I cut you off.
ねえねえ、人間界ってどんなところ？
You guys are a little too sprightly for me. It's a place. It's a universe, indeed. Like yours, but
暑
different.
い？寒い？狭い？広い？
That's subjective. So, the human world, it's a fairy banquet. It's something you might see in a fairy tale. But actually being here in one, only words of awe come to mind. You can't help but just be captivated by the glittering phrase, no matter how many times you look at them. I lost track of time, continuing the banquet with fairies flying about as they pleased. After the fairies probed us for a while, the conversation slowed down a bit. I take a sip. I quietly take a sip from the wooden cup, and a sweet scent runs through my nose. That's so good. It was easy to drink, as if it were mixed with maple syrup and honey. I felt my cheeks melt as the flavor, unknown to my human palate. Hmm. I wonder if I could use this in a drink. To put in coffee? It'd be difficult, but maybe there are other ways to use it.
ならば牛乳と組み合わせて蜂蜜ラテにするのはどうでしょう。私は
けど採用されたら毎日カヌスにこれを運んでもらわないとだけどね。
ええ、天使と魔族の組み合わせがとても珍しく映ったようでして、大変な質問攻めに遭いました。
Oh my gosh, so it muted my mic and it also changed it. What the heck? Yes, I did get muted there. Oh, what? That was weird. I bumped into some sort of button and it muted me and switched the scene. Strange. As I was saying, I don't know what happened there. Now that I'm unmuted. Now that I'm unmuted. Okay, continuing forth now. No more technical difficulties.
1個質問に答えると10個追加されるんだもんな。さすがに魔王様も口は一つしかないからさ。
With a smile, I extend out my cup, and the two bring theirs in for a toast. With the pleasant sound of the wooden cups meeting each other, I narrow my eyes. Seeing a scene like this really makes it feel real to me. As if it wasn't already. That this really is another world. It's not just the people or the setting. The atmosphere itself is the most different. Ignis mentioned it before, but it's thick? Sweet?
んああ、昼に話したエネルギーの話だね。イルにも多少影響があるみたいだし、ここでイルが力を使ったら光とかじゃなくて
flowers.
花が降り注いじゃったりするかもね。
ミシェルの場合
All
は
the plants would run away.
すべての草木を腐食させそうですね。
I'm sure it meant no harm, but that image was a bit much. So then, are the mysterious powers you two use not actually magic?
いいえ、むしろ正反対ですね。
魔力同様、科学では未だ解明されていない異世界にある未確認の元素たち。人外の一部はその元素を利用して超常事象を引き起こすんだけどね。イルが使うのは理論と計算を重ね、天へ祈りを捧げることで行使する天使特有のご利益あふれる光の
Is this
法
why you
術。
can program so easily, dude?
対してミシェルが使用するのは定義が存在しない個人の知識と魔力で術式を組み、万物に干渉する魔法です。
The two nod at each other as the other explains the power they employ. Huh. It was a bit difficult to understand.
まあわかりやすく言うと、イルが使うのは緻密な計算に基づいた術で、
And with your magic, you just gotta get good.
ミシェルのは大雑把ななんかすごい力ですかね。
Some kind of power. Oh, I see, she says as she does not see anything at all. The explanation seemed oversimplified, but it was direct and understandable for someone like me.
まあ世界ごとに力の定義も違うし、呼び方や形がバラバラなわけだから、一朝一夕で理解なんてできないしさ。
A new concept is kind of hard to fully comprehend in a short time like that. Ah yes, I understand everything. Does not understand anything at all.
ああ、違うものなんだ。ぐらいの知識でいれば十分だと思うよ。
いずれ私の砲術を披露する機会があるかもしれませんし、比較してみるのもいいかもしれませんね。
I await that day then. Okay, I will. We all spent our time just as we wanted, including myself. Oh. In the corner of the hall, I saw Canis, leaning against a wall and watching our festivities. What are you doing over here, Wallflower? Canis, I felt like I haven't seen much of you this past short while. What an odd sentence to say. This past short while? I didn't know you were over here.
ああ、あなたか。宴は楽しめているだろうか。
Indeed. Yes, very much. The hall's so beautiful, and the nectar from the flowers is so delicious. And I feel like I've been able to let go of my fear of the fairies bit by bit.
そうか。ならば何よりだ。
Canis seemed to sigh under his helmet. Looking at his hands, he also wasn't holding a wooden cup. Huh. Canis, have you actually been over here the whole time?
ああ。我があの場に混じっては
Oh, shut up.
空気が悪くなるだろうからな。
Come drink some nectar with us. Sour the mood. Sure, Canis wasn't the most talkative type, but he always partook in Enchante's tea parties. It's not like he doesn't do well with these kinds of events.
ことね。
What is it? I was so lost in thought that my response was late.
どうやらティターニアがあなたを呼んでいるようだ。
Ah, no, not a problem. After his comment, I looked down the hall to see the Fairy Queen beckoning me. My eyes locked with hers as Titania sat on a throne of flowers, giving me a gentle smile.
カヌスと話していたというのにすまぬな。
It's okay.
しかしどうしてもそなたと二人きりで。
Oops, I cut you off. I'm so sorry, Queen. As I slowly walked toward her, Titania greets me with a smile like a blossoming flower, a bit of a distance away from us. Oh, fuck off, Venia! Standing there motionless was the one who called themselves her Chancellor, Venia. The silence is spooky, but first I should talk to Titania, who called me over. I just want to thank you for welcoming us so graciously. I truly appreciate it, and I apologize for not greeting you sooner.
そうかしこまるな。そして最初に言うたであろう。自然な口調で構わぬと。あの魔王相手でも敬語抜きで話しておるではないか。わしにも同様に接してほしい。
Of all people, the two people that I would think would not speak to you with respect would be Miser and Ignis, so it's not surprising he speaks to you so casually. Are you sure? She looks small, but the way Titania expresses herself has a regality to it that is undeniable.
もちろん様付けもいらんぞ。ついでにベンニーヤのことも適当に呼ぶとよい。
Oh, perfect! I don't have to call him Venia. Hey fucker! Hey bitch! Venia clearly slumps her shoulders, likely hearing what she just said. Okay then. Titania?
やはり同じ女子
See,
に親しく
she's
呼ばれるの
just
は
like I
嬉
said.
しいもの
This
じゃ
is the
な。
same mentality as the princess who's been stuck in her castle for her whole life and just wants to make friends and learn about the world. Titania nods, satisfied and smiling, and my anxiety had melted away.
カヌスはアンシャンテでうまくやっているかな。
Yeah, he is. Yes, I was a bit surprised at his appearance when I first met him, but I'm completely used to it by now. He's a very honest and caring person, liked by plenty of other humans.
そっか。ならばよい。淡き宗安といったか。亡くなったというそなたの祖父ともども、アンシャンテには深く感謝しておる。
Gratitude?
あの店に行くようになってから、カヌスは随分と
Was he a
丸く
wild
なったからの
child? Was he wild before?
そなたが継いでからの日常もこと細かく聞いておるぞ。
That might be embarrassing. I hope he doesn't go into too much detail. About all my failures in particular.
許してやっておくれ。それだけカヌスにとってあの店で過ごす時間は色濃く愛おしいものなのじゃろ。そなたのことを語るときも随分と優しい声色をしておる。
I see. I'm still just a half-baked cafe owner, but I was proud to continue protecting the place that Khan is cherished enough to talk about so much with others.
ことね。少しばかりこちらへ来てはくれぬか?
Yeah, let's go for a walk. Okay. I walked with her just as she'd asked.
そなたたちの大切な場所を、皆に愛されるアンシャンテという場所を。
You want to come visit? You're welcome to come visit anytime.
見せ。
I suddenly realized. Her small hand was grazing my cheek. Oh, she's deep into my memories. And Titania's face slowly closes on mine. And with a small bump, our foreheads touched each other. With a bright light and a sweet scent, my consciousness was taken somewhere else completely. Titania route! And there's someone there, sitting in front of Grandpa. A really big person. Someone with real hard-looking clothes on.
そうアン殿。
なんだよ。エスプレッソが冷めちまうからとっとと飲め。
いや、飲みたいのは山々なのだが、店の奥から視線を感じるのだ。あの柱の陰に隠れている小さな生き物は何だろうか。メディオの妖精に少々似ているが。
はあ？生き物だ？
creature.
なんだよ、うちにはネズミなんて。
I'm not a rat. I'm not a rat.
あ、そうか。お前人間の子供を見るのは初めてか。
子供？今度はテーブルの下に隠れてしまったが。
うわははは逃げられちまったか。まあお前はその首なし状態と全身の鎧をなんとかしねえとな。あれだ、鎧に合わせてよ、適当に兜でもかぶればいいんじゃねえか。それこそ騎士っぽいじゃねえか。
兜をかぶることにあまり意義を感じぬのだが。
If that's customary.
それがこの世界の断りならばそうしよう。
おお。
Somehow got a little more
いや
menacing.
なんか物騒になっただけな気もするが、まあいいだろう、それで。上出来だ。
Grandpa looks like he's having fun. Is that big person having fun too?
ん？どうしたよ。
そうか。あれが人間界の子供。生まれた瞬間から性質も可能性も決められている我ら妖精とは大違いだ。素晴らしいな。あの魂からは無限の可能性を秘めた輝きを感じる。
Is that person Grandpa's customer too?
うん。またこちらを見ている。
I'm not in it!
なあ、その、我は怖くないぞ。
ははは。お前は子守に向いてねえな。
Yeah, I have to. Say hi. Be not afraid. Be not afraid. Helmet falls off and head, quote unquote, head falls off. Ah. In a snap, the world around me changes back. As I blinked my eyes, the image of Titania's gentle smile became clear before me.
ぶしつけにすまぬな。わしとしたことが少々はしゃいでしまったようじゃ。
Huh? Did you do something, Titania? I felt like my mind went blank. It didn't feel like anything really happened. But Titania didn't respond to me.
良い場所なのじゃな。アンシャンテという場所は。
She closed her eyes as she muttered softly. But I noticed. Titania, it's almost like you're a parent worrying about their child.
それはつまり、わしがカヌスの親のようだと？
I was kind of thinking that earlier too. Right, well, I suppose if I judged you by your looks, it would be the opposite. Sorry, was that rude of me to say? Titania laughed, shaking her head.
いいや、 気にすることはない。あながち間違ってはおらんからの。わしはすべての妖精を見守る存在じゃ。事実、カヌスが生まれた時からわしはその生き様を見守ってきた。人間界の親と似たようなものじゃろ。
What? You're older than Canis.
妖精に年はあまり関係ないがな。そしてわしが長生きというよりもカヌスが
Only a
妖精
few
の中で
hundred
も
years
かなり
old, you
若い
know.
方なの
A
じゃ。
drop in the bucket. Especially compared to old men like Miser that have been around for what? We say tens or hundreds of thousands of years? Hundreds of years. Baby. Absolute baby. 500 years old, baby. So does that mean... Does that include those small fairies too?
そうさな。すべてではないが、
Oh my god.
中にはカヌスの倍以上生きているものもおるじゃろうな。
What a difference. Titania watches me, pleased as I react to every little thing she says. However, all of a sudden, a shade casts upon her adorable smile.
だからこそ、わしはカヌスのすべてを見てきた。それこそ、あやつの嘆きも苦しみも。
Vania, shut up. Titania?
いや、すまぬ。昔のことを話していたら、少々感傷に浸ってしまってな。ことね。どうかこれからも、カヌスをよろしく頼
Already
む
on
ぞ。
it. Already on it, Titania. That was my plan from the very beginning.
ああ見えたあやつは、いわゆる寂しがり屋というやつじゃからな。
Okay, I can do that, but Canis really gets lonely. Oh, come on. Come on, Kotone.
少々茶目っ気を含めて言うただけで、あやつが孤独を嫌うのは事実じゃ。叶うならば、わしもそばにいてやりたいが、わしはここを動けぬ身じゃからな。
Titania speaks in a saddened smile and taps her feet lightly. You mean because you're a role here?
であればよかったのじゃが、物理的にな。わしはこの場を動くことができぬ。妖精女王というのはそういうものなのじゃ。
I asked my question nonchalantly and was surprised by her reply. The queen became one with the throne, bound to it for the rest of her life. No way.
あ、すまんな。余計な話であった。それに、これは名誉なことでもあ
And we'll
る。
just have to come visit you more
そなたが
often.
気にする必要はないのじゃ。
Titania smiles. It's true. She doesn't seem necessarily crestfallen by the situation. Hey, Titania. Is it okay if I come back? I'll bring some coffee from Enchante. I'd like for you to try some. Maybe taste some of Canis's favorites.
もちろんじゃ。いつでも歓迎するぞ、ことねよ。
The queen of fairy world Media was far more than the child she appeared to be. She was in fact a dazzling, splendid woman. I will bring you coffee and snacks next time, and we'll make it an outing, even though we can't go out. I continued to talk with Titania. After our conversation ran its course, I returned to where she met me. Huh? Canis isn't here.
カヌスなら会場から出て行きましたよ。
Hmm.
おそらくお開きになるまでは戻ってきません。
What's he doing? Venia spoke from behind as they had followed me here. An outing? An inning? Hey, you know what? You know what? In baseball, there's a thing called an inning, so we can have an inning. I'm happy to have an inning. We can have an inning together, Titania. Let's have an inning! He won't? How come?
不吉だからです。
Oh, shut up! What? After expressing my confusion, Venia further explained in a dark, ominous tone.
黒騎士カヌス・エスパーダ、別名を死を告げる妖精。彼はあまたいる妖精の中でただ一人死を司り、あらゆる妖精が恐れる不吉の象徴。
Oh, hush.
本来は祝いの席には姿を見せません。
I wasn't fully able to take in what they meant, and my mouth was agape. An ill omen. The fairy of death?
でも残念。カヌス・エスパーダが来ちゃったわ。とっても怖い妖精。だから続きはまた今度。
When you talk like that, when you talk like that, and you treat him like that, you might be bringing it upon yourself. You start bad-mouthing someone, someone's gonna do something. I wonder if they're all outsiders, and that's why they leave for coffee. Oh, like, all of them are kind of ostracized in one way or another from their particular worlds? Maybe. As we know, Canis is the fairy of death, so no one wants him around. Il's a fallen angel. Il's a fallen angel after all. I don't know about Ignis, and then I'm not quite sure about Miser. I'm not sure about Miser, but if he really is a demon lord, that could have its own, like, what's the word? Like, you become so hailed and popular, right? You just have no one you can connect with anymore because everyone just treats you with, like, reverence and not actually, like, a friend or an acquaintance or anything. They hold you on a pedestal versus trying to, like, actually get to know you. Maybe. I remember the fairies that ran away as Canis arrived. That's right. There was something similar in one of the books Grandpa left. Dullahan. A fairy with the appearance of a headless knight found in Irish folklore. Arriving in a carriage pulled by a headless horse, he leaves only after someone's death. Miser has the same issue as Akechi. He's too famous to go out for a casual cup of coffee. It all comes full circle. Indeed it does. The Dullahan in the book was illustrated so menacingly. Although, how it differed from Canis, I guess I never really paid attention. So that means he removed himself because of other fairies are afraid of him?
ええ、そういうことです。そもそも祝いの席でなくとも、僕や陛下以外に他の妖精とは言葉を交わすことすらないでしょうね。
That must mean Canis is completely alone out here in the fairy world he calls home.
見えたやつはいわゆる寂しがり屋というやつじゃからな。
I remember my conversation with Titania just a little while ago. Thinking about how alone Canis always feels. The expression on my face darkens.
会場を出て右方向、螺旋に続く階段を登った先です。
Huh?
カヌスの居場所ですよ。僕はそういった気配をたどるのが得意なので、気になるなら。
Wow, the first thing that Venia has actually done that's for us. Thank you, unless you're leading us to somewhere like the dungeon. You're leading us to get caught.
買っているようですからね。他のみんなには僕から適当に話しておきます。それと、時間的にそろそろ足元が滑りますから、せいぜい転ばぬようにしてください。
No, I would cry if I lived in a world that literally turned to fucking winter and froze over every night. I would cry. Well, on the path that Venia directed me along. Whoa. The air grew colder and colder, and tiny snowflakes began to fall. My body shivered at the cold that brushed along my cheeks. My feet crunched along the road, now covered in snow in a matter of moments. I came out to a clearing. There was a breeze. Within the gentle whirl of snowflake, I see the back of a large figure.
ことね。
Hannes, I'm glad I found you. You'd have to dress in layers every day. I already, even just for winter here in Texas, I had to do that. Or whenever it's like, oh, it's gonna be 55 whenever you leave the house this morning, but by 3 in the afternoon, it's gonna be 80. Like, always gotta dress in layers here. In a sigh of relief, I walked towards Hannes.
なぜこんなところに妖精の宴に参加できる機会など常病の者にはめったにないというのに。
I participated though, and I hung out with Titania, and now I'm coming to find you because you decided to go run away. What about you? Why are you here?
我は特にこれといった理由はない。
Uh-huh.
強いて言えば少し休んでいただけだ。
Sure you do. I see. I got a little tired too. Can I rest here with you? Say yes. If you don't say yes, I'm still sitting here.
そちらがいいのならば我は構わぬ。
うん。
もっともその間気の利いた話など我が用意できる
It
保証
doesn't
はない
matter. We
が
can talk about anything. It seems like you're a bit down ever since the banquet started.
そうか。
Yeah. Hannes looked down as he spoke. His mood seemed to mirror the scenery we found ourselves gazing at. What can you see from here?
見てみるか。この世界そのものが見えるぞ。
I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering, splendid. Oh, well, you're not the one that calls me princess, so maybe you are like that. Did he mean something philosophical by that? I felt like Hannes laughed a bit just now. I didn't fully understand what he meant, but looked out carefully. I saw, in the darkness and dancing snow,
見えたか。これが妖精界メディオの全容だ。
ooh, sparkly. What? All this time, I thought we were deep in a forest abundant with trees. I was wrong. What I thought was a forest is just a bunch of branches and leaves. Medio is all a single tree?
その通りだ。妖精界メディオとは
The
たっ
world
た一
tree.
本の世界樹からなる世界。
Isn't that a Norse thing, though? I could be wrong.
道も壁もすべて
Maybe this,
この世界
maybe
樹の
maybe
一部。
Maybe Celtic lore also is like that.
あなたが落ちた大幕府すらこの世界樹のほんの
No! No, that's Norse. That's definitely Norse mythology there.
樹上を流れる一滴。まあ言い過ぎかもしれないが
Maybe we're
そういっ
crossing.
た一面に過ぎないのだ。
We're crossing different European mythologies together. In other worlds, what I saw as trees were sprouts. Roads were just branches. What a scale. It's just so big.
驚いているな。
Well, it's giant. Not like my world, of course. Of course I am. I never imagined a tree could be an entire world. Probably surprised by my reaction. Hannes, as if looking at something pleasant, smiled. Or at least I think he did.
ここは樹幹。山で言えば山頂に近い部分だ。そしてこの妖精界で我が一番好きな場所だ。
So, this is your favorite place. Coming back to my senses a bit more, I looked where Hannes was looking. I could see something that seemed like lights blinking in the distance. I thought the branches, at the crown of the trunk. Those spots must be where fairies of Medio reside. Maybe it was because of its wintry lip, but... I don't know how to pronounce this. Yggdrasil? Yggdrasil? Yggdrasil, I think. Covered in snow and light was... beautiful. I felt this feeling so often ever since I arrived here. But this moment now was truly the most beautiful moment of them all. It kind of makes me happy. I did it! Is it Yggdrasil? Yggdrasil? I'm glad I did it. I tried my best.
何がだ？
What does? That you showed me your favorite spot. I still don't know all about you. Maybe it's just me feeling it, but I'm happy.
そんなことはない。我もこの景色をあなたが見てくれて嬉し
I'm
いと
glad to share it with you.
我が美しいと思うものを共感し褒めてくれるのは嬉しい。だからそうだな。偶然だとしても今ここにあなたがいて
Yes,
くれて
by chance, I definitely didn't come
Whatever,
looking for
嬉しい。
you. From a quick search, well, Yggdrasil is from Norse myth. There's a tree of life in Celtic folklore that likely draws inspiration from. I see. So it kind of tangentially lends itself to one another. Canis. Venia mentioned this, but I heard you never go near any celebrations, and that others are afraid of you. That you're a bad omen that governs death.
ああ、話を聞いたのか。
Mm.
だが気にするようなことではない。死を恐れるというのは生物ならば誰もが持つ本能。メディオの妖精とて例外ではない。いや、むしろ不老不死である分、
Mm.
より得体の知れぬ恐怖が
That's a good
増す
point.
のかもしれん。であれば、そんなものを与え回る象徴である存在の我を恐れるのは納得がいかぬ。
No, because
To you, Caldana.
you said something so lonely. Yeah. I mean, Canis was just born into that role. It's not like he became the symbol of death because he wanted to.
良いのだ。我にはあなたやアンシャンテの仲間がいる。
It's more no. You
Whatever.
deserve more than that.
もったいないほどの理解者たちが。
We're definitely not over what you deserve. But as I try to contend with his words, Canis gently grabs my wrist.
それよりも
Oh,
せっかくここに来たのだ。一つ我の秘密を教えよ
okay. Huh? Canis leans in, right to my face. Ah! His helmet vanishes into thin air. He pulls on my hand, and there was nothing but empty space.
う。わかるだろうか。
I don't know. I can feel that there's no head. Is this like your soul? Am I touching your soul? How lewd. But there was a gentle warmth there. I could feel it faintly in my palm. That's so strange. It feels warm.
驚くかもしれないが、我は首なし騎士と言われるが、実際には見えないだけで、我が首はここに存在しているのだ。目も耳も鼻も見ることも触れることも
You
決し
just
て叶わ
have
ぬ
an
存在だが、
invisible face.
確かにここにあるのだ。
I never knew that. Trying to prove what he said was true, Canis gently guides my fingertips. So that must mean... Although I can't physically feel it, I'm touching Canis's face. I almost feel like I'm doing something wrong here. Yeah. Canis, this is a little embarrassing, so...
まだだ。
Oh, no!
もう少し。
Okay. Canis wanted to stay close.
顔が見えなくて助かった。
I can see the color of your flames. You're embarrassed right now, I know it. Huh?
ああ、あなたからは見えないだろうが、今の我の頬はここからの景色をあなたと共に見られた喜びで、とてもではないが見せられる顔ではない。
Even though you can see mine, Kana speaks with joy in his words as I mutter about it not being fair. Hello, Coffee Verb. Hello, 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 Raiders. Welcome in. World War Z Aftermath. Is that, I feel like, a zombie game? A zombie game? That what you're playing? How was Stream Verb? Also, welcome in, everyone. I'm Michi, or I guess I'm Michio. You guys can call me Michi. I am a digital art. Oh, I can speak. I can speak. I swear. I am a digital archivist YouTuber. And technically, I am a computer program that is designed to help store memories, both for my developer and create new ones on my own. So I hope we can make nice, fun, shining memories together. Oh, it's an alien game. Okay, that's interesting. How is it though? How is stream? Tonight I'm playing. Let's see here. I'm playing Cafe Enchante, which is a Otome game. So we're currently romancing hot anime guys, and finally we got on a route, and we're on the Headless Horseman's route. Oh yeah, by the way, the hot anime dudes that we're romancing are like otherworldly beings. Oh my, she must be having a romantic moment with the Headless Ghost. I am. Dulahan Romance Simulator. I know. We're doing lewd things like me touching his non-existent head in the snow in his home world. It's amazing. Dulahan route, let's go. Yes, we're doing Conus' route. I'm pretty sure I finally got onto it, so let's continue forth.
全ては伝わらぬだろうが言わせてほしい。感謝することね。我の孤独に不服を抱いてくれて。
It's okay, you don't have to be alone, Conus. I'll be here for you.
ああ、しかし不便なものだな。言葉で伝えるしかないというのは。実際に抱いている感情の半分も伝わらない。
Again, he's saying words that feel very similar to Masato from Utapri. That's just like that. My feelings overwhelm me. Let me find artistic words to describe how overwhelmed I feel. No, it's okay. I understand them. It makes me really happy to hear you need Enchante. And me. I think that's the best compliment you could ever give the cafe, to be honest. So, I hope you keep coming by. Kanes Espada.
それは我のセリフだと思うかな。今後ともよろしく頼む、マスターよ。
I looked toward the face I could not see, and we shared a chuckle together. A gentle laugh that could contest the joy of the banquet being held far away. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on one fucking second. Main chapter 5. So that would allude that there's other things that are not the main chapter. Yet we're still not on our route. Uh-huh. And then we've got Rindo, that was the face for this particular one. I thought... Are we still like in sneak peek land? Are we not actually on a route? Because it seems like we're really far into not be on a route. Especially after that. And was that just by pure chance that... Was it by pure chance that I ended up he ended up being the first one? And now we're just sneak peeking at all the other ones? Or was it because the answers I gave? I don't know. I don't know, man. I hope we're on a route. Do routes usually not go across chapters? They do go across chapters, so... In Atomes that I played in the past, even specifically from, like, Idea Factory Ultimate, those kinds of ones, they usually have, like, a prologue, right? And the prologue, it can be kind of long, just because you're kind of getting to know not only the basis of the story, but also a basis for each of the, like, each of the routes that you could potentially take. And there's options there that you can choose that will determine which route you end up getting. And it's usually the prologue, and usually chapter 1 is, like, the beginning of that particular character's route, whichever one you get on. So it's kind of strange. I was like, okay, maybe they're just going in a few chapters before they start like branching off on routes. But for whatever reason, I'm still suspicious that, especially I thought we were on Conus's route because that was what came up, and his picture was on the chapter for chapter what chapter are we on now? I totally forgot which one we were on. We're in chapter 5. On chapter 4, Conus was on like the cover image, but then we get to this one and Rindo's on the cover image. So I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, this game is definitely not the usual way an Otome branches off for me. Unless they're going to make you go down, like, the general storyline first, and then your second playthrough you can figure out, but that's kind of strange. I've never had that happen before. But I don't think we're actually on Constance route. We're going to be like, oh, here, you can have your romance with the Headless Horseman. Now, here's the old man. Then we're going to go to the Fallen Angel. Like, are we just gonna be like hopping around for a little bit before we pick a route? Oh man. I don't know. Let's just keep going. Let's keep going. As rays of morning light urge me to wake, small birds sing out on the wire. It was a morning a few days ago. After our it was a sorry, let me read that. It was a morning a few days after our visit to the fairy world Medio. I moved to start the day of cleaning. I moved to start the day of cleaning. Was in the middle of wiping the tables. That was not a complete sentence, I don't think. That was strange at the very least. Phew. What should I do? Or that should do. Man, I'm great at reading, y'all. I'm sorry. I should be just in time for opening at this rate. Cafes truly are so busy in the mornings, but I was getting into the swing of it. Checking all the expiration dates on the food storage, the morning opening. Gathering all the trash from the day before and rushing out to throw it all away. And on weekends, receiving deliveries from vendors. When you think about what needs to be done to open shop, you just begin to wake earlier. It was a huge difference from living at home, where I'd always sleep to the last minute. Still, even though I make everything look nice, it's not like any new customers will come by. Dropping my shoulders and with a listless smile, I wring my towel and keep cleaning. Well, that's not important anyway. Okay, once I'm done here, I need to clean the storefront and water the plants. Since Conus had those flowers he'd been growing in the backyard garden, I wonder if decorating with those would be any fun. I cleaned for another 5 minutes or so. I finished polishing the tables, enough to pat myself on the back for it. So shiny. With some time to spare, I continued my cleaning frenzy to the far room. It wasn't used very much, but that's no excuse to be lazy about cleaning it. It still needed to be done. I mean, here is the other entrance to Enchante. It hasn't ceased to amaze me. The scene I saw only a week before. It was also burned into my vision. Yggdrasil, literally a giant tree that covered an entire world. A world that quickly waltzed through the 4 seasons. A world of fairies. And also the fairy queen Titania and Veneer. That was not his name, was it? Veneer? Or was it spelled like Veneer? I don't believe that was the name that was presented as to earlier. Hold on. Yeah. Wait, no, that's not where I went. I went past it. I went past it. Venia! Not Veneer. Venia! How could I possibly forget after they said it so many times to like to just bang it straight into my head? Venia. Is that just a typo? Veneer. Catching so many weird little typos throughout this. It's not bad, but like, this is more than usual. Thinking back to that day we walked across that world, my hand slowly comes to my chest. In the homes of everyone here, worlds of fairies, demons, beasts, and the heavens. Beyond this door, there are so many worlds to see. I want to go to them. Honestly, I could feel the desire within me. Going to the fairy world and taking just a glimpse at all its wondrous sights probably triggered this feeling. The charm of another world, with things unbelievable in my normal life, was pounding at my chest. Unseen worlds, unseen sights, and the people I've yet to meet. By making new acquaintances one after another. And if those people could come to Enchante, I'm sure that would be a marvelous thing. A place for someone to be, huh? This place I already called my own, Enchante. If this cafe could be a place like for them, for Miser and everyone else, I'd be happy if I could do for others too. And for that to happen, yeah, I've got to do my best. First, I have to be an amazing owner. One step at a time. Urging myself onwards, I turn away from the gate and begin walking away. Oh no. No, don't make static yucky noise. Feeling like I heard something, I turn back and listen carefully. No, don't listen! Don't listen, it's gonna be that thing that stole us off the path whenever we first went to Medio. But I didn't hear any noise after that. And instead...
あれ今日はお出迎えのサービス付き
Oh, don't start that snowmaid cafe here. Miser, who just happened to arrive, gave a pleasant smile. Oh, welcome. I guess I just imagined that. It was a really peculiar sound, though.
そこのかわいいマスターさん一応の開店時間までもう時間ないけど大丈夫
Yeah, I'm fine. You're right. That's right. I didn't have time to just stand there. I tied up my apron and walked off, pumping myself up. All right, I'll do my death. I'll do my death today too. Oh no, let's not do my death today. I'll do my best today too. I gotta go get 5 figures in sales.
私たちがメディオを訪れてからもう4日、5日、1週間ですか。
Yeah. Yes, but it doesn't feel like that much time has really passed. I can still remember everything that happened there so clearly. How the seasons changed and...
あれは実に見事でした。
What?
試しに SNS にアップしたところ、
You took
閲覧
pictures
数
and
が大変
recorded?
なことになりましたよ。
That might not have been a smart idea, Eel. You posted it! What an alternate world looked like? Well, people just think it's
それでか。
CGI.
帰ってから延々と林道に説教食らってたのに。
I see.
うちの天使様はどこまでも人間界に毒されてるな
Shaking my head, this guy. A simple black coffee, carbonated until bubbly with a scoop of vanilla ice cream on top. And 3 of them talk amongst themselves while taking sips of their drinks. Is it like an ice cream float, but instead of root beer, you carbonated coffee? Okay, I haven't heard of that one, but I wouldn't put it past someone to carbonate coffee. It seemed like they were still excited about visiting a non-human world, as if it was their first time. Maybe it was the first time they'd been to Medio.
けど別の世界って感覚久々だったよ人間界に初めて来た時もそうだったけど
なんつうか、当たり前にてめえらの顔見てるせいか、そいつの世界に行くとか考えたこともなかったから。
Oh, stop being soon. The time came when I normally want to close the morning menu. The regulars were talking with excitement about Medio throughout the morning. I can understand how Eel feels. It was definitely a sight you'd want to share with other people.
その通りです。私は人間らしい行為をした
Uh-huh,
の
but
で、
you're not a human.
つまり無罪ということですね。
But you're not a human, Eel. Well...
まあとりあえずそこは大丈夫でしょうここは異世界ですとかコメントしたわけじゃないし
it could just be some CG rendering, you're right.
それでさことね実際どうだったこことは違う世界に行ってみての感想
It was a great time. I give it 10 out of 10. I met a new friend. Me and Queen Titania, good friends now. I'm gonna go visit her again. Also got to question mark touch a Doulahan's face out in the snow? Well, it's cold. I appreciate it, so 10 out of 10 experience. Miser blindsided me with this question. Yale and Ignis both turn their faces towards me, waiting for my reply, and a silence falls over the cafe. Let me think. Of course oh my gosh. Of course I'd even doubted their entire existence at first. Then it was scary. But coming back here after visiting one, if I were to put it in a single word, I think it was fun. Traveling to an alternate world. What I saw and touched. What I saw and touched. What I heard and felt. I would have never come across those things if I continued my old lifestyle. So if it's possible, I want to tell the old me, who thought my old work was the only life I could possibly have. Maybe you don't have to go to another world, but there are so many things you could change if you just lift up your head. I let out my feelings after thinking it over thoroughly. And I'm Enchante's owner now. This time we only went to Canis' world, but being able to learn a bit more about everyone like this makes me happy. Miser gently smiles as I answered him.
そっか。君にとって今回のことがプラスに働いたなら何よりだ。
It's a very positive one. I know, just got yeeted off a cliff and almost fell to my death, but it's okay. We had a great time after that.
君たちも現マスターがより俺たちに関心を持ってくれて嬉しいんじゃない？
Ignis looks a bit off to the side as Il smiles as he usually does.
まあなんだ。少しはアンシャンテのマスターっぽいんじゃないの？
It's not like I'm happy that she's growing closer to us and taking an interest in us. Or anything, Baka.
ええ、これも愛につながる一歩なのでしょう。やはり互いを知ることは重
Stop
要
being
なのです
self-aware,
ね。
Eel. Stop breaking the fourth wall just because you play Otome games too, okay, dude? I looked on as everyone chattered away happily, my face loosening into a smile. This is really nice. I felt like this sight had become natural to see for me. Although, unfortunately, Canis and Mr. Rindo weren't here. But even with demons, angels, or humans, everyone gathered here in peace. Carrying over more coffee, I joined from time to time in conversation. I'm sure that this is what Enchante was really supposed to look. Like, why is it over two separate things? I'm already having a hard time reading through stuff, now you make me purposely look weird. Also, enjoy your lurk, Burm! I don't have a command for it. I guess I'll have to work on a command for it, but enjoy your lurk. I'm sure it was what Grandpa saw that made him smile. Grandpa. I'm sure he wanted to see this sight forever and ever. A bit saddened by the thought, I closed my eyes. And just then, what disturbed the silence was the sound of the doorbell from the rear entrance. Oh! Welcome!
おうリンド、ちょうど今あの首なし鉄仮面の。
Hi!
首なし鉄仮面。
Hello. I like your hair a lot. As everyone turned around, the clamorous activity came to a sudden halt. Everyone turned their gaze. These days, the only regular that would be using the rear entrance would be Mr. Rindo. Or so I thought. But standing here wasn't the usual Mr. Rindo that we all knew. It was a much younger boy. Who are you?
どちら様って。
Customer, I hope. Come on, remember, this is an establishment with permits and everything.
この店営業してんだよね。表看板出てたけど。
Of course! Welcome! My heart was jumping around so much that I almost forgot to show him a seat. Glancing at me, the boy sits at the counter and opens a menu.
じゃあこのアイスコーヒーの
Gosh, I really like his hair. I really like his hair. To be honest, Michi was supposed to have hair similar to that. I just couldn't find a model that I quite liked on it, so we had this cool little ponytail. But I want, eventually one day, I want hair like that. With little braids and like half up, half down. Oh, it's so cute. Your hair's so cute, dude. Oh, please let me know if you have any preferences to how it's brewed.
よくわかんないし、お任せで。
Understood. Please wait just a moment. Oh god, a new customer? I, of course, was warned that this would be possible. It is true that delivery trucks and public service people can get to the cafe.
何？
Nothing. Oh no, it's nothing. My behavior came out as nothing else but awkward to this unforeseen circumstance. Meanwhile, I looked over to see if Miser and the others were just as taken aback as I was. Well, yeah, I should have guessed as much. There's our smiling demon lord and the relaxed fallen angel, as normal as could be. Ignis seemed like the only one who was a bit nervous, just like me. It seemed he was glancing at the new customer back time to time.
偶然の来店でしょうか。であれば数年ぶりの出来事ですが。
Well, he seems a little, his color palette seems a little exciting to be just a normal person, just saying.
前回はそうだそうだ、四天王がどうのこうのって女の子だ。
The Four Lords.
いやー、自分で言うのもなんだけど、アンシャンテの即席結界はあらが多い
If
ね。
he's not someone that's of the other worlds, shut up!
笑って済ませていいのかよそれ。とりあえず普通の客ってんならほっときゃすぐに帰るだろ。
And the fact that my regulars talked just like normal without lowering their voices at all filled me with fear. Fortunately, he was fiddling with his phone and didn't seem to notice the conversation between the regulars. Although, he's staring at me really, really hard. Now that I think about it, I'd always been prepared to just get the cafe open. I have no idea how to do customer service. Oh no! Anyway, I just have to not be rude. Be quick and service with a smile. Here's your iced coffee.
どうも。
I was complimenting myself on the inside for not spilling anything. Good job. I finally realized that was just how nervous I was. So when a new customer comes in and sits at the counter, am I supposed to talk with him? No, but it's possible they feel I'm just bothering them. With my hands open, I went to wash some dishes, and while I was frowning at myself, letting out a small groan.
いや、隣いいかな。
Before I knew it, our demon lord sat in the seat right next to the boy.
え、まあ、はい。
ありがとう。マスター、ブレンドコーヒーちょうだい。
You coming to fish me out, miser? Okay, I'll bring it out right away. What is Miser doing? I just hope he doesn't say anything weird. And right as I think that...
それで君は人間に見
Yeah,
える
I
け
had
ど
a feeling.
実はそうじゃないってタイプ。
I had a feeling.
は？
I hope it is right. The young boy's confusion spills out. What made that seem 100 times more intense was probably my own feelings. Ignis seemed to share my sentiment. Oh, poor Ignis, don't choke. His gasping and coughing made it all the way here to the counter from his seat. Hey, Miser! I tried to cut him off, but Miser gave me a quick wink to suggest he had it all under control. Oh dear lord.
お兄さん、見た目もあれだけど、中身もやばい感じの人なの。
まあやばいかやばくないかで言うとめちゃくちゃやばいね。なんたって俺魔王様だから。そういう意味で君もやばい存在じゃないのかな。
He's a cosplayer! He's a cosplayer!
急に気温が下がりました
You
ね。
know, I'm curious.
冷房でも入れたのでしょうか。
I'm gonna go look up the... I don't even know his name. Let's figure out his name first and I'll go look him up. I wanna know who's voice acting him.
はあ？冷房なんぞ。なんだ
Oh,
足元なんかめっちゃ冷てえぞ。
is he like a Yuki Onoko? What's happening? Ale and Ignis seem to be making a fuss. But for now, I should stop the water I was running and go over and listen to what Miser's talking about. The water's gonna be frozen. I was taken aback by my realization. The water, it stopped. Or actually... What? What's going on? The entire faucet's just frozen! It's... Hey, don't run away! Don't run away! You're cute! Don't run away!
なるほど。
In that moment, the small boy slapped a 1,000 yen bill onto the counter and ran out of the cafe. Gosh darn it, Miser! You scared off the cute boy! Huh? Thank you! What about your change?
あらら、せっかくの人外同士、仲良くしようと思ったの
You
に。
scared him off, Miser! Good job! Stretching out the wrinkled bill, Miser rests his chin on his hand. A non-human?
そういう時、本当に普通のお客さんが入る場合もあるから、資格を含めてきちんとマスター修行をするのは無駄にはならないよ。
But what are those requirements?
まあその辺は別の機会にでも説明するよ。とりあえず現に君はリンド、その他 GPM とか来店できてるでしょ。
And that's right. After we reopened, Miser explained to me more about how other customers could get into the cafe through... So that wasn't a complete sentence. The barrier, okay. And that was 1. By just knowing of Enchante's existence, its name, address, or heading to it. I mean, that's how I got here. I just use a map app. That's how deliveries and other services can get here too. 2. That you're a non-human with powers that outdo even Miser's and Ill's own. It seemed like that boy just happened to come by an inn. I think the first condition wouldn't apply here. So then, I'd have no idea just by looking at him. The second option seemed like the one. So he was another non-human? He was one too?
そうだね。この辺の飲み物とか、あとはその水道とか、意図的じゃないにせよ、彼の力が原因かな。
Miser picks up the iced coffee that was completely frozen solid and flips it over upside down.
来店した時、なんかモヤモヤしたものを背負ってるなとは思ってたけど、
And you scared him off.
彼、半分半分ってとこなんだろうね。
Although I still had questions towards Miser's vague explanation, the first thing I needed to point out was... You act like you wanted to be friendly, but it didn't look that way at all. A demon lord can't come up and start messing with a kid who looks like he's in school. I decided to caution Miser in his overly aggressive interaction.
あれ、俺そんなに感じ悪かった？すっごいフレンドリーに、にこやか、爽やか、営業スマイルのつもりで。
You were acting really strange.
いやいや、控えめに言っても貴様人間ではないな。化けの皮を剥いでやろうって聞こえたぞ。
私も右に同じです。
I may not know customer service, Miser. That was not friendly behavior, though.
あれ、そんなつもりはなかったんだけどな。
Okay, sit down, old man.
魔王様、ちょこっとショック。
That said, the curtain closed on the panic brought by the sudden visitor, ending with the visitor leaving on his own. Yeah, okay. Don't worry so much, Mom. It's okay. I'm doing all right here. I feel like this is worth much more than the work I was doing before, and Grandpa's friends are helping me out. And the customers that come here are good. People? Oh, no, it's okay. Yeah, I'll come by when things settle down. I'm working now, so I'll call you later. Phew. Sorry for the wait. It was just after 5 in the afternoon. Around this time, when the sun's setting rays come through the cafe, all the regulars are about doing their own thing. I droop my head, with Canis and Mr. Rindo sitting at the counter, and get back to work.
いや、構わぬとも。あなたの家族からの連絡だろう。
Yes. Yeah. It's been about 4 months now since leaving home. Just to call to check if I'm doing okay over here.
離れて暮らす一人娘か。親御さんは心配だろうね。
See, we don't need to tell mom
人
that.
外のことを伏せてるんでしょ
We don't need to tell mom that. Well, for now I just avoid it. But I feel I'll need to tell them the truth at some point. I'm sure my mom and dad would make a fuss. I think it's okay to leave it for now.
まあ、喫茶店経営だけならまだしも、男が複数人宿を借りることもあるっていうのは伏せておきたいよね。
Mom and dad don't need to know I'm living with like five bachelors. It's okay. Much less for them being otherworldly beings.
なぜだ
It's okay, Katniss.
ア
Don't
ン
worry
シャン
about
テに
it.
宿泊する際、我らは特に問題を起こしてはいないと思うが。
Don't worry about it, Katniss. The armor-clad knight disputes the point, shaking the head he didn't have side to side. Looking away from where I thought his face would be, I mutter quietly. You know, I'm sure no one's really conscious about it, but I am a girl. And Katniss and you are all men.
つまり
That means, you know, it'd be easy for my folks to misunderstand. Mr. Rindo, stop laughing and help me.
でもそこがわからないから
It
こ
is
そ
very
カ
Katniss
ヌ
of
ス
him
ら
not
しくていいと
understand.
思うんだけどな。
Especially with how forthright he is, and how straight-laced he is. In any case, we end our conversation and I take their orders. Okay, Katniss, you want a fruit smoothie, and Mr. Rindo, an Americano. The Americano might take a bit more time. Is that okay?
もちろん、この時間のお客さんは僕
It's
たち
not
だ
like
けみ
he's
たい
gonna
だし
stop
ね。
coming or anything. Thank you very much. Oh, that's right. Speaking of customers, suddenly come to mind I began to speak while heating some water. This happened yesterday, but
我々以外の客が入った。
yeah. Right. I was like, oh no, and panicked. The two men were both out yesterday, so it was a good opportunity to talk about it. I tell them of the boy that suddenly just came into the store, and the two looked at each other in bewilderment.
それはまた随分と珍しいな。アンシャンテの結界の特性上、そういったことも可能性としてありえない話ではないが。
Also, according to Miser's judgment, the boy seemed like he was a non-human.
おお、それはそれは。驚きの連続って
The
やつだ
plot
ね。
thickens. Right? Though I don't know if it was by his power, but for a moment yesterday, the piping and everything had frozen over. If you just looked at him, he seemed like a normal boy. That made me even more surprised. I don't know, just looking at him, he had a very, I don't know if vivid's the right word. He had a very unique color palette. It's not surprising to look at him and be like, oh yes, he controls eyes. After sharing the information I had, Mr. Rindo mutters behind the steam from his Americano.
と言ってもさ、昨日だけの来店なら単なる偶然で片付くんじゃない？
I don't know, he might come again. I hope he comes again.
僕がここに来るようになった数年の間でも何回かはそういう偶然があったって話は聞いてるし。
そうだな。GPM のように店を襲撃してくるわけでもなし、特に気にせずでよいだろう。
I hope he's not a bad guy.
その説はご迷惑を。
It's true. Candace is right. It's not like we had to get in a panic just because someone new came into the cafe. It's a new friend. He can be a new friend for us. I want him to be a new friend. And I mean, a cafe that panics over customers coming in already seems problematic.
というか、仮にアンシャンテ常連に人外が増えたら、また僕の仕事が増えるんだな。大変。
アンシャンテとしては良いことかもしれんだろう。諦めて仕事に精進することだな。
これでも真面目にやってるんだけどね。実を言うと、 うちの部署とか今メディオの件でてんてこまいなんだよ。
What about Medio? Wait, was there some kind of problem because we all went to Medio? I nervously asked my question, but Mr. Rindo laughs and waves his hand, dismissing my concerns. It's probably just the information he brought back
誰
with
が
him.
どうこうとか世界の危機がとかそんなんじゃないよ。
Yeah, it's just them nerding out and being like, oh my gosh, look at this information that Kaoru Rindo brought back with him.
というか誰かのせいって言うなら僕自身のせいだし。
Depending on who you ask, information on the fairy world Medio inside the GPM is scarce. It's considered an unusual world. Normally, written reports or testimonies by Kanis would have been enough.
僕が生で妖精の動画を撮
Oh
っ
my
た件
gosh.
とか、あとはサンプルにいいかなって数枚頂戴した落ち葉とか草花がね。もう開発班に大受けでさ、おまけに詳しく話を聞かせろって連日朝から晩まで捕まっちゃって。
Wow, I guess you're just really popular then, Rindo. Complaining because you're popular in a celebrity status because you went to Medio. Sounds so rough. It seemed like Mr. Rindo hadn't shown up here much after coming back from Medio. I suppose that's what's been going on. I see. It must have been something, considering the work the GPM does.
もういっそ現地住人のカヌスに任意同行してもらってそのまま
Oh, dear.
話をしてもらいたいくらいだよ。
断る。先ほど自分で言っていたろ。
Yeah,
まさに
you're
自業
the
自
one
得
that
だ。
caused this problem. You can figure it out. You can figure it out, Rindo.
それにベスティアのように GPM が頻繁にやってきてはティターニアたちに申し訳が立たぬ。
There was one word that hit me. Bestia. You mean Agnes's homeworld, right? What sort of connection does his world and Bestia have? Kanis nods deeply as if acknowledging my question.
我もイグニスから聞いた話なのだが GPM は何らかの方法でベスティアへと直接干渉していると聞く。イグニス本人もベスティアで幾度も人の群れを見かけているらしいからな。
Somehow able to travel. Wait, does the GPM also have a gate that goes to alternate worlds like ours? Kanis and I looked toward Mr. Rindo.
惜しい。ほぼ正解だけど本部にあるのはゲートじゃないよ。
He pours some milk into his Americano and puts up two fingers.
確か前に説明があったと思うけどさ、
You have a wormhole?
異世界に行くための方法として2種類の転送法があるってやつ。
You're just taking a shot in the dark. That sounds scary. Alright, you're talking about gates and wormholes? I recall the conversation we had about homeworlds just before going to Medio. Just like the one in Enchante, there are several gates that connect to alternate worlds. And there are wormholes, distortions in space that appear haphazardously. That's not what it was. Haphazardly, not haphazardously. Same difference. You can only travel in one direction through them, and they are incredibly unstable. If you happen to fall into one, it would be nothing but unfortunate. That's how it was explained to me. So then, the GPM headquarters has a wormhole?
そう。普通ホールって言ったらどんなに長くても数日程
Have
度
you
で
like
閉じるはず
kept
なん
it
だけ
in,
ど、
in stasis? Like, are you feeding it to keep it open somehow?
何を思ったのか。うちに所属している変態で天才な変態がそれを固定開閉できるようにしちゃってね。その結果、ベスティアについては固定した直通路が確保されていてね。飛躍的に研究調査が進んでるんだ。
Oh wow. I didn't know that was possible.
うん。GPM も伊達に国家組織を名乗っている
Wow, they're not just idiots.
人材の層も熱いよう
Is
に
there? And they're not just idiots with titles and badges. Wow, they're actually geniuses.
どうかな。規格外に優秀なやつってどこにでもいるもんじゃない？
A crazy genius. I wonder what kind of person they are to be called something like that. I have a feeling we'll eventually meet them, considering how much thought we put into this
ごちそ
particular
うさま。
character.
さてさて、 仕事地獄なおじさんは今から
yes.
もう一頑張りかな。
The hellhole he calls work. Good luck.
根を詰めすぎるな。お前もよく言うように、人は脆いのだから。
なんだろう。
No, that's
心配されてる
weird.
のは嬉しいんだけど、年齢的な意味で言われてる気がするよ。
気のせいだ。
I take his payment and Mr. Rindo begins to put on his suit.
そうだ、琴音ちゃん。話が戻っちゃうんだけどさ、
Hmm?
ここに来た人外の男の子について聞いた話じゃ害をなすような子じゃないとは
He
思うけ
doesn't sound like he
ど、
does.
念のため僕の方でも GPM のデータベースを紹介してみるよ。
Okay, I'll give you a description. He had, I think is very pale hair, and like the coolest hairstyle imaginable. He looked, he was maybe like 13, 14 years old. Yeah, and did he have a vest on? See here. Oh my god, you're still straight. I am still straight. I feel good enough, so I'm gonna keep straight. I want to get to it. I want to get to a route, and I'm not sure if this game routes. It's acting kind of strange. It's acting just a little bit strange with how things are going. But yes, I am still streaming.
何か特徴とか覚え
Yes,
てる限りで
yes,
教え
his
てもらえ
hair.
るかな。
He had the coolest hairstyle, Indo.
会話の仕方でも。
He has a hairstyle that I want to steal. No Ratchet OGs. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this because we're like in chapter 5 already, and I thought we'd gotten on Conus's route because at the beginning of chapter 4, he was like on the chapter 4 image, right? When it transitions over, and we went to his world and we had like cool things that we visited and we got to meet other fairies, and then there was like this moment where it was like very Otome-esque, like we got a CG. But then chapter 5 came and then we got Rindo on the front of it. So I was just like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. So yeah, so I'm not sure what's going on with this. I'm not sure if there's no routes or if it just wants us to play down like a neutral route first and then we replay it and get routes, but that's strange. I've never run across an Otome like this yet. So I don't know what's going on. Futures, huh? I try to think back to what I saw that day. I told you he's got the coolest hairstyle. I want it. I want that hairstyle. Just by looking at him, he really did look like just an ordinary middle schooler. Maybe about 160 centimeters tall, and he had a slender build. As for Futures that stood out... Oh. One thing that stood out in particular. That boy had really beautiful white hair. That's right, he had shining silken white hair that would stand out even if he was in the middle of town. There are routes, okay. I just have to find him, I guess.
氷を使う白髪のもの。
Wow. It's like I predicted. The one who reacted to what I said was not Mr. Indo, but Canis. Canis?
なるほどね。そこまで特徴があるなら探すのは難しくなさそうだ。何か分かったら報告するよ。
Appreciate your help.
リンド、その報告、できれば我にも届けてもらえるだろうか。
それはもちろんいいけど、何か気がかりなこと
Why
で
are you
も。
interested in this? The common route is 8 chapters long? Oh my lord. I guess that's nice that it solidifies like the story and stuff, but holy crap. Holy crap, most other Otomes that play have like a prologue and maybe 1 or 2 chapters that are like the main route, quote unquote. And then it branches off based off your decisions and you start going down a specific character's route. My lord, 8 chapters of common route. How many hours is this game? I have no much longer there is. I have no idea how much longer there is after that. My lord. Well, we gotta keep trucking through it. We're gonna keep trucking through it. I'm having a good time here regardless though. It's still I'm having a great time playing the game.
いや、これは
You have a
勘と
strange
言うべき
feeling.
なのか。ともかく、 調べてもらえるとありがたい。
His spidey senses are tingling
了
again.
解。頑張りますよと。
Enchante. Late at night before the next day.
いや、調べるとは言ったけどさ、普通報告した途端に即作業しろとか言う？
Complaining about the higher up asking for the impossible, Rindo Karu holds a cup of instant coffee in a room that, aside from him, was vacant. He was working overtime.
ああ、やだやだ。僕もいつかの琴音ちゃんじゃないけど、老期に訴えてやろうかな。
The coffee wasn't necessarily bad. I do miss the taste of Enchante though. Oh, I'm Kaoru Rindo. That's who I'm speaking as right now. But I suppose that does come with a nice price. It's free. I can't be too picky given the situation.
で、例の謎の少年の特徴はと。
Yes. My fingers brushing against key after key, I enter in the information. I'm accessing the database of confirmed non-humans in the human world. So essentially, an encyclopedia of people to watch out for. I don't feel great that I have to use this though.
身長と年齢、髪の色。あとは能力と報告年数で絞って。
And right after I press the key,
ジャストで該当。てっきり未確認の人外だと思ってたけど、登録されてるもんだね。
without spoiling too much, I managed to find that this game has a really fucking long common route that a lot of people think is boring and lackluster, and the routes seem to be about 4 chapters long. Okay. Alright. I don't know, even if, like, we're at chapter 5, so if we've only got... once we get through with this one, we got 3 more chapters to do. Like, I like the story so far. It's cozy story. I have nothing against it, at all, honestly. But most people looking to play Tommy's probably are like, we're not getting to the characters. I can't smooch my favorite character soon enough. It's boring. It's probably what they think. I'm having a good time just enjoying it though. Even if I'm not on Candace's route, I'm having a great time. I like the cast. The voice actors make it even better, but I like the cast in general too. It's just like a slice of life. It's just a situational slice of life.
名前は
What is his name? I want to know his name.
安倍カリア。
Karia Abe.
14歳の中学2年
Okay,
生。
now I gotta go look
体
him
が
up.
弱く学校を休みがち。
I gotta go look up his voice actor. Karia Abe. Let's see. Yu Nagase. Oh, he was in Color Malice. And that's the only thing I would know him from, though. And I don't remember Color Malice too much. I didn't get too far into Color Malice. I like his voice, though. Let's see, age 14, second year in middle school. Hey, I was right about his age! His body's weak, so he misses school a lot.
登録されてる理由はと。
Ninja's face went stern at the text displayed on his computer.
チェンジリング。
Changeling. Changelings. A well-known part of folklore passed down from olden Europe. A phenomenon when a human child that was just born would be taken away by a fairy on a whim and exchanged with the baby fairy. So he's a fairy?
っていう感じで人間界には伝わってたかな。
In that case, he might be related to Medio, this Karya Abe kid.
カヌスが気にかけてたことに関係があるのかな。
True. While in thought, I sipped my instant coffee.
おやおや、そこにいるのは情報課課長こと人外ひしめくアンシャンテの監視役。
Hold on. Is this Natsuki Hanae? Is this Natsuki Hanae? I've got to look this up now. Oh yeah. I don't even know what his face looks like yet. Is Natsuki Hanae even a choice voice actors from here. Maybe not. Nope, he's not. Who is this? Oh my gosh, it's that one.
羨ましくもけしからん役目を任されている
Oh my lord.
林道薫ではないかね
Oh dear. Chill your jets. Gakuto Kajiwara. Do I know what you've been in, sir? Let's see. I don't remember that character from Tribe 9. Oh, he was the main character from Fire Force, which I haven't really seen much of. Oh, he was also the main character in Black Clover, which I have never seen either. And that looks like it's it. Okay, so he's kind of a newbie, a little bit. Ah, not this guy. Was practically spelled out on his face. Rindo's poker face was usually very good, but it just fell apart here. Does he have a fox? This guy here in this place had a look that suggested he might have just broken out of jail, or maybe a foster home. But no, he was Rindo's old friend, the chief of development, Akira Mikuro. It was none other than that crazy genius.
やあやあ今日も残業ご苦労様だねそれともアンシャンテでまた何か新しい発見でもしたのかな妬ましい羨ましい
Oh my goodness.
ただでさえレア中のレアな人外に囲まれる天国のような生活を約束されているというのにしかも GPM 史上初の妖精界メディオの現地行きまでなぜ僕に黙っていたのかね白状者
I looked him up. His name is Gakuto Kajiwara. The only thing I really recognize him from, which I haven't even consumed very much of to be honest, he was the main character for Fire Force and Black Clover, which I believe Shinra is the name of, yeah, Shinra's the name of the Fire Force one, and then Asta is the Black Clover. I never really heard or seen him. He sounded familiar. I thought he sounded very similar to Natsuki Hanae. Natsuki Hanae has a voice that sounds similar to that, and so I kind of assumed Natsuki Hanae at first, but tis not Natsuki Hanae. It's someone new. After receiving a barrage of words, a heavy fatigue fell over me.
あのさミカド僕一人しかいないとはいえ職場で大声出すのはどうかと思うよ
Think of office conduct, sir.
あと前も言ったけどお前を連れて行くとさあそこの人外図からの信頼がさらに失われちゃうわけだよ血液採取を挨拶代わりにするような変態科学者様は自重って言葉を知らないみたいだしね
Oh my goodness.
仕方あるまい人外とはそれだけ魅力的な存在なのだから
Oh dear.
つまりはこの僕の学術的好奇心の方がはるかに価値が高いに決まっているじゃないか
Is that Hiro? They didn't have it listed on this website. Is it Hiro? If it is Hiro. Oh, it's Hiro from OnStars. There you go. Well, alright then. Now he's like...
養成所ティターニア僕も会ってみたかった
Now he's just a big old nerd. Sounds nothing like him though. Yeah, voice actors are crazy sometimes. It all comes full circle.
それはもうきっととてつもなく表現のしようがないほどに素晴らしい人外なのだろうね
Okay, calm down. Rindo praises his past self for not taking along this walking disaster of a freak who could barely keep his breathing in check. And also, because he knew that the reason this guy wanted to meet and research non-humans wasn't just because he was curious.
まったくリンドウは意地が悪い
This
に
is
も
Fox
程がある
named Ku.
ねえクーちゃん
When it comes to seiyus, with how many characters there are, it's a lot less surprising. Yeah, considering how big the cast is for OnStars, eventually you're going to get to people that are familiar. But it's always fun though, whenever you come across like not as big of a name and you're like, oh my god, look, there they are. I was the same way with like, I guess Genshin characters are getting to that point too, where there's a lot, not just side characters, but also the playable characters and stuff. That you're gonna run into voice actors that you know. So every seiyu has been at least in either one idol or sports anime. That is true. The cast are so giant in those kinds of animes too, so it only makes sense because you just gotta get a lot of people to have different voices. Unless you're gonna reuse voice actors like they did in Token Rambu. I don't know a lot of seiyus. It's okay, so. Pats, it's okay. The longer you hang out around Ari and I, you'll probably pick up some at least through osmosis. I don't know. That's just my thing though. I'm really big into seiyus, and just I guess from the content I consume, more often than not, I experience more male seiyus. So I'm more knowledgeable in that. Female seiyus I'm not too knowledgeable in. I'm better with male ones, but I'm really big into seiyus. I quite like them. It's like the requirement of seiyus at this point. It kind of is. You aren't in the big leagues yet until you've done at least one idol and one sports anime. Akira was tilting his head toward and talking to the stuffed animal on his shoulder. That's a stuffed animal? Rindo let out a sigh. Moments after, Rindo realized he was making a pretty nasty face. He decided to hold his tongue. Honestly, even though I'm a huge Love Live fan, I still can't remember them by name. Yeah, I'm not... Like, there might be a voice actress that comes across that I'm like, I kind of remember it, but I couldn't keep up with that too. I'm playing through Otomi month. I'm more familiar with male seiyus. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, not just from Otomis though, just regular anime that consume, you know? Just like general anime. It's not like I'm even specifically watching animes geared towards women with like male eye candy. Just like the anime that I watch, I'm more knowledgeable about the male actors versus the actresses. But yeah, like for most seiyus, especially if they're big, they've done a sports anime, they've done an idol anime, and they've likely probably done at least one BL work as well. There's so many out there that we're seeing recurring characters and you're like, oh my gosh, there he is again. Well, it doesn't help with female seiyus, the fans mostly call them by nickname. That's true. Well, male seiyus, they also call them by nickname, but I think it's more cutesy. Female seiyus probably get referred to by nicknames more often. But you get like Mamoru is Mamo, Miyana Mamoru. And then you get Yoshimazu Hosoya, who's Hosoyan. And I think most of the time, I don't think who is he? There's somebody else that has a nickname that I can think on top of my head. I'm not sure if it's there anymore. I can't remember. I can usually pick out the cast of Critical Role when I hear one of their voices. See, there you go. This is just a unknown atmosphere for you. But you understand the sentiment. I consume so much anime. It's been okay. I have consumed so much anime that I'm familiar with a lot of the voice actors here, so. Especially with idol female seiyus, yeah. It's more common with female seiyus than male seiyus. It is, but male seiyus also do have nicknames that fandoms will call them by. I think, but I do agree, it's probably more popular with female seiyus just because, like, their whole brand is, I'm so cute, I do seiyu work. Look at me, I'm cute little girl. Okay, not necessarily little girl. I am cute. I am kawaii desu. Male seiyus don't always go for that particular thing, so nicknames aren't necessarily a big thing for them. Okay, let's continue on.
ああ、それでリンド。結局、君はまずそうなコーヒーをすすりつつ、
No,
業務時間外に何をしていたの
if
か
I
ね
needed some coffee, I would have gone over to the cafe.
ああ、まあちょっと調べ物をね。
Hold on a second. Okay, I was about to say with the way that his vest is kind of laid out, it kind of looked like he had, like, it was just really broad straps on the top, but it looked like he had one of those gun holsters that go under the coat. Like you pull it on like a backpack, and you got two guns on each side of your chest. So I'd say, is he packing? There's also more males too that are just more recognizable voice and role-wise than females too. That's true. I agree with that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's just consuming anime has been envisioning Michi learning about anime by eating files that look like DVD boxes of manga. Michi, put the DVD down. No, don't eat it. Michi! No. I don't consume it like that. I just eat the bites. I take a bite. I take a bite of each anime. And for each anime data that's given me, I take a bite, a BYTE, and I store it in my database. I don't eat physical discs, I promise. Kyo's computer doesn't even have an optical drive, so I can't even eat it. You just eat the bytes. Exactly. I eat the bytes and I store it in the memory database. I don't actually eat the boxes that way. I eat the bytes given to me though. It's very fulfilling. When Michi is famished, she takes a gigabyte. I do. What does a gigabyte taste like? It depends on the content of that gigabyte. It can taste like many different things. A gigabyte is not necessarily dictated. A gigabyte's just the size of it, right? It's not the actual thing being consumed, right? It's like me asking you, what does an ounce taste like? An ounce doesn't taste like anything, but an ounce of steak would taste much different from an ounce of yogurt, right? So the gigabyte is just the size of what's being consumed. Oh, I totally got rid of that. Come bring it back. Unless you have really weird steak or yogurt. Not that I've ever eaten steak or yogurt, but from what I know about steak and yogurt, if your steak tastes like yogurt or your yogurt tastes like steak, I would be concerned. I would either spit that out immediately or I would go to a doctor because your taste buds are messed up.
こら、何を勝手に。
Back off, dude! His body was small enough to slip by, and Akira swooped up the computer Rindo was using for his research.
おお、チェンジリングか。ロマンがあるよね。またの名を先祖返りとも言う。
Consult a doctor or a culinarian. I guess you could try either.
しかし。
Okay.
へえ、
Mikado, fuck
この
off.
個体すごいじゃないか。
Fuck off.
何がさ。
だってずいぶん長生きしてるじゃないか。チェンジリングの対象者はだいたい5年持てばいい方さ。おや、知らなかったのかい？まあでもそうか。情報課課長といえど、すべての人外の知識があるわけでは
I
ないか。
don't like you. Get out. You need to stop that. You need to stop that. I like this kid. I'm going to protect this kid. Mikado flutters his coat as he boasts.
何しろ、本来人間界にいるべきでない存在だ。生まれる世界を間違えて誕生してしまったものなのだから。そうだな。例えて言うなら、人間がうっかり猛毒の空気の中に生まれたようなものだね。いやー、10年以上生きてる個体なんて極めて珍しい存在だと断言できるよ。それで君はなんで彼を調べてたんだい？捕まえて研究対象にしていいの？
You're not allowed to catch him, nor keep him as a subject. He's going to be mine. I'm going to take care of him. Ignoring Mikado and his comment, that strayed him further away from humanity. Rindo thinks seriously for a moment.
人間界では長く生きられない妖精がアンシャンテを訪れた理由。偶然なら別に。
Don't say this out loud.
それ
Rindo, why are you saying this out loud in front of this maniac?
理由はなんだ。同じ妖精であるカヌスの存在に気づいた。それとも自分の体の不調から無意識のうちにメディオの気配に引き寄せられた。
Oops, it wasn't possible.
もしそうだとしたら
With a serious face on, Rindo begins to move. The next GP mission was unfolding. All the love interests are really good at keeping things under wraps around here. I know. The next day, with the information I unfortunately had to go to Mikado for, I quickly drove into action. Protection of friendly non-humans. If the GPU truly believes that it is one of its purposes, there's only one thing I could do. Under a rainy sky pouring down like running tears.
たく、なんで俺がてめえの用事に付き合わなきゃなんねんだよ。
悪いね。後で美味しいお肉をおごるからさ。
It was a pretty sudden request. I guess I can't blame Ignis for complaining, especially since he's a fire beast, and you've made the fire beast come out in the rain. Honestly, I would have rather spoken to Canis, as this is a medio matter.
タイミング悪く、メディオで外せない用事があるみたいでさ。
まあ、護衛っつってもガキが相手だろ。散歩ついでにやってや
Oh,
る。
don't say that. Ignis, you're gonna jinx us. I needed a fill-in for Canis, so here we are. Ignis was good enough, especially if I needed him as support as support for a fight. We continue walking in search for the boy. I already contacted Kotone and told her who Karia Abe really was, and the danger he was facing. I'm sure we can say the details about changelings later once we regroup with Canis.
話をして、おとなしくついてきてくれればいいんだけどな。
つか、肝心のそのガキはどこにいやがんだよ。家に。
Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Ignis.
少なくとも、今の家族との不仲ではないみたいだけどね。むしろ、かなり関係としては良好みたいだ。ただ、ガリア君自身がかなり放浪癖があるのか、ほとんど家にはいないみたいでね。
じゃあ地道に探すしかねってか？
まさか。これでも僕は情報家だよ。彼の自宅に寄ったのはあくまで保険。彼がいる可能性が高い場所くらいはちゃんと目星をつけてるって。
Come on, let's go find this kid. With that, we arrive at a spot about 30 minutes away from Enchante.
これはまた素敵な隠れ家をチョイスしたね。
We arrived at the warehouse of an abandoned factory. There were stains of rust all over it. Holes filled the walls and the roof. They were useless against the rain that was falling now. It was a pretty wide building and didn't feel cramped in the slightest. But thinking about a young kid spending time out here all alone, I can't say it was making me feel great.
さて、それじゃあ中でお仕事と行きますか。
なんかあれば呼べよ。人通り見張っておいてやっから。
どうも。イグニスは常識があって助かるよ。まあとりあえずは僕に任せておいて。
Ignis has his moments of common sense. I slowly opened the rusty door. I deliberately made my footsteps heard. There was a small shadow of a figure standing in the back. I began to speak. Hey! Come in peace. Right. There was the boy, gripping his chest. He seemed in pain and was breathing heavily.
いや、ちょっといいかな。
何あんた。
そんなに警戒しなくても、僕は怪しいものじゃないよ。
どこがいきなり慣れ慣れしく話しかけてくるし。いい大人が平日なのにぶらついてるし。
I know, I would agree. But for this one point in time, please listen to him.
どっからどう見ても怪しい中年のおじさんなんだけど。
一理あるね。
I accepted what it looked like. I took a minute to stand there and just talk.
説明が難しいんだけど、僕はほんの少し君と話がしたいだけなんだよ。阿部カリア君。
なんで俺の名前。
ほら、君先日妙なアンシャンテっていう喫茶店に寄っただろ。
You're not really helping your case here, Rindo.
それさ、どうして立ち寄ったのか理由を教えてもらえないかな。答えづらいなら僕から言おうか。 君は原因不明の体調不良で苦しんでた時、引き寄せられるように店に入った。それでちょっと体が楽になった。違うかな？
You stopped by Encanto, right? No, no, we can't talk about it. We don't talk about we don't talk about Bruno.
どうして俺の体調のことまで。
A look of panic was colored clearly across the boy's face, still gazing right at it.
決まってる。君が体調不良で辛い思いをしてるのも、人と違うことで苦しむのも。
I made sure I didn't sugarcoat it because he had to see the truth.
君が人間じゃないからさ。
Oh, I like his eye color too. He's got little fangies as well. I'm not sure if it's just how they draw canine teeth, just like normal canine teeth, or if he has little fangies, but he's got a little fangy. The temperature around us dropped suddenly. I could feel the cold air begin to envelope me. I knew it. He does understand he has an ability. So what he really is...
突然のことで理解できないかもしれない。でも聞いてほしい。君はただの人間じゃなくて、元来別の世界に生まれるはずだった妖精。
Imagine being told you're a fairy.
その氷を司る力も、それが理由だ。
I really needed to calm him before he starts demonstrating his full power.
大丈夫。僕は君の味方だ。それと、あの喫茶店のマスターも。一応専門の機関に所属しててね。君みたいな力を持つ者に対しては、それなりに詳しいんだ。
People like you.
心配しなくてもいいよ。妖精についても少しは研究も進んでる。だからきっと。
Yes, see, you should have said that, Rindo. Before I realized it was too late. At the sound of that word, the boy began glaring as if I'd attacked him.
やだ。
However, his rejection was at a far greater level than I expected.
研究ってまた俺を監禁して調査するんだろ。
No, we're not.
珍獣みたいに、動物みたいに、みんなで囲んで笑い物にしながら。
No, I want you to come sit at my cafe and drink your iced coffee and have a good time. Just with that, I put together what kind of past he'd been through.
だからあんただって同じだろ。信用できる要素なんて一つもない。
きっと君はその体で辛い目にあったんだろうね。
Ignis, get your ass in here and help me out.
僕が信用できないのもわかる。でも僕も引けないんだよ。君が僕を信じられないとしても、僕は君みたいな子を何が何でも保護しなきゃいけない。
は？保護？捕獲じゃなくて。
No, this one will actually protect you. I think. At the very least, I will protect you. I'll beat up Rindo. But it's Rindo's chapter time. Ignis, get your ass in here. Help me out. I'm a human. You're not. Help me. Help my case.
いや、
Help Rindo's
保護でやって
case.
るよ。君がその力で誰かを傷つける前に守りたいんだ。何より君自身がね。
されるつもりはないって言ったら。
Well, I got backup. Who uses fire? I don't think he's coming peacefully. Yeah, I don't either. I figured it might come to this.
僕は僕の仕事をするまでさ。君こそ僕相手にどうするんだい？その
I'm sorry, Rindo.
そうだね。どんだけ悪どいやつもこの力で大体退けてきた。大人ってのはさ、痛い目を見なきゃ自分がどんだけのことをしてんのか
I'm trying to
わ
help
かんない
you.
んだよ。
かもね。案外大人の方が子供より物の善悪がわからないのかもしれない。
だったらもう俺のことは放っておいてくれよ。
Time to freeze. The warehouse was filled with water from the pouring rain. I had jumped right before my feet would be frozen in the small bodies of water. However,
参ったな。ほっといたら死んじゃうから声をかけたんだけどね。
The reason he's become so aggressive must be because he realized that his life is draining away.
というか、寒い。もうちょい着込んでくるべきだった。
I tried to run as the ice froze the warehouse. Then... Oh dear. Quit shooting ice shards at me, dude! Small projects of ice? Maybe I don't know if projects would be the right word to use there. Small projectiles of ice were flying toward me, but I managed to cut them down with a knife.
派手にやるね。子供は後先考えないから怖いな。
But if a stranger came by talking about research and protection, I guess I'd expect a pretty intense response. So what do I do now? My mind was racing as I dodged his attacks. He threw frozen school projects. Oh man. He's throwing frozen what's the word? Science project volcanoes and frozen, what are they called? Frozen poster boards. Man, this kid's going all out.
やだやだやだ。捕まったらまたあんなことになる。
I'm not here to catch you. I promise.
俺はやっとあったかい家族を手に入れたのに。
Whoa, chill out, kid. You can still stay with that family. I swear. I'm here to protect you and help you. For reals. Oh my gosh, frozen frog dissection ninja stars? Awful. With a scream, the stacked wooden boxes crumbled, unable to handle the sudden change in temperature. The boy, probably losing his mind now, began screaming as if his line depended on it. Please don't be a voice line. Okay, I was about to say, oh my ears. Everybody's ears. Changelings. This was not something born of the mischief of fairies. It was found in folklore. It was one fairy and human blood mixed, causing the chance of an ancestral relapse, giving fairies traits to a descendant. Karya Abe is one of those beings. Unfortunately for him, his powers came shortly after he was born, and he was proven to be a non-human by those closest to him. Even his biological parents. What happened next was a classic tragedy. Afraid of Karya, even though he was kin, they left him in solitude. He was completely neglected by his own parents. It seemed like there were no decent people in his life. He searched for help, but was persecuted and deceived instead. He ended up being sold into the darkest pits of society. There, he could have died at any moment. And there... His grandmother realized what happened. She came to save him from this living hell. Shortly after, though, she passed away. His relatives, that couple I'd gone to before coming here, were the ones who adopted and took Karya in. Even though they knew of his powers, they showed no fear nor pity to him. It was an honest love. It was pure. That's why...
それを奪われるなんて絶対に。
No, I'm not here to take it away from you.
嫌だ!
Oh, don't scream, please. Yes. Even if he died. Oh no. All of a sudden it was hard to breathe. The tiny amount of water in the air must have begun to freeze. Not only that, I could feel his gaze on me. He must have been staring to see when I'd stop moving. I felt like the very blood in my body was beginning to freeze. I really didn't think he was this strong. Ignis, get your ass in here! I dropped to my knees and right as I began to lose consciousness.
せえな、ビキビキバキバキやかましい。なんかあったら呼べっつったのか。
I was trying! Rindo refused to scream out your name to get you in here, dumbass! Like a comet, the demon beast of fire comes crashing down with a roar. He was adorned with fire, and the flames melted the ice all around the warehouse. Karya's body flinches at the sudden rising temperature within the warehouse.
Nice timing.
Uh-huh. Duh. Ice natural enemy is fire. It's a fact even a child would know. Karia, don't run, please. As soon as I caught my breath, I ran to him. I catch Karia's frail body as it began to fall forward.
とりあえず一件落着かな。彼も目立った外傷はないし。でもイグニス、君の炎はこの子に負担が大きいみたいだ。悪いけど、抑え
Sorry,
てくれると
Ignis,
助
you're
か
too
る。
hot. Can you tone it down a little bit?
見りゃわかる。つうか、俺の炎とか関係なく、そいつかなりやべえんじゃねえか。
ああ、思ってたより数倍ね。一刻の猶予もない。
We gotta help him.
これはもう、本人の同意なんて取ってる場合じゃないね。
My fingers, shivering from the cold, began to dial a number. It was Kotone's.
もしもし、琴音ちゃん。例の少年、ひとまず保護したよ。それと、カヌスは戻ってるかな。あ、それなら話は早い。カヌスに伝えておいて、妖精界メディオへ、すぐにゲートをつなげられるようにってね。
We gotta help him.
陛下、間違いないようです。
They changed veneer. It was Venia, and now it's veneer.
なるほどな。
It must have been about an hour since that child was brought to Enchante, no, Enchante. Mr. Rindo and I were led by Canis. Miser brought the bros soon after into the fairy world Medio. Because Ignis's flames were bad for the boy's body, he stayed in Enchante with Il. Normally, I would have found a reason to come here. But after seeing his painful expression, I couldn't just sit and wait at the cafe.
久しぶりじゃの、ことね。それと、リンドウもか。
It's nice to see you, but it would have been better under other circumstances.
こんな形とは思わんかったが、また会えて嬉しいぞ。の、ベニーヤ。
いいえ、ちっとも全くこれっぽっちも。むしろまた厄介事を持ち込まれて大変迷惑です。
Well, you can go fuck
呪わ
yourself.
れろ。
Get out of here.
相変わらずだね。こっちの妖精さんの容赦のなさは。
With a chillingly painful expression, Veneer glares at us with narrowed eyes.
で、例のカリア君とやらの状態は？
メディオを訪れたことにより、今のところは落ち着いておるが、また人間界に長く戻ったら、何が起こるかわからんの。
So this is Changeling. I've read a bit about them in the books that Grandpa left behind. The concept rooted in changing one's ancestry. Mr. Indo and Canis explained the concept to me, but it didn't register. I mean, he looks just like an ordinary boy that has white hair for whatever reason. And he's had such a terrible past.
仕方のないことでしょう。人間という種族は排他的。認識の合わぬ相手には攻撃的だ。
これ、口が過ぎるぞ、ベンニーヤ。今はそれよりこの子のことじゃ。
Then we'll have to
人
take
間
care
界
of
で
him.
生きられぬ以上、
He is a fairy ancestry after all.
本来の故郷である、この妖精界メディオに引き取るべきじゃろう。
しかし、納得するだろうか。異常を自覚しつつも、自分を人間だと考える者が。
できるわけないだろ。
Hey. I turned around and Karia was sitting up from the pedestal, a pained look on his face.
なんなんだよ今の話。妖精とか異世界とかバカじゃないの。
Baka janai no. No, we're telling the truth, even though it doesn't sound like it.
その姿といい、あんたら揃って頭おかしいんじゃない。
I assume he heard everything we were just talking about. With suspicious eyes, he glares towards Titania and the others.
突然の話だ。信じられるのも無理はない。だが、現に証拠は揃っている。
この世界に訪れて体調が安定したのが何よりの証拠じゃ。カヌスの予想に基づき調べたが、
An
や
ice
はり
fairy.
そなたは氷の妖精の類のようじゃの。それもその身にはかなりの力を有しておる。
そんなの。
おとぎ話。でも君、ここにいる中年相手に全力で力を使ってたみたいだし、否定するのは無理があるんじゃない？
少々厳しい物言いになるが、我から率直に告げよう。少年。
Let me tell you straight, Shonen.
お前はこのまま人間界へ長居すれば死ぬ。
わしも幼い妖精がこのまま悲しく命絶えるのを見届けるのは心苦し
Especially with
い。
that cool of a hairstyle. You've got good taste.
じゃから少年、悪いことは言わん。このまま妖精界に住まうとよい。
Kari could do nothing more but remain silent. His expression looked pain. Unable to watch anymore, I spoke up. Well, I don't think we should push him to make a decision right away. This is a lot to take in at once, and given his particular situation, we had to give him some time to think. Mr. Rindo agrees with me by giving a single but affirming nod.
そうだね。ご両親のこともある。こうしてメディオの空気を吸って少しは体も安定したみたいだし、一度様子見しよう。構わないね、カリア君。
Karia, would you like to have some iced coffee?
いらない。
We returned to Enchante, and although we introduced ourselves again at a deeper level, his desire to speak shriveled into nothing. After seeing the other two non-human customers, he finally acknowledged the other worlds. That's where he seemed to be at. Although I'm not sure he's been able to accept the fact that he's also one of them. Mr. Rindo, the one who brought him in, turns to face him.
さて、カリア君。君はこれからどうするつもりだい？このままアンシャンテにしばらく厄介になるっていう
I will
手も
take
あ
care
る
of
け
you.
ど、
After a sigh,
もし自分について情報が少しでも欲しいなら、ひとまず GPM 本部に来てみない？
he gently proposes the idea.
GPM。
Dangerous words there. Kari had already been given a rough idea of what the GPM was. Why take him to the GPM, Mr. Rindo?
異世界のこと、妖精のこと、
Yeah, but you're also
人
putting
外
him
と
in
呼ばれ
like
る存在のこと、
you're putting him in. It's in an easier position to be snatched by that insane maniac.
今後どんな道を選ぶにしても
Ah,
Can
can
you
you
bring
bring your
your
tablet
tablet
with you? We
with
could
you?
just do it here at the cafe, please. I don't want him to go to the GPM. That's dangerous.
ファンタスティックな世界に直接訪れていろいろ聞くっていう手もあるけど、彼はこの現代日本で育ってきたんだ。根拠のある証拠やデー
Bring
タを
your
見せた方
tablet
が
with you.
わかりやすいかと思ってね。
After Mr. Rindo gave his reasoning, he then speaks to Karia.
GPM には君みたいなケースも前例が多少なりともあるからね。
Without arguing, Karia nods. Mr. Rindo then looks toward me.
ひとまず彼のことは任せて。
Can
大
you
丈夫。
take care of him?
悪いようにはしないから。
Take care of him for me, Rindo. Alright, I'll let Meiser and the others know. Fades out. The next morning. It was about noon when all the regular members except Mr. Rindo had gathered together.
なるほど、そういう事情でしたか。結界を抜けられたのも納得です。あれは基本的に人間用に調整したものですし。
んで、カリアっつったか。そいつはこれからどうするって？
I don't know. I'm sure he's in shock after having all these truths shoved at him all at once. I haven't gotten a call back from Mr. Rindo yet either. After I gave my explanation, the one who gave me the difficult truth, with their shoulders slumped while doing so, was Canis.
残念だが、あの少年が決断するのを待てる時間はそれほどない。GPM にもいつまでいられるか。油断すればすぐにでも命が危うくなるかもしれん。
We just had to trust Rindo. No, he's still just in middle school. But it was true. He was clearly in pain as he walked away from Enchante as he left. Considering that, there aren't many options for him to consider.
つまり結局のところ、妖精界へ行くしかないのでは？なぜ迷う必要があるのでしょう？
There's not many options. We're trying to make him feel like he has a say in it. Give him something, right? Give him some free will there to weigh his options and decide if he wants to suffer and or be healed. We've tried our best.
んな簡単に決められんなら、
Yeah.
あのガキもうだうだ言わねえだろ。
だね。今までの人生を全部捨てて新しい人生を歩めってことだし、それって本人的にはさ、死んだのと変わらないと思うよ。
It sounds like his parents now are really good people too. I'm certain he wouldn't want to separate from them. After Miser explains himself, sipping a cold coffee, Gale nods, understanding the situation. But in the end, maybe this isn't something we should be butting into. As I muttered my thought, the sound of my ringtone resonated throughout the cafe. I take my phone out of my pocket. Yes, hello? This is Abaki.
ああ、琴音ちゃん。林道だけど、今は大丈夫かな？
I do. Mr. Rindo, is something the matter?
ああ、カリア君のことさ、報告をしておこうと思って。
Don't be bad news. Please don't be bad news.
親御さんとも連絡してね。検査入院って扱いで GPM にもう一泊泊まってもらうことになったよ。
Hearing his voice over the phone, everyone got up from their seat and gathered around, wondering if something had happened. Oh, wait, Mr. Rindo. Everyone's here right now. Let me put you on speakerphone. 5 minutes later. So he didn't accept it then?
一応出せる証拠やデータは全部見せてあげたんだけどね。信じないというよりは信じたくないみたいなヒステリック状態というのが近いかな。そこで琴音ちゃんに物は相談なんだけど、ちょっと GPM 本部に来て彼と話をしてもらえないかな。
Everyone else was also surprised at the unexpected proposal. Huh? Me?
そう。いろいろと考えてはみたんだけど、人外に関わり、それを受け入れている一般人。そういう事例の生きた証人である君に、簡単なカウンセリングをしてもらえないかなって。もちろん、無理にとは言わないけど。
Of course I am. We're gonna come help
どうだ
him.
ろう
We're gonna help protect this kid. Yeah, I'll do whatever I can. I understand. I'm not sure if I can help, but I'll do whatever I can.
ありがとう。助かるよ。それと、実を言うとこの年頃の少年への対応の仕方がわからない、ね。
It's okay, old man. Don't worry about it. I got this.
ああ、人外どうのこうのって前にガキの扱いなんてわかんねえな。
メリオの小さな妖精ともまた違う性質であるだろうしな。
聞けば同じ個体でも成長とともに人格や精神が変化するとか、なんとも複雑なのですね、人間は。
Well, it's not like he's a total child like you guys seem to be saying. Aside from Ignis, Takanis and Eel, who've been alive for so long, Karyu and myself must seem like total children.
じゃあ今 SNS の方で地図と住所を送るから、カヌスとあとは適当な人員で来てくれるかな。
Okay, we'll be on our way. Got it. By the way, how far is headquarters from here? If it's in some faraway or secluded area, getting there today might be difficult.
ああ、割と近いから大丈夫。
Shinjuku.
新宿にあるよ。
Okay. Oh, that really is close by. And right in the middle of the city. Wasn't the GPM supposed to be an organization secret from most regular people? Hey, hide in plain sight, right? The Government Paranormalism Measures, or GPM, where Mr. Rendo's employed. I've heard much about this organization so far, including how it's an organization with a lot of history, dating back to the Heian period. Before the war, its goal was to eliminate non-humans, but now it's a peaceful entity. There's a branch in each prefecture of Japan, and they all report to the Shinjuku branch. But I didn't realize they were this big of an organization. Wow, this is a pretty big building.
古今東西の古典的手法だね。
Hide in plain sight.
木
What
を
did I
隠
say?
すなら森の中ってね。
しかし今更だがアンシャンテの留守をイル一人に任せて
I
大丈夫なの
think
だ
it'll
ろ
be
うか。
okay. I hope so. It'll be
仕
fine.
方ねえだろ。空気読めねえあいつ連れてくると、同性論でカリアとかいうやつ追い詰めそうだし。
それはそうなのだが、
新作の乙女ゲームをやるって言ってたし、特に問題ないと思うけどね。
We'll be fine. It'll be fine. We weren't getting anywhere by talking like this, so I mustered up my courage and stepped into the large building.
GPM 本部へようこそ。アンシャンテご一行様。
Oh dear, Rindo.
と、結構な大所帯で来たね。ああ、でも、以前の衝突を考えると、最低限の警戒はして当たり前か。
Oh no, that's not it. Kanis is a fairy like Karya, and Miser is advice, considering how long he's lived.
うん。イグニスは彼が暴走した時の保険ってところかな。まあ人数が多いのは問
Well,
題
you're
ない
not
さ。
wrong.
それじゃあ本題の前に簡単にこのビルについて説明しておくよ。
This building, the GPM headquarters where Mr. Rindo is stationed, is a skyscraper with 27 floors above the ground and 3 below. The floors are separated by department like General Affairs, Intelligence, R&D, etc. And the lower floors house convenience stores, cafes, and restaurants. We walked through the building, guided by Mr. Rindo, as he talked about it to us. On several occasions, we passed by staffers walking by us. On several occasions, we passed by staffers. Oh my goodness. This sentence could have been cleaned up a little bit more. On several occasions, we passed by staffers, walking by us and talking while they held cups of coffees in their hand. Huh. And the more I see, the more this just feels like a little trendy office. I can speak.
福利厚生をきちっとしてないと国家機関も成り立たないってことさ。
He's right. I could hardly handle the environment in my last job and ended up quitting because of it. Is this everyone's first time at the GPM?
おう、正直イメージと違えな。てっきりもっと怪しい雰囲気っつうか、ジメジメした雰囲気だと思ってたぜ。
ま、開発課のフロアに行けばご期待通り怪しい雰囲気満載だけどね。
Divinators.
ロボに魔法陣、陰陽用での術者もいる。とはいえ、別に毎日人外を捕獲したり争ったりしてるわけじゃないよ。平和的な解決ができればそれに越したことはないしね。
I bet. I think looking at everything here is changing my perception of the GPM. I've heard a lot about the GPM by now, and I've been intimidated by anyone from the GPM, besides you, Mr. Rindo.
それならよかった。呼び出した甲斐もあるってものだね。
No, this was from earlier. Okay, I was about to say, I'm like, wait a second. Why is this screen familiar when we've never been here before? Because we We saw this from Rinda's perspective earlier. I'll just say, was this in a flashback or something? No. This was just from his perspective, I believe. A short while later, word traveled that Miser and other non-humans were here, and people started to notice us. Oh no, a fan club's gonna form.
おっと、ここだね。
Mr. Rinda stops in front of a single room and turns towards us. So, Kari is in here?
だいぶ参ってたから、今検査担当者に預けて、ちょっと休憩してもらってるけどね。それじゃ扉を開くけど、準備はいいかな、トネちゃん。
I'm ready. Yes. I don't know what sort of decision Kari will make in the end, but the time I spent with the customers from alternate worlds certainly wasn't a waste. With the normal and abnormal getting together, forming friendships, I know I'd be able to show him that it's possible, after sharing my experiences. With that thought, I nodded.
遅い遅すぎるよリンド天才の1秒は黄金より
Oh
も
no,
重
it's
いっ
that guy.
て格言を知らないのかねまあ今僕が考えた格言なのだが
A voice rang suddenly from the other side of the door.
今の声は。
It wasn't Karius, was it? Who is that?
おっとこの僕を知らないとはなんて無知かつ哀れなんだ
Why are you talking us through the door?
ならば教えてあげようじゃないか
What a weirdo. With a booming voice, the door flew open. And it came out a very strange looking person. He wore a white coat that seemed a few sizes too big. The fabric even flapped behind him.
さあ歴史に残る気がする僕の名を存分に丹念に脳細胞に刻みたまえ
Okay. He held a doll that looked like a fox.
僕こそ人外研究の第一人者にして GPM の頭脳こと開発家の課長
And what stood out most, he was tiny, a full head shorter than me.
天才科学者ミカドアキラ
With all his bravado, I couldn't see who was before us as more than a kid with a doll.
リンド、ここの警備はどうなっている
It seemed a
子
child
供が紛
wandered
れ込んでい
inside.
るようだが。
いや、君たちがそう思う気持ちはよくわかるんだけどね。でも残念なことに、こいつの発言は大体本当なんだよね。こう見えて、とっくに成人してるんだよ、ミカドは。
Huh? He knew I didn't believe it from the way I looked at him. He shrugged his shoulders at us.
人を外見で判断するとは愚かの極みだねまさに凡人の発想というか人は見た目より心と頭脳だよねふーちゃん
After he bends his head down to talk to his doll, he turns to us. Or rather, to Miser.
さてさてさて君たちのことはよーく知っているよリンドウがいろいろと報告してくれたからね
Okay.
魔王に首なし騎士残念ながら打天使くんはいないみたいだ
Can we
けど
just talk to Kadia?
しかーし君たち二人だけでも
Now
大
it's not
変
the
興味
time.
深
We've
い
literally
人外
got
だ
we've
ぜ
got a
ひ
little
後で
changeling
話を聞か
boy
せてくれ
that's
たま
gonna
え
die. I put the button. I guess it's time to take a drink of water. Okay, get out of our way. We've got a changeling boy to talk to and help out. We don't have time for you. Your
自然にイグニ
theatrics.
スの存在が無視されたような気が
Poor
する。
Ignis. Poor Ignis. How to think of it, Ignis has been oddly quiet the past few moments. As I turned around with that on my mind, I saw him there with a disgruntled look on his face, as if he swallowed something nasty. Ignis, do you know this person? Oh, right.
GPM はベスティアにたまに調査へ来てやがる。
I'm so
その
sorry.
時たまたま遭遇してよ。
I'm so sorry you know this man.
そう遭遇して最強の魔獣にして貴重な個体である彼とお友達になったというわけさ
頑張る
会うたびに
Ignis.
採血させろとかいう関係は拉致とは言わねえんだよ。
Meiser couldn't help but smile awkwardly at Mikado's excitement.
まあとりあえず話進めよ
Exactly.
う。彼女もさっ
Move
き
along.
大真面目に扉開こうとしてたんだしさ。
As we were trying to deal with the situation,
帝明いつまで無意味な時間稼ぎを行うつもりなのか。
Ichikuru Midorikawa is
詳細なる時刻の提示を要求する。
I think that's Hikaru Midorikawa. It sounds like him. The new figure that appeared from the door grabbed Mikado's head with great force. Judging by his voice and height, he was a young man around Ignis's age. I think. But his appearance, with his face and an entire body covered in a hood and claws, surprised me a bit.
んあれ君って確か最近採用された
Tabun.
ああ、助手くんじゃないか。あはは、奇遇だね。
Is aid the right word? Is personal assistant the right word? Or babysitter the right word?
矛盾を指摘する。ここで待機せよと指示したのはお前のはずだ。
ああ、んだよ、また新顔かよ。勘弁しろって。
Another new face, whose face we cannot see.
案ずるな。名乗るほどのものではない。役職はこれの助手である。
This thing's aid.
そして私はこれと違い、時間の無駄な消費を良しとしない。
In OnStar's terms, this would be Hiro Amagi having Eiichi Tenchuin as an assistant. I had a wizard D&D named Ignis, so every time I hear his name, it pings something in the back of my brain. Ignis, like I feel like I've heard the name Ignis in other, I guess, media before. I don't know. I feel like it's just a general name that feels mythical in a way. The man mercilessly called Mikado a thing, began to handle Mr. Indo paper after paper.
アベカリアに関する情報を各種まとめて
I
おいた。
appreciate it. I appreciate it,
あとはそちらで
nameless
話を進め
Hikaru
るといい。
Midorikawa character. As soon as he finished his work, the man immediately walked away. He's very pragmatic, isn't he?
へえ有能な助手だな。暴走しがちなお前もコントロールしてるし、いい拾い物じゃないか、ミカド。
Well worth what we're paying him, if not more.
ああ、まあその通りだね。
Except he doesn't work very well with others. Mr. Mikado mumbles quietly, which is fine. You're the one causing problems here. I see. Maybe that's the reason why he hides his face. At a glance, he was scary and looked suspicious. Mr. Rindo talked to him normally. If he's employed as part of an agency, like the GPM, I'm sure he must be decent. Ironically, Ignis was not the character of mine that went around trying to burn down magic shops. Ah, too bad. Having a name Ignis sounding like Ignite and lighting things on fire would have fit that character very well.
さてと、それじゃあこれを参考に仕事の話に戻ってもらおうか。
ああ、仕方ない。
Get to work.
では入る前に最低限の説明をしておくよ。
Quit being crazy in scientists and get to work, because I got work to do too. Taking a few of the sheets from Mr. Indo, Mikado began talking, kind of awkwardly.
昨日今日と彼の同意を得た上でいろいろ調べさせてもらったけど、確かに彼の体は同年代男子の体と比べていろいろと差異があった。特に顕著なのは体中心温度。30度というのはあまりに低すぎる。常人なら低体温症と言える数字だよ。
30 degrees? I can't imagine being so cold. What is 30 degrees? Google, help me out here. Oh dear. 86 degrees Fahrenheit. It's much lower. Well, he was a fire genasi? which is basically half elemental, half human. Ironically, he mostly used thunder magic because it made the DM mad. You know what? Fair. The lowest mine ever went was 35.
しかしその一方で精神鑑定の結果の方は間違いなく普通の人間を指し示している。
やはり体は人外だが心は人間ということか。
だからこそ対応が難しいんだよ。GPM の立場としてはね。あくまで彼は先祖返り。人間の両親がいるのは間違いないんだし、人外と呼ぶことすら迷うところなんだ。
Leaving that comment with us, Mr. Rindo stands at the door where Kadia waited.
前置きはここまでにして、あとは直接本人と話すとしよう
Yeah,
か。
let's go talk with him. Alright. Nodding and readying myself yet again, I wait behind Mr. Rindo. However,
待ちたまえ。そこを開く前に
I
大
better
事
be
な
useful
話が。
information. For some reason, Mikado placed his hand on Mr. Rindo's arm, stopping him.
ミカド？
この扉の先には君たちの予想していない
It's a
状況が
teenage
待ち受けている。だから踏み込む前にいくつか約束してほしい。
What?
随分と厳重だね。それで、その約束っていうのは？
Looking over all of us in bated breath, Mikado slowly puts together his thoughts.
まず中の様子を見ても慌てない。焦らず落ち着いて対応すること。
What would I see? Okay.
できるだけ感情を荒げないこと。冷静さを失ったら判断を誤ってしまう。
Right.
そして一番大事なのは怒らないこと。特に僕を
I don't know if I can
怒
promise
らな
that
い
one.
こと。
Uh-huh.
よし。実はあの少年
What
安
did you
倍カ
do?
リア君なんだけどね。目を離したらいなくなっちゃったはは
Wait a minute. That 8 earlier mentioned something about biding more time. Hmm.
いった
You dumbass. You fucking dumbass. This dark night dimmed even the moon. The only light came from the lanterns on the street. The sun had long left the sky, and the moon had taken its place. Kadia Abe wandered listlessly through the dark streets like a ghost.
なんだよ。なんだよ。妖精とか。異世
Please
界
don't
って
turn bad. I want to help you.
そんなファンタジー
I
な
want to
話
help take care of you.
誰が
You
信
can
じる
figure out
か
what to do with your life.
信じられるもんか。
But no matter how much he denied it, his body had experienced it. The horrendous feeling of his consciousness and life melting away. The fairy world Medio. And how for a moment he was freed from it all after breathing the air from that place.
くっそ
Grasping onto a tree by the road in hopes of calming his anger down, a cold air fell over his grip, and the trunk began to frost over. Chill, take a breath. I did it again. Seeing how much of a human he clearly wasn't, Karya jerked his hand away.
違う違う俺は人間だ。あの地獄から解放されて父さんと母さんに息子として人間として認めてもらった安倍カリアだ。
However, if it were all true, at this rate, he would die before his own parents.
死にたくない。でも家族を手放したくない。
See, we're trying to find a solution for you, bro. I know it doesn't seem like that. We should have never taken you to GPM.
なんでだよ。なんで
You can.
両
We'll
方
figure it
選んじゃ
out.
ダメなんだよ。
We'll figure it out.
俺は
The more he cried, the more the area around him turned into a world covered with ice from his freezing breath. Karia. Karia. After realizing Karia had disappeared from the GPM headquarters, we all split up and went around searching for him. Mikado and the other GPM staff searched inside the headquarters building. Miser contacted Il and both began to search using their powers. Candace and Ignis went into Shinjuku. And on a hunch, Mr. Rindo and I came back to this town.
家族にこだわってたみたいだし、自宅周辺にいると思ったけど。
I'm sorry to cut him off. I'm sorry. Still, I can't think of anywhere else Karia would be. Hello?
ああ、通じましたね。リンド、ことね。今どのあたりでしょう。現在地を教えてもらえますか？
We're near home. Yeah. His voice was as calm as ever. I immediately turned the phone to speaker mode so Mr. Rindo could hear him as well. I then sent him our GPS location. And then...
ちょうど良い位置にいますね。先ほどから私もアンシャンテを中心に周囲を調べてみたのですが、その付近、前回リンドウがカリアと遭遇した場所にて、異常なほどの気温低下を確認しました。
Decrease in temperature. Could that be?
カリア君だね。でも倉庫の中だけじゃなく、周辺にまで影響を及ぼしてるってことは。
Just pull out a thermal camera and start looking for him.
ええ、おそらくですが、妖精の力が暴走しているのでしょうね。とはいえ、私ならばすぐに追いついて彼を捕獲できますので、ご安心を。
Mr. Rindo crosses his arm and thinks over Eel's suggestion. His voice changed a little, as it seemed he had come to make a decision.
いや、いる。君はミシェルたちに連絡しつつ、上空で待機してくれないかな。
We're not capturing him. We're going to defuse the situation.
できればその氷の力とやらを、結界か何かでそれ以上広げないよう抑えてくれると助かる。彼には僕が向き合うから。
なぜですか？ただの人間であるあなたよりも私が出た方が確実かつ安全でしょう。
It'll be daijoubu.
もっともな意見だけどね。彼はまだ半分人間なんだ。人間であることを諦めていないんだよ。なら同じ人間の大人である僕こそが彼を導いてあげなきゃいけない。
Mr. Rindo. As he spoke quietly. Oh dear. Please be careful, yeah. Please be careful. If something happens to you, like when you met Karia the first time.
心配してくれてありがとう。でも大丈夫だよ。僕もそれなりに修羅場をくぐってるからね。
Be careful though. It was a really hard call. But in the end, I nodded to Mr. Rindo in agreement with his idea. Il, if something happens, I'm going to ask you and everyone for help. For right now, I hope you can get behind Mr. Rindo and his point of view.
構いませんが、ではミシェルたちには私の方から連絡しておきます。
After hanging up, I looked at Mr. Rindo. Mr. Rindo, let's go.
OK。じゃ、こんな夜分にうろつく不良少年へお説教しに行くとしようか。
The weather was quick to change, and raindrops began to fall from the sky. Mr. Rindo and I ran through the rain and quickly reached the old abandoned factory. And there, we found him. It wasn't a feeling. It was real. A terrifyingly cold chill ran across my skin. As if protected by the white, freezing air that clung over the warehouse. This child froze everything around him with each breath he took. Karya. I could see it in his eyes. The composure I'd seen yesterday was no longer there. Thinking about fairies, what he should believe in, being afraid of his past. I'm sure he was blind to any of those thoughts right now.
もともとも不安定というか限界だったんだろうね。
It's because he was mentally exhausted that all this happened?
かな。まあ今後の人生の身の振り方なんて
Yeah.
中学生が抱えきれるような問題じゃないよね。
Determined, Mr. Rindo softly continued.
どれだけ拒絶しようと答えは出さなきゃいけない。出すための一歩を踏み出さなきゃいけない。考えることを放棄したら最後なんだ。その先にあるのは虚しい結果だけ。だから僕は今から彼に教えなきゃいけない。
I believe in you.
同じ
And I got your
人間
back.
として。あとはいろんなことを後悔してきた人生の先輩。大人としてね。
Mr. Rindo.
琴音ちゃん、君はここで待ってて。幸い彼、自分の身を守ってるだけで近づかなければ大丈夫そうだし。
Okay. Gambaru. I believe in you. Get in there and do some good work, Rindo. Mr. Rindo continued, his breath white from the cold as he smiled.
君には彼が大暴れして疲れた後、美味しいコーヒーを入れてあげる役目を任せたいんだ。
For sure. Of course. Enchante is always there to treat its guests to a delicious coffee and a nice place to rest.
いいね。それでこそアンシャンテのマスターだよ。
Smiling, even though he was worried about me, Mr. Rindo turned towards Karya.
さてと。
In this intense cold, he took off a layer, under which he was hiding something. He held up a weapon, and then...
それ
Rindo, what are you doing? He threw it on the ground without hesitation. Okay. I was like, oh no, what are you doing? Surprised at this action, Karya's eyes were obviously shocked.
この間は怖がらせちゃったからね。そのお詫びもあるけど、もとより子供へのお説教に武器なんて必要ないさ。
Mr. Rindo walks forward. He advanced towards Karya, defenseless, his eyes kept spreading everywhere.
Kirina!
Oh no, he's throwing school projects. He's throwing frozen school projects again. Ice flies by and grazes Mr. Rindo's face. But he doesn't try and dodge them. He just continues walking straight, directly towards Karya. But it was eventually too much. Karya's name also pings something in the back of my brain, but just because it rhymes with another name that you know of. No, I kinda like his name. Oh! I see. Yes, it does rhyme. It's very similar to another name. Oh no! Coughing, he fell to his knees, and as he was about to lose consciousness... Mr. Rindo! I called to him without thinking. He woke.
おお、危ない危ない。今なら眠ったら死ぬぞとかいうお決まりのセリフの意味が。
頑張る！頑張る！ Under biting frost, he forced his frozen face into a smile.
でもいいね。あの子の声はこんな場所でもよく通る。おかげで目が覚めたよ。
He's not here to hurt you. Mr. Rindo finally reached Karya and stood there right before his eyes. Although he did nothing but stand there, staring right into Karya's face. Unable to withstand the pressure, No. Oh, now he screams. It was Karia. Blasting white frost everywhere, fresh blood splatters the surroundings. The arm Karia put up to protect himself went limp. Mr. Rindo! Mr. Rindo grunted, with sharp blades of ice thrust into his body. Oh no. The blood spilling from him left swirling marks on the ice. The quickest way to a man's heart's through his sternum, after all.
さすがに君もここまでのことはしたことないだろ
違う。今のは俺じゃ。
After Mr. Rindo struggled to speak, Karia crouches down on impulse. Trying to shake out the reality of the situation, he began to shake his head too.
アベカリア
His shout echoed his echo shouted. His shout echoed through the building.
逃げるな僕をよく見ろ
Listen to your father!
これが考えることを放棄した君がもたらしうる結末の一つ君が容易に震える力なんだ命が危ういとかどこに住まうべきだとかこの際今はどうでもいい自分が何者なのかを直視しろ
俺は
でなければ君はまた同じことを繰り返すことになるぞ
I'm just cut him off. I'm sorry. Karia gulped down in shock.
これが俺父さんと母さんを傷つけるかもしれない
Cut both of them off. I feel bad
そ
now.
うだよ逃げて逃げて逃げ続けてふと気がついた時にそんな悲劇が起きてからじゃ遅いんだ自慢のご両親なんだろう君の力を知ってもなお受け入れてくれた人たちなんだろうなら少しでいい彼らが認めてくれた自分が何者であろうと変わることはないって
Tears streamed from Kari's eyes. The drops hit the ground silently.
ごめん
All the ice around us started to break apart. At the same time, the shards of ice that pierced Mr. Rindo broke apart as well. His body fell to the ground. Mr. Rindo! I ran over to him and held him up, but that didn't change the fact that he had serious injuries.
俺のせいで
Karia knelt beside me and looked like there was still a terror lingering within him. Then, with his face all twisted, clearly showing the severity of his injuries, Mr. Rindo forced himself to smile.
泣かなくていい反省は後でいいさともかく今また君は多くの力を使ったんだ
Both of you dumbasses.
ダメだこれさすがに限界琴音ちゃんごめんあと任せた
おい
Mr. Rindo? Right as Mr. Rindo had completely lost consciousness. The gang?
リ
Yeah.
ンドって普段は適当なくせに妙なところで頑固だよね。
ま、そんだけこのガキに思うところがあって自分でケリをつけたかったんだろ
Miser! Hey, miss! What did I do? Mr. Rindo, he...
ああ、大丈夫。ちゃんと助けるよ。すぐにアンシャンテへ向かおう。イルとカノスも手当ての準備をして待ってる。
Y'all heal him up, please. Y'all heal him up. Are they allowed to kill people while you're still on the main route? Sometimes. I don't know. about love interests don't usually die, but there are some characters that will die on the main route, depending.
まあリンドは人間の病院の方がいいんだろうが、怪我の原因を追求されたらめんどくせえだろ。
Usually love interests die once you start getting on their routes. You start getting the bad end, and you're like, what the fuck, man? I tried my best and you still died on me. That's what happened to Kyo's sister when she was playing Code Relies. She got in this perpetual loop of both characters that she apparently was doing. She kept trying her best, but she kept seeing like all these different bad ends. She's like, how many fucking bad ends are there? And she was like, hey Kyo, like, did you have the same problem when you did Victor's route? And I'm like, what? Victor never died. And she's like, what the fuck, man? She's like, I had to watch my favorite characters die over and over and over again until I got to the good end. And I'm like, I'm sorry for my condolences.
大丈夫なの？この人死なない？
No. You
新
look like
規
they're
成
gonna
果を
save
すんなガキ。こんぐらいでくたばる程度のやつにアンシャンテの監視役なんて務まらねえよ。
Ignis effortlessly lifted up Mr. Rindo's body, and we hurried back to the cafe. Thanks, Ignis. The rain that was drenching the streets had stopped, and the droplets of water on the windows began to thin. After Mr. Rindo was carried up to one of the empty rooms on the second floor, Hilo began to use his powers to heal him. Although he lost a lot of blood, his wounds fortunately weren't as deep as I thought. I'm sure he's resting soundly in his bed right now. Meanwhile, Iskaria sat there quietly in the store. You want something to drink? You didn't get to finish your drink the last time you were here after all.
怖くないわけ？
Huh?
こうして俺と一緒にいるの怖くないのかって話。
Well, if you truly were a menace, maybe, but you're not.
俺がさっき何したかあんただって見
Well,
てただろ。
you seem to feel guilty, so I will take that as I will serve you coffee. Kari was shaking as he asked me that. He was terrified at the answer he thought I was going to give him. Before I answer that, I'd like to ask you to do something.
お願い？
Try drinking my coffee. I've worked very hard to learn how to make coffee. I poured coffee, extracted from dark roast beans, into a glass with ice in it. I made sure to be quick, as the flavor would dissipate if it cooled too slowly. It needed to be on the thick side too, otherwise the flavors would get dull. Here you go. I handed the iced coffee to Karya, who looked at me with a suspicious face.
どう見たって普通のコーヒーにしか見えないけど。
Yes, maybe, but this is an Enchante coffee, so it's special. Just try a sip. I watch quietly as the young boy hesitantly brings the cup to his mouth. How does it taste?
普通。
Average. I'm doing my best here, kid. You're always hoping you'd love it. I still got a lot to learn.
でもこれ魔王とか鎧の人とかが飲んでたのと同じだろ。
Yeah?
だからてっきりすごい味とか変な効果があるのかと思
Nope,
って
it's just coffee. No, nothing like that at all. This place is it's just a regular cafe. With a look of bewilderment on his face, I smile softly and continue. Miser, Canis, Ignis, and Mr. Rindo. All the coffee I served them is from this completely ordinary human world. But everyone loves drinking it, and they all have preferences. I brought the coffee I poured to my mouth. The same beans as the one in Karya's drink. But these were a light roast and had a fairly light flavor to them. It's a pretty rough example, but I feel like the difference between humans and non-humans are like coffee beans. Oh dear. Wasn't he saying earlier he's not much of a coffee aficionado? Where does he get off on saying average? Exactly. Cheeky brat. Roast, water temperature, brewing method. The taste can change depending on all that, but the beans all come from the same place.
それ遠回しに俺は人間だよって言って慰めてくれてるわけ。
I guess. No, no. I tilt my head to the side and speak again. You're a non-human. Regardless of who you are mentally. Physically, there's no denying it. But you know, in terms of being a guest here, drinking coffee, to me, Mr. Indo's the same as everyone else. I wave my hand though, gesturing that I know I can't explain it very well. If you'll drink my coffee happily, it doesn't really matter who you are. It just makes me happy that you're here. So, Kariya Abe, personal guest in my shop. I want to say, thanks for drinking my coffee. I'd love it if you came to visit again. Mr. Rindo said so too, remember? Believe in yourself, like your parents do. You can be confident that I'm here to help. As the owner of Enchante, you'll always be treated as a guest in this house, regardless of how you see yourself or what path you choose. Enchante will always welcome you to come and drink a cup of coffee that you apparently think is average.
あんた、おかしいんじゃないの？人外をコーヒーに例えるとかさ。
I guess I've gotten used to them. After a short silence.
でも、結局は、俺にはもう、選択肢なんて一つしかない。
Yeah. Kariya looked down. He managed to squeeze out the words that were as bitter to him as the coffee he tried.
両親には、必死に隠してきたけど、最近はもう、外で生活してるだけでも、呼吸が苦しくなってくる。苦しくなって。何も考えられなくなって。ふとしたことで力が漏れる。だから、このままじゃ俺、またさっきの林道さんみたいに。
いやいや、勝手に殺さないでくれるかな。
You can't just kill me like that, kid. I'm tougher stuff than that. I wouldn't die to some cheeky brat like you. A voice cuts Kariya off. Surprised, I looked toward the sound, and there stood Mr. Rindo, wearing his signature smile.
おじさんもまだまだ未練がいっぱいあるからね。そう簡単には死ねないよ。例えば、そう。今期の特撮ものの最終回だってまだ見てないんだからね。
Oh my lord. Mr. Rindo, you should be resting. You shouldn't be talking about the Tiger
いる
King.
の若干適当な砲術のおかげで傷も塞がってるよ。
Winking at me, he sits down next to Kariya. Kariya's shoulders seem to flinch.
あ、ごめんなさい。俺のせいで怪我を。
言ったでしょ。心配ご無用って大した怪我じゃないさ。
大丈夫です。I wonder how many backup outfits he has, or if he got it cleaned and mended really fast. I don't know. It depends on all of what Eel's powers are. If he does healing and mending, maybe he could have done both at the same times. Who knows? I don't know. Or maybe it's just the what's the word? Anime logic. It could just be anime logic.
わざわざ GPM に報告する必要もない程度のかすり傷ってね。
Understanding what Mr. Rindo meant, Kariya's eyes open wide. Mr. Rindo responds in turn.
で、カリア君、君はどうしたい？
どうって、俺は。
I guess from like a D&D spell perspective, mending and cleaning clothes is really fucking easy for casters. Yeah, maybe Eel can do that. I don't know all the powers of a fallen angel, but maybe he can do that. If he's mending. Mending a person, maybe he can mend and clean clothes easy as well.
おっと、道が一つしかないって答えは現金かな。言ったろ、自分を信じろって。その信じた君を支えるのは大人の僕がやってやる。
We'll find a way for you, kid.
ここにいるマスターである彼女も、うちのとんでも常連も、きっと君の力になってくれる。
Mm-hmm.
それでも、君は君の望みを口にするのが怖いかい？
Say some selfish brat things. Because we'll do our damnedest to make them happen.
俺、
Karia squeezes his hand into a fist, and then
両親と離れたくない。一緒にいたい。死にたくない。でもこの力で父さんと母さんを傷つける方がもっと怖い。どっちも選べないよ。どんなに中途半端でも、それが俺の選んだ答えなんだ。
¿Por qué no los dos? With a wavering voice, without enveloping himself in ice. Finally, as a normal middle school boy, he let out his true feelings.
それが君の答えか。なら僕も僕で約束を果たそうかな。君が選んだ道を支えるために。
We'll get you both.
体は人外、心は人間。ミシェルの言葉を借りるなら、君はいわば半分半分。極めて特殊な状況だ。けど、このアンシャンテっていう場所は、
It's half and half, just
君
like
と
you.
同じ
Indeed.
半分半分なんだよ。
それってどういう？
Mr. Rindo glances at me, and I nod. Karia, I was talking with Mr. Rindo in the room earlier, but do you want to help out here? Yay! He gets to stay here. He's gonna be like this particular game's version of oh no. Was it Dracula? I think this is gonna be this game's version of Dracula. I'm excited.
はあ、このガキを店で雇うだ。
Shh. He's volunteering here, and I just happen to be paying him. I used this opportunity when everyone was here, handling cleanup from the incident and nursing Mr. Rindo's wounds, to discuss the matter.
なるほど。アンシャンテで働くことで定期的に養成会を訪れさせるってことか。
I keep trying to think of the kid from Seven Scarlet, and all I can come up with is Yugi, but I know that's not right. No, it's Yuki. Y-U-K-I. You're very close, though.
それだけじゃないよ。帝の話だと、カリア君の症状は養成会に触れる機会さえ増えれば、
Yes.
徐々に改善するものらしい。時間はかかるかもしれないけど、うまくいけばそのうち学校にも通えるようになるんじゃないかな。
I should know this. He lives in the walls with me. Yeah, but apparently, like, the residents within the walls are growing, so I wouldn't be surprised. Like, there's a lot of people now. It's hard to keep up with names sometimes.
ですがそれは根本的な解決になっていないのでは？アンシャンテから長期にわたって離れれば、すぐさま彼は命の危機に陥るのでしょう？
うん。あくまで決断を先延ばしにするだけに過ぎんだろう。だが。
Yeah, I'm suggesting this because of what Karia decided just now. I just want to prioritize what he wants.
先延ばし、大いに結構じゃない。それだって彼が持ってる立派な権利だ。もちろん将来的には自分で生きる道を決めなきゃいけない。
Wait for him to become an adult first,
ま
and
た
he can make
大
that
きな
decision.
選択があるのは間違いない。
With a gesture from Mr. Rindo, Karia agreed with a nod.
その参考にするために、ちゃんと自分への向き合い方とか、人外の生き方とか、力とか、このアンシャンテでの日常を見て勉強したい。
いいんじゃない？人外を身近に感じるって意味では、こんなにぴったりな場所はないだろうし。
Ignis, are you okay with this?
なんで俺の許可を求めんだよ。確かに驚きはしたが。今のマスターはお前だろ。だったら好きにすりゃいい。
Ignis waved my question away, but seemed to be in agreement, along with everyone else. Seemed to be an agreement? Why are there so many typos? Why are there so many typos in this game? This is higher than usual. Thank you. Come on, Karia. Let's greet everyone. Let's say thank you. Oh no, wrong button. Let's greet everyone. Let's say thank you. Let's greet everyone. Let's greet everyone. You'll be a member of Enchante now, so proper inductions are in order, alright?
わかった。阿部カリア、14歳、中学生。人外のこと、まだまだ俺自身も分かってないけど、これからよろしくお願いします。
よろしく。
うんうん。よろしくね。俺は魔王様のミシェル。何でも気軽に聞いてちょうだいな。
我はメディオの首なし騎士ことデュラハン。カヌス・エスパードだ。
デュラハン首なし
Couldn't you tell he doesn't have his head?
首がない
Is this the first time you realize his head is gone? Wait, you just now noticed that?
だってメディオにいるときは首あったし、あと鎧着てたし。
He had a helmet, not a head. Oh, that's right. Well, you'll get used to it. I just kind of got used to it too.
そういうものかな。
I promise you will get used to it. Once Karia's introductions and greetings were over, Il took over to Mr. Rindo. Oh, Il looks over to Mr. Rindo.
無茶をしましたね、リンド。まだ傷は塞がっていないはずでは。
Go sit down. Go lay down. What? Is that true?
ええ。私は治癒系の砲術は増えてとしていますから。施したのはあくまで応急処置程度。
Rindo. Did Mr. Rindo say that his wounds had closed up? I glanced over at Mr. Rindo, who smiled to dismiss the matter. You fucker.
そこはほら鍛え方が違うから。マスターの愛ある励ましのおかげでもうすっかり良くなったよ。
Uh-huh. Go lay down, you fucker. We're taking you to the hospital.
へえ。
Miser's eyebrow peaked and slowly began to stand up. And with casual movements, he gets behind Mr. Rindo and... Miser, don't!
Hey.
Don't! He's in frail condition right now. Stop! I know what you're doing. I know you're going to go pick on him for saying that. Stop! He gently pokes at his ribs with his fingers. Uh-huh. Go lay down. Mr. Rindo, are you okay?
大丈夫大丈夫だよただミシェル君はいつか殴る
No, it's what you deserve for lying to me.
ごめんごめん。ついついね。元気になったらいつでも受け入れますとも。
痩せ我慢していたのか。油汗が大変なことになっている
You
ぞ。
dumbass. You absolute dumbass.
おい琴音、この3割死人が10割死人になる前にとっととベッドに寝かしてこい。
Right.
俺も手伝いとか。
いや、ここは彼女に任せておけばいい。カリア、お前には我々から今しばし人外について話聞かせるとしよう。
Step by step, trying to reduce the impact on his body from each step, we carefully go up the stairs. I put Mr. Rendo's arm over my shoulders and support him as best as I can. I knew it. You were pushing yourself, huh? Don't laugh at me. I'm not happy you lied to me. I sighed at Mr. Rindo, trying to laugh off the matter. You must have been enduring intense pain that whole time we were talking to Karia. How many times do I have to tell you? You should have said something. You could have at least given me a little alert that you were planning on working yourself hard enough to go get injured.
カリア君偉そうにお説教した後に君にお説教されちゃうとは、年上の威厳も肩なしだね。
Don't lie to me like that. Mr. Rindo murmurs jokingly. I suppose I should be relieved to know that he's still able to joke around at all. As I felt some relief within myself.
琴音ちゃん、
Yes,
カリア君のことあれでよかったのかな。
I think so. We'll figure it out. I'm not sure. That's up to Karia now. But at the very least, I think he's found the courage to honestly look at himself thanks to you. Rindo's shouting in that moment. He reached him when no one else could.
そうか。僕の独りよがりになってないならいいんだけどね。
Huh?
彼が何も知らないままに異世界、人外の世界に足を踏み入れてしまって、その結果、彼の精神や人生そのものが壊れてしまったらと思うと、あの時止めていれば、そう自分が後悔する。結局のところ、僕は自分が可愛いだけの最低な大人だよ。
Mr. Rindo seemed somewhat lonely, mumbling with and chastising himself. Mr. Rindo, did something ever happen in the past between you and non-humans?
どうしてそう思うの？
I don't know, just the way that you're talking to yourself like that. I just had a feeling. You don't seem worried about the future, as much as you were feeling regret. That's how I heard it anyway. Adding that I wouldn't pry any further, Mr. Rindo thanks me and smiles.
後悔はしてるよ。
You wanna pry some more? You gotta take my
何
route.
も考えず、気楽に足を踏み入れた自分に対して。心配しないで。人外は危険とは思ってるけど、別に毛嫌いしてるわけじゃないさ。ただね、もっと別の道があったのかもと、ふとした瞬間に思わずにはいられない。
You could be on a different route right now?
偉そうに言っておきながら、僕自身が選んだ道に自信が持てないんだ。だから、まだ選ぶことができるカリア君には、そんな後悔をしてほしくない。
You had a dad moment. After murmuring his his? Oh, we get more information on him. I see. After murmuring his explanation, he promises to rest and lay on the bed in the guest room for the day. The tumultuous events surrounding the newest face at Enchante quietly came to an end. Are we at chapter end now? Honestly, I should be stopping. Okay. Okay, this is the stopping point for tonight. This is a very good stopping point. It is 3:30 in the morning here, my lord. Let's get to a spot where I can open my save, please. Let us save. The strong and the weak. Okay, well, that was how many hours? 6.5 hours. 6.5 hours, not as long as our other stream on Wednesday, but still well, I can speak, oh my lord. Still a sizable stream. I'm surprised I went this long because I was feeling kind of puny at the beginning of it, but I got my second win, and then I had a piece of cake, and then I was feeling great. So here we are at 3:30. But yeah. So that was Cafe Enchante for tonight. And I guess according to Ari's information, we've got at least three more chapters of main story before we can get on a route. Like, my lord. 6.5 hours of talking and now she can't talk. Yeah. Well, I was stumbling even in the middle of those 6.5 hours, so I don't know if I've ever been able to talk. I'm still learning how to use the voice text-to-voice software. I don't know. I'm still using how to use my voice. I'm still using to use my voice. I'm still learning how to use my voice. We can't speak. Everything's a learning process here. But yeah, we got through all that, and I guess we have to get through a few more chapters of main story next time. And then routes. I assume it's 3 chapters of setup and chapter for each dude, and then routes. Yeah, this is not the usual recipe for Natome, but it's alright. I'm having a good time. I like the story so far. I'm enjoying it as a visual novel aspect. But once we get on the routes, I'm excited for that. But yeah, so anyway, if I could think straight here, we did that. So I will be coming out. The schedule will be posted on Twitter. Starting tomorrow. The schedule will be posted on Twitter tomorrow. But this week I started on Wednesday to start at the beginning of the month. But normally each week now will be on Tuesday and Saturday nights. That we'll be doing stream stuff. I will probably be doing Cafe Enchante for a while. I might do it one day a week, couple of weeks, just to like fit something else in to try something different. But February is definitely Otome month, so we will be focusing on getting this finished, especially since we have so much content to get through. Um, I'm not sure if we'll do all the routes on this, but at the very least we'll do a few of them. So we'll get through that. But schedule for this coming week will be posted tomorrow on Twitter, and I guess yeah, Tuesday will be the next day I see you guys. We'll probably continue with Cafe Enchanted just because there's so much going on here. But yeah, I'll figure it out and get it posted tomorrow. Can't think anything else. Let's see here. Yeah, if you want to follow me on Twitter, you can see when I post a schedule and when I go live and stuff, and any other information I'm gonna put on there. I'll probably start posting. I'm trying to start posting more regularly with stuff. But it's hard. Social media is hard. Social media is hard, y'all. But yeah, I think that pretty much covers it. Sweats. I feel like I'm forgetting something, which is ironic considering I'm supposed to be something to help remember things. But I think I've got everything covered. Worst case scenario, it'll be posted on Twitter if it's important. Um, but yeah, so that's the end of stream for tonight. Thank you everyone for coming to hang out. I appreciate y'all coming to do otomes with me and make some memories. We'll have a great time. And I guess you guys have a good rest of your night. And I will see you guys next time. Bye bye.